Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dark Embers, Mirochin Bratva by Steele, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Eric Bloomquist. Chapter 1. Sabrina. 8 months ago. Elena's scream rips me from sleep, the shrill sound blasting through the baby monitor beside my bed. My pulse slams against my ribs as I shove the covers off, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor before my mind fully catches up. The room is dark, save for the soft glow of the nightlight by the window, but the panic in Elena's cries is unmistakable. I don't bother with a robe as I rush out, my heart in my throat. I push open the nursery door, finding her tiny frame shaking in the crib, her fists clenched around the soft blanket. "It's okay, baby. I'm here." My voice wobbles as I scoop her up, cradling her against my chest. Her little body trembles, warm and damp from tears, but she burrows into me, clinging tight. I rub soothing circles on her back, whispering reassurances, though my own nerves are frayed. She is soaking wet. "Oh, no, sweet girl. I'd be angry too if I had to sleep all wet like this." I put her on the changing table, wondering where the fuck my sister is, and why she snuck the baby monitor back into my room. I had it in my room the first night when Elena was born, so Tara could get some sleep. But it had been in Tara's room tonight, so I could get some sleep. We were supposed to take it in turns. While I would gladly have looked after Elena each night, Sam had warned us that Tara needed to bond with Elena, and it was important to do so in the first few days. I hum softly as I change the darling little thing, making sure to wash her down with warm water and then make her smell all fresh. Once she is clean and I lift her up, I can't help but notice that she is a little extra fussy. "Are you okay, baby girl?" I feel her forehead, but she feels okay. Her cheeks aren't all rosy, and she's barely 2 days old, so she's not teething. I may not know a lot about babies yet, but I do know they don't get teeth right away. "Maybe you're just hungry? Let's get you a bottle and then go look for my sister." I glance out the window. It's still dark out, and that's when I notice the clock on the wall. It's just after midnight. Placing Elena in her baby chair that Sam secured to the counter, something stirs inside me. A panic I can't quite explain. It's that feeling I get when I know something isn't right. As I move to grab a bottle out of the sterilizer, my eyes drift to the refrigerator. Even from here, I see the note stuck under a large magnet in the shape of a blue whale. And my heart feels like it's stopped for a few moments as my breath hitches in my throat. It's my sister's handwriting. Elena gurgles as if she's just noticed it too, which of course is absurd and coincidental, but fitting for the moment. I force myself to walk toward it, dread settling in my gut. And even before I read it, I already know what it is going to say, and my heart plummets. "Dear Rena, I'm sorry. I know you were hoping for a different outcome, but for me, there was never going to be one. I have to disappear. It's the only way I know how to keep Elena, you, and Mom safe. Take care of my little girl. She's yours now. I am truly sorry to have to hang this heavy burden on your shoulders, but I know you will keep our secret safe. I love you, little sister. Tara." The ink is slightly smudged, as if she was crying when she wrote it. I feel the trickle of tears slide down my cheeks as I stare at the note, realization burning through my chest and heart. This time, my sister has really disappeared, and I have no idea when or if she'll ever come back. Elena starts to wail once again, as if she can pick up on my heartache, unease, and fear. Her wail turns angrier, and I snap out of my daze, quickly making her formula. Taking her from her chair, I press a kiss to her temple. I've got you, baby. It's just you and me now. But I've got you. And like I promised your mommy, I'll make sure you're kept safe. As I settle in an armchair to feed Elena, I try to quell the rising panic trying to suffocate me as I'm overwhelmed with the fear of not knowing what the fuck I'm doing with a baby. I don't know how to be a mother. Then fear is topped by the fear for my sister and not knowing where she's going. Who is going to be looking out for her? And the fear fueling it all is that I may not be able to keep my promise to Tara, as I've never had a very good poker face. A little sigh from Elena draws my attention to her, snuggled into my chest, slurping down her bottle. And my heart swells with such love, a few more tears roll down my cheeks. That's when I know I'd do anything for this little girl, even if it means I'm racked with guilt for the rest of my life. I also know what I have to do. It's time. I grab my phone and dial my mother. It rings several times before she finally answers, her voice thick with sleep. Rena? Mom, I choke out, putting just enough panic into my voice to sell the lie. I've been trying to call you for 2 days. I sniff loudly, holding Elena closer. Luckily, there was a woman next door who helped me. Helped you? Mom sounds confused before realization dawns in her voice. Oh my God, Rena, have you had your baby? Yes, I sob, which isn't hard to fake because I'm already exhausted and overwhelmed. I came for a quiet few days at Dad's cabin. Then my water broke. I managed to call out for help, and the woman next door came. She was a great help, and, as you know, Sam was a doctor. I babble at a pace that I know makes my mother's head hurt, but also keeps her off guard. But now Sam and the woman are gone. I don't know what to do. I just want to come home. Oh, honey, Mom says, her voice filled with concern. Do you have your car? No, I took a taxi here as I didn't want to drive, being so heavily pregnant. Do you want me to come fetch you, Rena? And just like that, I have played my mother, and it makes me feel sick to my stomach. But I remind myself, this is not for me. It's for Elena and Tara. It's so late, Mom, I sniff. I suppose Elena and I can stay here alone for another night, although... Pausing for dramatic effect. Mom, she's been so fussy. I hope she's not sick. Sweetheart, I'm on my way. My mother didn't even say goodbye as the phone clicked, ending our call. I exhale shakily, running a hand down my face. Jesus, how the hell am I going to keep this up for heaven knows how long? But I can't think about it. I have to get myself and Elena ready to meet her grandmother as we step into a new era of my life, one forged in lies and deceit. I kiss Elena again before strapping her into her car seat, reminding myself once again, this is all for her, my baby girl. I grab a bag and begin packing up my things and Elena's, making sure I have everything I need. Then I settle into the couch, my baby girl close while she sleeps in her car seat, waiting for Mom to arrive. To pass the time, I unlock my phone and click on a show, letting the background noise soothe me. But my heart nearly stops when a news alert cuts in, the words flashing across the screen. Explosion at the Mirochin mansion tonight. Police and officials are on scene, awaiting further updates. A cold dread washes over me, my stomach turning to lead as a horrifying thought slams into my mind. Is Tara involved in this? The timing is a little too coincidental, and it's far too suspicious how my sister disappears on the very same night there's an explosion at the Mirochin mansion. My fingers tighten around the phone, my pulse thundering in my ears. Jesus, Tara, what the hell have you done?
Chapter 2. Alexei. 8 months ago. I love it when the woman surrenders. That moment she knows she belongs to me. After I've broken her down, stripped her of all pretense, and left nothing but pure need in her trembling body. Oh, the beautiful brunette bites her lips. Sorry, master, I didn't mean to. She sucks in her breath as I shove my fingers deeper into my sub's dripping pussy, curling them just enough to make her gasp, her breath hitching as she dangles on the edge. I can feel how fucking close she is to exploding. The sound that vibrates in her throat makes my cock ache, just like the sight of her. Spread, bound, waiting, fuels the heat raging through my veins. It's okay. You can speak now. My voice is low, rough, and ruthless. Tell me what you want, whore. The woman's body quivers against the restraints, her arms bound above her, ankles secured to the floor. Her breasts rise and fall in erratic motion, the soft glow of the dungeon's candlelight flickering over her still red-stained skin from the kiss of the leather flogger. Her dark hair spills like liquid silk over her shoulder, must from the way she's been writhing beneath my touch. Her voice trembles, soft and needy. I want to come, please, master. A slow, cruel smile tugs at my lip, and I drag my thumb over her swollen clit in slow, deliberate strokes. Just not enough to give her what she wants, though. Not yet. I press my mouth close to her ear, inhaling the subtle scent of jasmine and vanilla. Do you think you deserve it? My tone is velvet and steel. I push my fingers deeper and feel her walls tighten, her body vibrating with desperation. Yes, she whimpers, her body straining against the cuffs. Unless you think I need to please you more, master. Maybe you need me to pleasure you first, master. A soft chuckle escapes my lips. You're such a good little slut wanting to put your master's needs before your own. I reward her by twisting my fingers inside her, feeling her pulse around me. She's so fucking close, teetering over the edge of oblivion, just waiting for me to let her go. My concentration is shattered by the sharp knock that rattles the dungeon door. Master? The woman's words tumble out of her mouth, half plea, half question, as the knock comes again. I clench my jaw and choose to ignore it. Whoever it is can fucking wait. I turn my focus back to the woman before me, tracing a slow, torturous circle over her clit with my thumb. She gasps, back arching, hands pulling against her bindings, that perfect moment of anticipation building once again as she thrusts her hips forward, her pussy hungry for the release. You're asking me for something, my pet? I lean closer so my lips and tongue can tease her sensitive inner ear and suck her soft earlobe. Please, master, I would like your permission to... Her breathing becomes more labored as I roll her clit between my thumb and forefinger. Oh, please, please. That's right, whore, beg for it. I growl. And if your pleading pleases me, I might fill you with my cock. Please, master, I beg of you, let me come and... Just as she's about to break, there is more thumping on the dungeon door. What the fuck? I bark. My head snaps toward the door, fury rising in my chest as my pulse throbs in my temples. Whoever is behind that door better be ready to fucking bleed. I pull my fingers from my sub's cunt, leaving her empty, desperate, her breath shuddering as she realizes I'm denying her release. A strangled cry escapes her lips. I run toward the door as it swings open. Sydney Purdy, my head of security, strides in like she owns the place. Tall, lean, with a body most men would die to possess, and a black bob framing her deceptively beautiful face. The one that never gives away what she's thinking. Her blue eyes don't flicker once as they take in the scene before her. She doesn't even flinch at my nakedness, or the woman strapped to the wall of my dungeon. Her gaze barely shifts to the woman bound before me, naked and squirming desperately. "I know you hate being interrupted during your playtime." Her tone is crisp, professional, underlined by a British accent. "But you'll need it, urgently." My eyes are narrow, and my gut twists as I realize there are only a few reasons Sydney would interrupt my dungeon time. We're under attack, or someone died, and right now she's giving off the "someone died" vibe. A chill creeps up my spine, instantly extinguishing my desire. I step forward, shirtless, sweat still cooling on my skin. "Who?" I ask, holding her eyes with mine. "It's your brother," she says, voice lowering. The blood in my veins turns to ice. I snatch my shirt from the chair, pulling it over my head in one quick motion. I glance at the woman still trembling, her body taut from denied pleasure. I brush past Sydney, my voice low, commanding, "See to her." My head tilts towards the woman. Sydney doesn't hesitate. "Of course." The moment I enter the hallway, Ivan Golubev, my second-in-command and close friend, steps in stride beside me. "What's going on?" I demand as we head toward the front door, where I have no doubt that Ivan's cousin, my third-in-command after Sid, Lev Tarasov, will have the SUV waiting for us. "Pavel called." Ivan fills me in as I walk through the front door to where the SUV is idling at the bottom of the stairs. "Someone threw a Molotov cocktail through Gavril's living room window." Jesus. My eyes widen. Are my brother and Irina okay? "Irina and Gavril were having a drink in the living room when it happened," Ivan tells me. "But luckily your brother is fanatical about keeping fire extinguishers all over the house. Between him and Pavel, they managed to put the fire out before it caused major damage, besides shaking Irina up." He pulls the back door open for me, and I slide inside. "Hey, boss." Lev greets me. "Where's Sid?" "Taking care of my guest," I answer and turn toward Ivan, sliding into the front passenger seat. "How the fuck did someone get close enough to throw that shit through my brother's window?" "That's what we're going to find out," Sid says, climbing in beside me. Her eyes catch mine. "By the way, your guest is taken care of. I got Mikhail to take her home." "Thank you." As she pushes the door shut, Lev pulls off, heading for my brother's house that is 10 minutes away from where I'm staying at my cousin Radomir's estate. "There is something else you need to know," Sid tells me. "Not too long after the incident, Pavel saw Gavril stalk into his home office and then overheard someone with a Russian accent threaten him." "The Russian told him his time to deliver was up," Ivan adds. A muscle ticks in my jaw. "Time to deliver what?" "Pavel has no idea." Ivan twists around in the seat to look at me. I don't like this. My hands ball into fists as a bad feeling twists in my gut. I lean forward, ordering Lev, "Step on it." By the time we pull up to Gavril's estate, the estate is swarming with guards, as Pavel must have immediately called all the men in as soon as he heard the threat. The guards at the gate spot us and let us through immediately. We pull up to the front of the house, stopping beside my brother's SUV, which I notice Pavel ushering Gavril and Irina into the back seat, and my gut clenches. I stride forward, gripping the driver's door before Pavel can shut it, and lean in, turning toward my brother and his wife. "Gavril, what the fuck is going on?" My brother looks up, his expression more rattled than I've ever seen it, and his eyes widen with surprise to see me. "Alexei, what are you doing in Vegas?" I raise a brow pointedly. Looks like it was the right decision to be here. Irina, still shaken, grips Gavril's arm. It's been a night from hell. Her voice is gruff with emotion and enunciating her Russian accent. Someone tried to set our house alight, and then a shot was fired at me. Someone first tried to burn us alive and then took a shot at my wife. Gavriel's voice is frantic as he repeats what Irina has just said. His eyes hold mine, and for a moment I swear I see a flicker of guilt. Have you sent the dogs out to search the ground? I ask, eyeing my brother curiously. Yes, sir. Pavel answers for my brother. They're out scouring the entire estate as we speak. So far they found 5 dead, Irina tells me. Your men? I look from Gavriel to Pavel, who nods in confirmation. Son of a bitch, I spit. So this was a hit. It seems that way. Gavriel's voice suddenly becomes stiff and a bit edgy, reminding me of when he was younger and he'd done something he shouldn't have. But I shake it off as he continues to tell me his plans. I'm taking Irina to the penthouse at the Diamond Hotel. After what happened to Lee, Radomir has turned that place into a fortress. That's a good idea. I agree, gritting my teeth as the anger coils inside me like a snake ready to strike. How dare someone try to attack my brother in his own home? I'll help clean up here and try to find some clues. Thank you. Gavriel gives me a tight smile and hesitates. A fleeting flash of guilt sparks in his eyes once again, making me slightly nervous, but it's gone as quickly as it appeared. I'm glad you're here, brother. I'm sorry about all this. Before I can respond, Lev appears at the top of the stairs. Boss? Lev calls. You're needed inside. I nod at Lev. I'll be right there. Turning back to the SUV, I start to close the driver's door. Get them to the penthouse safely, I order before turning to go after Lev. As I climb the stairs, I can't shake this weird feeling that starts to creep over me, and then the night suddenly falls eerily silent for a few moments, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then, boom! A shockwave tears through the estate. Heat scorches up my back, my body slams into the stone steps, pain bursting through me, and the world starts to spin. Everything goes black.
Chapter 3. Sabrina. Present day. Fridays are always the same. Drop Elena off, rush to work, dance, make rent, survive. Repeat. I pull into my mother's driveway, tires crunching over the gravel before I cut the engine. It's already dark, and the porch light glows softly against the evening haze. Normally, my mother is at the door before I even step out of the car. But tonight, nothing. My nerves bristle. I shove open the door, stepping into the cool night air. The baby carrier is secured in the back seat. Elena half asleep inside it, her tiny hands curled into fists. 2 overstuffed baby bags are slung over my shoulder as I juggle her weight, nudging the car door closed with my hip. "Mom!" I call, stepping inside without knocking. My childhood home smells the same. Cinnamon from the candles she always burns, and a faint trace of wine. No answer. I shift Elena's seat higher in my grip and storm through the house. "Mom!" A voice answers, but it's not hers. "Hey, Sabrina." I pause mid-step, turning toward the sound. Mark Dalton, my mother's live-in boyfriend, steps into view from the back of the house. A faded t-shirt clings to his lean frame, and his hair is damp, like he's just showered. "She's on the patio," he says, "taking a call." A call? That's unusual. My mother doesn't take calls when I drop off Elena. Ever. In fact, my mother barely takes calls at all because she hates technology. She calls it the devil disguised in flashy covers, tempting people. Something prickles at the back of my neck. "Who is she talking to?" I ask, handing Elena off to Mark and kissing my daughter's soft cheek. "Bye, baby." "Hey, princess," Mark coos, rocking her slightly. Elena makes a small sound in response, nestling against him. I hesitate, watching the way Mark interacts with her. It's hard to believe he's the same man who was spiraling not long ago. After he got his trading license reinstated and gave up drinking, he started resembling the man I remembered, the one my best friend, Lee, once admired before everything fell apart. "She's talking to that private detective." The words hit me like a freight train. My fingers tighten around the straps of the baby bags. What? Mark shifts, clearing his throat. "There was a sighting of Tara in Los Angeles." The air is sucked from my lungs. "What?" I repeat, louder this time. Before he can answer, I abandon the bags on the kitchen counter and push through the back door. The moment I step onto the patio, my mother is lowering her phone. She looks up, and the flickering light from the citronella candles casts shadows across her face. "Has the detective found anything?" My voice comes out sharper than I intended. Carla exhales, rubbing her temple. "Hello to you too, Sabrina." She kisses my cheek in greeting before gesturing toward her phone. "Tara was seen on the UCLA campus." I freeze. "What?" She hands me her phone. My pulse pounds as I take it, my fingers trembling slightly as I stare at the screen. The photo is grainy, the woman's profile barely visible as she moves through a crowded walkway. Blonde hair catches the light, a sharp contrast to the deep shadow covering her face. "This isn't Tara," I whisper. "Tara isn't blonde." My mother sighs, rubbing her arms as if warding off a chill. "I know, but the resemblance is uncanny." My gaze flicks back to the phone. My mind races, trying to make sense of it. Why would Tara be on the UCLA campus? A sick feeling slithers through my stomach. I glance at my mother's phone again, spotting the PI's number. "Mom, I thought we were going to stop using this guy," I say quietly. "How much is this still costing us?" Carla hesitates. "Does it matter?" "Yes, it does." I try to reason with her. "Mom, doesn't it seem strange to you that every time we tell him to call off the hunt for Tara, there's a sudden sighting of her, and we get sent this grainy shit kind of picture of some woman who slightly resembles Tara?" "I see your point." Her lips press into a thin line. "But this time, it really does look like Tara, and we both know she wanted to lecture at UCLA once she had her PhD." "And what?" I ask, unable to keep the exasperation from my voice. "You don't think she'd know that would be one of the first places anyone who has done their homework on her would look?" "Of course." She draws in a deep breath. "But I can't give up hope that my daughter is out there somewhere, and that someone must have seen her." "I know, Mom." I start to feel terrible for my outburst. "But maybe we should find another PI, as this man is a rip-off artist, and my savings are almost depleted from paying him." "Do you need money, Rena?" my mother asks. The question is so out of character for her that it stuns me. There's no disdain in her voice, no underlying, "oh, here we go again" tone, just concern. "No," I shake my head. "I'm fine. But I can't keep paying for a detective who keeps coming up empty-handed." "We can talk about this when you fetch Elena," she promises, stepping past me and lifting Elena into her arms. A warm smile spreads across her face as she presses a kiss to Elena's chubby cheek. "There's my little princess." She turns toward me. Her eyes are actually filled with love, and is that pride? For me? I'm feeling a little disoriented when my mother says, "I admit, I wasn't thrilled about you having a baby out of wedlock and not knowing the father." I roll my eyes, sighing. Here we go. "But," My mother's face softens even more as she cradles Elena against her. I can't deny how much she's filled the void since Tara left. Guilt slams into me, thick and suffocating. If you only knew the truth, Mom. I push it back into my mind. Gee, thanks, Mom, I snort, glancing at my watch. Fuck, I kiss Elena. Bye, my baby. I have to go as I'm going to be late. Language, Carla scolds, covering Elena's ears. She's heard worse, I mutter, grabbing my car keys. Be careful driving, Carla calls as I rush toward the door. And there's no rush to fetch my little princess. Enjoy your weekend. Get some sleep. Thanks, Mom and Mark. I wave, moving toward the door. As I step outside, the cool night air hits my flushed cheeks before I slide into the driver's seat of my Subaru. A gift from my best friend, Lee. Thinking about her gives me another wave of guilt churning through me. Lies, lies, lies. They're all piling up, suffocating me. And the worst part? There's no end in sight. I slam my fist against the steering wheel. Fuck, fuck, fuck. As I pull onto the road, my mind drifts back to 15 months ago and a decision I made that would change our lives forever. Chapter 4. Sabrina. 15 months ago. I stop for a few seconds as the front door squeaks while I try to quietly sneak into the apartment I share with my sister. I had to do an extra dance because one of the dancers in one of the numbers fell ill. Sometimes it's a curse to know every number being danced at the hotel. But I do need the money for a new car I have an eye on. At last! Tara's voice makes me jump as she switches on the light, the glare blinding me for a few seconds. Jesus, Tara! I grip my chest as my heart is thumping so hard against my rib cage. Why are you up so late? I kick off my shoes and toss my keys onto the table beside the door. We need to talk. Uh-oh. My nerves go into instant. Tara has found out something she wasn't supposed to know, and my mind tumbles over all the things I could have done wrong in the past few days or weeks. I sink onto the couch, resigning myself to the fact I'm about to get lectured on something I can't even remember. Okay, shoot. Rolling my eyes and shaking my head. What did I do this time? Forget to pay another parking ticket? You forgot to pay 6 parking tickets in my car, Tara reminds me. But no, not that I know of. Phew. My fingers slash across my brow to flick off imaginary sweat. That's a relief. I look at her curiously. Then what did I do? Nothing, Tara assures me and fidgets with her hands. Now I'm really getting suspicious, as Tara is not a fidgeter. Okay. I gesture with my hands, sitting forward. Now you're just making me uncomfortably nervous. I need to disappear, Tara blurts out. The words knock the air from my lungs. What? I look at her, dumbfounded. What are you talking about? My confusion starts to make me doubt what I heard. Did you say you needed to disappear? Yes. Tara nods, picking up a folded piece of paper from the table. This is why. She hands it to me. Is it something illegal? I'm reluctant to take it. Now, I know I'm the rebel of the family. My eyes drop to the paper in her hand. But you know I don't do illegal. I've taken and passed the bar. Pity you don't put that degree to good use, Tara points out. We could be staying in a swanky penthouse on the Strip. I'm waiting for you to become a professor, get a good job at a university, and then you can take us to that penthouse. My brow furrows, and I finally take the piece of paper, then nervously open it. My eyes boggle at the contents. What the fuck? I give my head a shake, wondering if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Is this yours or mine? Unless you've had sex within the past 2 months, which I'm pretty sure you haven't, Tara points out. It's mine. Are you sure? I gape at her with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and awe. Maybe they muddled the results up. It's happened. My eyes narrow. Is this a joke? Are you playing some sort of sick joke on me? I can't believe what I've just read. My goody two-shoes sister is pregnant? Tara shakes her head, and I see her eyes mist over. My heart squeezes, seeing the fear and uncertainty suddenly clouding her eyes, and her voice wobbles. It's no joke. I mean, who? I ask, confused. I didn't know you were even... Then I remember something Radomir, Lee's husband, told me about Tara having an affair a year ago, and my eyes widen. No fucking way. Now my eyes must be filled with fear for my sister. This is why you need to disappear. Not because you're pregnant, but because of who the father of your baby is. Tara looks at me in surprise, knowing she's never mentioned seeing anyone to me, and asks suspiciously, Who do you think the father is? Well, I'm hoping it's not Gavril Mirochin. I breathe. Her eyes widen as she stares at me in disbelief. How did you know? I heard a rumor that you and he were having an affair. I shrug. I didn't believe it, because I knew you'd never do anything that stupid and were still a virgin. Fucking rumors. Tara shocks me again as the swear words are spat from her lips. Tara never swears. And I lost my virginity when I was 18, to Gavril. Holy fuck. Who are you, and what have you done with my older sister? I look at her, wide-eyed. And more importantly, what are you going to do? I told you, Tara repeats. I need to disappear. And go where? I ask. You're pregnant, Tara, and I may not be an expert, but I know what Lee has just gone through. She reckons she'd have really struggled if she'd been on her own. I'm hoping I won't be on my own, Tara says. Tara. I shake my head, realizing what she means. I don't know what the fucking bastard told you, but trust me, they never leave their wife. What? Tara gives me a confused look before her brows shoot up. Oh, no. She shakes her head emphatically. I don't mean him, she clarifies. I was hoping you'd help me. Of course I'll help you. Leaning forward, I take her hand to give it an encouraging squeeze. Anything you need. Really? Tara's eyes start to mist over. Because I'm afraid I need a really, really big ask of you. As long as it doesn't involve murder. Tara gives a shaky laugh. No, nothing that drastic. Her eyes meet and hold mine as they grow serious. Look, Rena, I need to keep this pregnancy a secret. From everyone. Including Carla? My brows shoot up, wondering how the fuck my sister is going to stay out of our mother's sights for the next 7 months. Especially since Tara is her favorite, and they don't go a day without talking to each other. Especially Mom. Tara's look says it all. She means it. That's why I need to disappear. Okay. I'm not sure I'm following her. How do you need me to help? First, I'll need you to give this to Mom. She hands me an envelope addressed to Mom and Sabrina. Read it. I open the envelope with shaky hands and read aloud. Dear Rena and Mom, by the time you get this, I'll be long gone. Don't ask where, because it's best if neither of you know. I've been having an affair with Gavril Mirochin for many years now, and his wife has found out. She wants me gone, and I've had to leave before she tries to have me killed. I love you all so much. When or if I can, I will contact you. Tara. You want me to give this to Mom? My disbelief resonates in my voice. Are you mad? This will kill her. It's the only way, Rena, Tara tells me. Is this true? My heart is beating like a trapped bird in my chest. Did Gavriel's wife find out about the two of you? Tara nods, but doesn't elaborate too much about it. Don't worry, Gavriel and I have ended the affair. Good. I breathe a sigh of relief. Then hopefully his vindictive Russian wife won't come after you now that you won't be fucking her husband. Crude, Tara admonishes. Sorry, I mumble as my eyes scan the letter once again. So I'm supposed to take this letter to Mom and tell her that I came home and found it with you nowhere in sight? That's the plan, Tara nods. But there is more. Saying nothing, I watch her, and my gut clenches as my senses go on high alert as I get a feeling I'm not going to like what my sister is about to say. Now you know why I have to keep this baby a secret, Rena, Tara implores. You're the only one I can trust, and that's why I need to ask. She stops and swallows. I need to ask you to pretend to be the mother of my baby. Huh? My brows furrow as confusion swirls through me. What do you mean? Do you want me to tell everyone you're carrying a baby for me? Tara gives an amused snort. No, that would be insane. She pulls a face. I want you to pretend to be pregnant. Suddenly, I'm choking on my own saliva at her words and trying to splutter out, What the fuck? Are you insane? Tara reaches behind the sofa and lifts up a large plastic bag, dumping the contents beside her. What are those? I point to the weird-looking contraptions scattered over the beige cushions. Your different-sized bellies over the next 7 months, Tara replies, picking up the first one. This one you'll need to wear at 4 months. My friend, who works at a movie studio creating prosthetics, lent them to me. She throws the fake belly at me. It's heavy. It's made from medical-grade silicone, and it's the real deal, Tara tells me excitedly. It's made for the partner that is not pregnant and mimics not just the tummy, but the distribution of weight and pressure as the pregnancy progresses. The material is warm to the touch. My fingers glide over the weird contraption. The fake pregnant belly looks like a fat-weighted vest. The front of it curves outward into a bulbous belly that feels firm, yet gives just enough to make it eerily lifelike. It feels so real. I get a cringe shudder. Oh, it's going to feel real, Tara says, a little too gleefully for someone trying to convince me to be fake pregnant. These all have weighted inserts to simulate the baby's movement, pressure on the bladder, and shifts in balance, making standing, sitting, or bending a whole ordeal. Oh, great. So you want me to be uncomfortable, awkward, and miserable with you? My eyes scan the bellies that grow in size. It will be fun. Tara tries to sell me on her totally deranged idea. You'll get to experience what I'm going through, and it will be more real for you to sell your fake pregnancy. Awesome. Standing, I strap the thing on and stare at it. It really does look lifelike. Wait until you have it on correctly, Tara warns, then looks at me hopefully. Does this mean you'll do it? For me? Sighing, I hand her the fake belly. You already knew I would. My hand swooshes over the fake bellies. Where are you going to hide? I look around our apartment. You can't stay here. I've already taken care of that. Just how long have you been planning this? For about 2 weeks, when I did a home pregnancy test and it came up positive. Tara admits. I knew what it was going to mean. So you made one of your planning charts, I guess. I did. Tara nods. A taxi is coming to pick me up and take me to that biker tavern near the edge of town, where Sam will fetch me, then take me to one of the holding cottages near Dad's cabin. Fuck, you really do have this all planned. I swallow, my heart picking up speed as my eyes land on the fake bellies once again. Won't Gavriel wonder why you're not at work? I already quit. Tara replies, shoving the fake bellies back into the larger bag. I'm going to take these with me, and you'll have to go to Dad's cabin as often as you can. As my stomach grows, we'll grow yours too. What about my work? My eyes widen. You have your own dressing room, so no one will see you get dressed. Tara points out and gets a sly smile. But you will have to go without sex for roughly 7 to 8 months. Oh, I hadn't really thought about that. Not that it's going to be a problem, as I've hit a bit of a dry spell. This is what I sacrifice for the love of my sister. And I thank you for that. Tara hugs me. I'm sorry I've had to ask you to do this, but this baby's safety depends on it. Her tone is serious now. You remember when Radomir thought Lee was pregnant? I nod. He had to protect her because of who he was, as she'd become a target. Gavriel is Bratva too, and if anyone were to find out who the father of this baby is. I understand. Taking a deep breath, I give a nervous laugh. I guess I'm about to become a mom. And you understand that you will have to keep up the ruse? Tara warns. Everyone, even Mom and Lee, have to believe this baby is yours. Her phone bleeps and she looks at it. My taxi's here. She gives me a hug, takes the bag of bellies and the duffel bag I didn't see beside the sofa. Come to Dad's cabin on the weekend. I nod and watch her walk through the door, knowing my life is about to change forever. And this time, it's through no stupid mistake of mine, but rather my perfect sister's. Although, of course, to the world, they will still see it that way.
Chapter 5. Alexei. Present day. I'm not here for the show. Not really. But fuck me if I'm not captivated anyway. From my spot in the shadows of the VIP booth at the back of the Golden Lights Hotel's private lounge, my eyes track every move the petite blonde makes under the hot stage lights. Sabrina Kraft. She owns the stage like she was born in glitter and smoke. The red velvet curtain behind her sways with the bass, but she's the real rhythm. All lean lines and coiled power wrapped in sequins and sin. I know dancers. Hell, I've had a few in my bed, but there's something about her. Something raw, buried beneath the performance polish, the way her body bends. That's not just talent. That's control. Discipline. That's a woman who could be trained to submit so beautifully she'd forget what breathing felt like without permission. My cock hardens behind my tailored slacks with a mind of its own, like it always does when I see her, and it's been this way from the moment I first laid eyes on her. I was sitting at this same table 2 years ago with my cousin Radomir, who had his eyes on her that night, and for the same reasons I have tonight. Information. Back then, it had been about Lee. Now it's about Tara Kraft, Sabrina's older sister, the ghost at the center of my obsession, the woman I believe may have led my brother Gavriel to his death. My back twinges as I shift in my seat while reaching for my vodka, and I suppress a grimace. The burn scars on my back still ache sometimes. The explosion that ripped Gavril and his wife apart 8 months ago damn near took me with it. Fire licked up my spine like it wanted to claim me too, but I crawled out of that inferno with a vendetta burning hotter than the flames ever could. 8 fucking months of dead ends. Then, 2 days ago, I finally found something. I'd forced myself to go back to Gavril's estate, forced myself to open his closet, touch his things, pretend he'd just stepped out and might come back for them. I don't know what made me check the lining of his suit jackets, but there it was, tucked behind a false panel. A burner phone. Clean, untraceable, hidden from even Pavel. The messages I found on it were short and cryptic, but there was enough to paint a picture that the person on the other end of it was a woman, someone my brother cared deeply for and needed to keep secret. A mistress. At least twice a day for nearly 7 months they had exchanged messages about the woman's progress. She was either climbing a mountain or getting fit for some grueling race, as they were all about her health and how much harder and trying each day got, how lonely it was having to face the challenges, and each day Gavril would end his last message with, "You've got this. It will all be over before you know it." It had taken me a lot of fucking favors, but I finally managed to trace where the messages had come from. A small town on the outskirts of Vegas where there are no more than 10 hunting cabins. Cabins that I know are a front for people who have been erased from their old life and waiting to start a new one. A town run by the best friend of my cousin's father-in-law and the late Soulcraft, Sabrina's father. As I know Sabrina wasn't the one that had been fucking my brother for years, it wasn't hard to figure out that the woman on the other end of the burner phone was Tara Kraft. Tara Kraft, who had disappeared around the same time my brother got that burner phone 15 months ago. I don't really give a fuck who my brother was screwing on the side. What I do give a fuck about is whether Tara Kraft cared for my brother or wanted him dead, because the last message she'd sent him was a bit ambiguous. It had been sent 10 minutes before the blast that had killed him and his wife. This has to stop. Running is the only hope. Was she trying to save him? Or lead him to his death? Just like the first cryptic message Pavel had heard the night Gavril was killed about my brother's time to deliver being up, I have no idea why running would be Gavril's only hope. Did Tara know what my brother was supposed to deliver that he didn't? Was she the one demanding something from him? As expected, Tara was long gone from the town and her father's cabin by the time I got there a couple of days ago. Going to her mother turned up a dead end as well. Carla Kraft wasn't too happy to talk to me about Tara. In fact, the woman was downright cold, wary, and had a dangerous air about her that I'd never seen before, and I've known Carla since I was a kid. She'd been dancing at the club for over 20 years and started there when my late father still owned it. Fuck, I even had a huge adolescent crush on her along with many wet dreams. Like her daughters, she was gorgeous, sexy, and subtle. But when I went to ask about Tara, it had been like seeing a whole different person. One you don't want to mess with. I'm still a bit taken aback by that side of Carla, which makes me wonder if there's a lot more to her than anyone realizes. Shaking the mystery of Carla Kraft from my mind, my eyes land on her younger daughter, the petite Sabrina. While Carla wasn't willing to say anything about Tara other than she hasn't heard from or seen her daughter for 15 months, the other dancers at the Ember Club had a lot more to say. I was told that Sabrina and Carla had hired a private detective, P.I. Tom Williams, a first-grade asshole con artist, to look for Tara 8 months ago. Which strikes me as odd, seeing as though Carla told me Tara had been missing for 15. So why hire a P.I. to find her only 8 months ago, around the same time Gavril and Irina were blown to bits? What did the Crafts No. I pour another shot of vodka and return my attention to Sabrina. Her hips roll with a sensual precision that's both art and weapon. I imagine her tied up, naked and shaking, that fire in her eyes slowly fading to ash as I wring every last drop of resistance from her. I can picture her on her knees, with her ass stained red by the sting of my belt and my cock down her throat. I down another shot of vodka to burn away the desire pooling in my loins for her. She's hands off, not just because she's my cousin and his wife's best friend, but because Sabrina's the kind of woman who hides her darkness. She masks it behind that sassy mouth and vanilla sex exterior. I hate that. I don't have the patience to peel back layers of denial. I want a submissive who already knows she's mine, who's curious enough to bleed for it, not a Barbie doll with a guarded core and guilt over who they really are. Still, she'd be so fucking fun to break. I down another vodka and savor the bite. Sabrina's final routine comes to an end. The crowd goes wild. This show is what makes this fucking hotel popular enough to be competition to my cousin's Diamond Hotel and Casino. An establishment like the Ember Club that I'm now responsible for on top of my other holdings and interests. "Can I get another bottle or anything else, sir?" A young, scantily dressed redhead with legs that go on forever and a tight torso asks with a husky purr, her eyes suggesting the double meaning of her offer. A smile lifts the corner of my mouth. Maybe later. I peel some bills from my wallet and shove them in her bra, making sure I accidentally brush her already pebbled nipple. I'm rewarded with a sucked-in breath. "I'm here until 2. She turns and sachets off, giving me a full view of her perfect ass and the showgirl thong. It seems the holier-than-thou Heather Gold, the owner of this place who swore she'd never stoop to vulgar tricks to keep her customers, has stooped after all. And I'm not complaining about her servers' new uniforms. I might just come back here later after all. Sighing, I turn and head for the backstage dressing rooms to pay Sabrina Kraft a visit. But just as I reach the hallway behind the stage, I catch a glimpse of her rushing toward the back door. Her blonde ponytail whips behind her as she bolts, coat half-buttoned over her glittering outfit, purse clutched in her hand like her life depends on it, and she looks like she's just seen a ghost. What the fuck? I'm about to call out to her, but something stops me and I step into the shadow of the corridor watching as Sabrina disappears into the alley. I pull out my phone and call Sid. "Yeah?" She answers in her clipped British accent. "Follow Sabrina and let me know where she's going," I command. "Already on it," Sid tells me. "It looks like she's spooked about something." "Stay on her." I hang up and turn to leave, part of me hoping that Sabrina is headed home so I'll have to pay her house call after all, and my blood starts to burn as that dark desire for her slices through me once again.
Chapter 6. Sabrina. Present day. I'm so fucking tired. I could cry. Elena was restless last night. Again. Probably the teething, or the full moon, or just the fact that babies are tiny little demons in disguise who wait until you desperately need sleep before wailing like banshees for 12 straight hours. Whatever the reason, I'm running on fumes, clutching onto consciousness with nothing but sheer will and cheap mascara. All I want is a hot shower, a long-ass nap, and to sleep through until noon. Maybe longer. God bless Carla. Never in my life did I think I'd be this grateful for my mother. The dressing room mirror is harsh, unforgiving. The fluorescent lights catch every crease. every smudge, every line of exhaustion. I yank off one false eyelash, then the other, groaning as I rub at my eyes and start wiping off the layers of glitter and stage makeup. My face feels raw and tight, like even my skin is over it tonight. Then my phone rings, and it's on the other dresser near the door. Groaning, I pull my aching body from the stool and walk over to it, freezing when I see it's an out-of-state, unknown number. My pulse skips. A weird sinking sensation settles low in my belly. I stare at the screen, like it might answer for me. Another second. Then 2. Screw it. I don't usually answer unknown calls, but for some reason I feel almost compelled to answer this one. I swipe to answer. Hello? Sabrina. My knees nearly buckle. I choke on the name, cutting it off before it escapes. Where are you? I can't talk for long. Her voice is rushed, breathless, frantic. I'm okay, but I won't be for long if you don't get Mom to call off that fucking PI. He's not who you think he is. He's working for some very bad people. What? My throat tightens. What are you talking about? I had a feeling, but I mean it, Rena. Please, promise me. Get her to stop. I will. I'll try. Just, Tara, where the hell are you? Gunfire crackles on the other end. My heart lurches. Run, Tara. Get the fuck out of here. A voice shouts. Gruff, familiar, and fucking terrifying, as the ramifications of who he is settle over me. You've been shot, Tara cries, frantically, and then the line goes dead. The room falls into an ominous silence, a cold, gut-wrenching silence. I stand frozen, the phone still pressed to my ear, like if I just wait long enough, she'll come back on the line. She doesn't. I wait for another few beats of my heart thumping against my ribcage before I move into action. With fumbling fingers, I pull up my phone contacts. I hit Sam's name, and thank God he answers after the first few rings. Sabrina, is everything all right? Sam asks. I know where she is, I whisper, and I know who she's with. Don't say another word. Sam snaps. Go home, and I'll meet you at your apartment in 40 minutes. There's no hesitation. No time to change out of the glittery, thigh-high slit dress I just danced in. I yank my coat over my shoulders, shove my feet into boots, and grab my purse. I move fast, slipping out the back of the golden lights before anyone can stop me, driven by what I can picture my sister Tara's terrified face to look like before that fucking phone line had gone dead. 20 minutes later, I'm in my apartment, fresh out of the shower with a towel knotted around my head and the kettle boiling on the stove. I've changed into sweats and a hoodie, my armor against the chaos that is my life. Elena's not here tonight. She's safe at Mom's. I should feel relieved, but I feel a hollow ache in my chest instead, and this gut-wrenching fear for my sister. A knock at the door makes me jump. My nerves are so on end. I glance at the time. That was fast, even for Sam. I swing the door open and start my lecture about speeding. Jesus, Sam, you shouldn't drive so fast. This isn't urgent enough to kill. My voice trails off as the expensive cologne assaults my senses, and I have to tilt my head back to see the blue-eyed giant staring down at me with an amused look on his ruggedly handsome face. What are you doing here? My voice sharpens instinctively. Did you knock on the wrong door? The whores are on the next floor up. Alexei Mirochin isn't fazed. A slow smile spreads across his gorgeous mouth as he stands in my doorway like he owns it. Hello to you too, Sabrina. Are you looking for my mother? My eyes narrow. Because she lives right across town. No, I'm not in the wrong apartment, and I'm here to talk to you, Alexei tells me. At this time of night? My brows shoot up in disbelief. You couldn't wait until morning and just call me like a normal person?
Would you take my call?
I guess now we'll never know, will we? I taunt him. He is so close that I can feel the heat of his body, and his tantalizing cologne is starting to wreak havoc on my desires. Desires that haven't been fulfilled in over a year now. I shake my thoughts away. Jesus, even if he were the last man on earth, I'd rather pleasure myself than fuck him.
I was at the Golden Lights, waiting for you to finish dancing, but then you took off like a bat out of hell, so here I am.
He explains. So you followed me?
No.
Alexei shakes his head.
I do know where you live, Sabrina. You're listed as your mother's next of kin in her employee records.
Right. I nod, not convinced. What do you want?
To help you.
His eyes flick over me, slow and lazy, like he's memorizing the slope of my hips beneath my hoodie.
Because I think we're both looking for the same person.
My heart stutters. I school my face into something blank. I'm not looking for anyone. He steps in just slightly, not enough to touch me, but enough to make the air feel thicker.
Your mother works for me now. You think I don't know you hired a PI to look for your sister?
He says.
I want to offer my help.
Why? My voice is flat, skeptical.
I need to know where to send Tara's final paycheck.
My brows lift. Give it to my mother. I start to close the door.
I don't think it's that simple,
he says. I do. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm expecting...
Sabrina!
Sam's voice cuts in behind Alexei, and I can see the exact second his shoulders stiffen. Sam steps around him and into view.
Is everything okay?
Hi, Sam. I give him a tight smile. Come on in. Mr. Mirochin was just leaving. Sam eyes him for a beat, long enough to make it clear he doesn't trust him. Then he nods and walks past us into the living room.
He's a bit old for you, isn't he?
Alexei mutters. I shrug, not taking the bait. I have daddy issues. Alexei gives a soft snort before saying,
Have dinner with me tomorrow night.
He puts on the charm.
Let me explain how I can help you find your sister.
His eyes hold mine.
That PI you've hired is nothing more than a con man who will turn on you for the highest bidder or drain you of every penny.
My brow furrows. He is the second person tonight to warn me about the sleazy Tom Williams. I can't deny what Alexei is saying. I had that feeling about the prick within the first few minutes of meeting him. But my mother was so excited to find someone who we thought was a reasonable price and could help us find Tara.
I'll have some top people I'll put at your disposal, and will bring results instead of bleeding you dry.
Alexei persists.
Please, just have dinner with me tomorrow night, and we can discuss it.
My eyes narrow as I stare at him for a moment, and an idea formulates in my head. Alexei might just be the person that can get my mother to fire Tom Williams, especially if we can get someone else to look for her for free. But I swallow. He is a Mirochin, and my sister was hiding from this family. But then again, they don't know the truth about Tara and Elena, and Gavril and Irina are dead, so it couldn't hurt. Although I have to wonder why he wants to help, as he did say he was also looking for her. Fine. I will have dinner with you to discuss this tomorrow. I finish work at 11 tomorrow night.
I'll send someone to get you.
No, I snap. I can get there on my own. He nods once.
Till tomorrow night, then. He turns and walks away, calm, collected, leaving me with a fluttering stomach, a completely inappropriate tingle between my legs, and an excitement about tomorrow night thrumming through my veins. I brutally squash it. Nope, absolutely not. That's never happening. I shut the door and lean against it for a moment, exhaling hard, only to be brought back to reality with a thump as Sam's voice echoes back to me from the sofa. What was that about? Nothing. I shake my head. Maybe something. I don't know. I think he might be the person who finally convinces my mother to fire that fucking crook of a PI. I thought she stopped all that shit. Sam sounds pissed. She told you she did, but she didn't, and I've nearly depleted my savings helping her pay the idiot. I can get rid of him for you. No. I pause. I think Alexei Mirochin might be our better option. Sam frowns, but doesn't push. Tell me about Tara. She called me from an out-of-state number. She was frantic. Said the PI isn't who he says he is, and that Mom has to stop looking for her and call him off. Said Tom is working for dangerous people. Then I heard gunshots. A man shouted for her to run, but Tara called back that he's been shot. Sam's face turns pale. You said you recognized this voice? Yes, it was one of Nicholas's men, Clyde Smythe. I hand him my phone, showing him the number. Tara called me from this number. Sam takes the phone and, without hesitation, dials it, putting the phone on speaker. It rings for quite a while before someone picks it up. What are you calling my phone box for? A voice demands. I'm trying to get changed, you know. This is very rude, interrupting me like this. Oh, great. A wackadoo, and it's a phone booth. Who is this? Sam asks. Superman. Who the fuck is this? Is this a phone box? Isn't that what I just said? Sam hangs up and stares at me. She called you from a fucking phone booth. I nod. You said you heard gunshots. Yes, right before the line went dead, and she confirmed that Clyde had been shot. Fuck. Sam's voice is tight, controlled, the way it gets when he's about to do something reckless. I'm going to New York. I'll leave right away. I'm coming with you. No. He shakes his head. You'll slow me down, and you've got a daughter to take care of. I sigh, deflating. Fine, but you'll keep me posted. Every step. I will. Sam grabs his coat. Stay out of trouble, and for the love of God, stay away from the Mirochins. I nod, watching him go. But when I close the door behind him, all I can see are Alexei's blue eyes, tracking every inch of me earlier, like he was marking me for possession. Nope, that's never happening. I stomp off to bed, only to spend the whole damn night dreaming about the giant Bratva prince, driving me crazy with desire. Chapter 7. Sabrina. I've been a goddamn mess all day. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him, 6 foot something of brooding Russian temptation, his voice a dark purr, his presence swallowing the space around him like a living storm. The moment Alexei Mirochin stood on my doorstep last night, something in me short-circuited, and no matter how hard I've tried to shake him, he's rooted himself under my skin like some intoxicating drug I never agreed to take. I've nearly burned out 2 vibrators trying to chase the sudden surge of need that's been haunting me since he left. And that's saying something, because I've been exhausted, overworked, and sex-deprived for more than a year now. But nothing, and I mean nothing, explains the insatiable ache that's taken up permanent residence between my thighs today. He didn't even touch me, just stood there, talking in that cool, calm, too confident way that made me want to slap him or straddle him, or both. Definitely both. Now, standing in my dressing room, fresh from a scalding hot shower, I towel off the last drops of water and reach for my razor. I shave everything, everywhere, with clinical precision, like I'm prepping for battle rather than a dinner meeting. And maybe I am, because this, whatever this is, it's dangerous. Once my skin's silky smooth and I've blown out my hair, I go for subtle makeup. Just enough mascara to give my lashes a flirt, a swipe of lip gloss that makes my mouth look sinful without trying. My black dress hugs my curves like it was made for me. Nothing too flashy, but just enough to say, I see you, and yes, you may look. Paired with strappy heels and a black trench coat, it's the perfect armor for a woman walking into enemy territory with her head held high. Except, there's one problem. I don't actually know where I'm going. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, lipstick in hand, blinking at my own damn stupidity. How the hell did I forget to ask where I'm supposed to meet him? I never forget things like this. Ever. My memory is ironclad. Jesus. The stress. The fatigue. Tara. Alexei. The last 24 hours have scrambled my brain like eggs in a cheap diner. I snatch up my phone, scrolling through my messages. But there's nothing. No text. No call. Not even a smug emoji to indicate where this evening's dark prince expects me to appear. I stare at the blank screen, chewing my bottom lip. Should I call him? No. Hell no. I am not about to look desperate. Just as I'm about to give up and pour myself a glass of wine in defeat, there's a knock at the door. My heart leaps into my throat, pulsing like a war drum. I stride over and pull it open, expecting, well, I don't know what I'm expecting, but it's not the tall, elegant brunette standing there in a black suit like she just stepped out of a John Wick movie. Sid? I blink in surprise. What are you doing here? Hello, Sabrina. Her British accent is crisp, her blue eyes sharp as ever. I'm here to escort you to Alexei. My stomach drops. Alexei? She nods. He asked me to collect you. I frown, confused. The last time I saw Sydney Purdy was in London when we were hunting down Lee, and back then she was on the other side of the game. I thought you worked for Nicholas. I did. She lifts a brow. Now I don't. I've been with Alexei for 14 months. I'm his head of security, second in command. Of course she is. It explains the air of cool authority radiating off her like expensive perfume. She doesn't look like anyone's sidekick. She looks like she could kill you with a credit card and not spill a drop of blood. Well, shit, I mutter under my breath as I grab my coat and purse. So you've turned to the dark side. She chuckles softly. That's subjective. To some, what I did for Nicholas was wrong too. I pause at the door, locking it behind me. Fair point. We head down the hall, and I expect to make for the lobby, but Sid steps into the private elevator reserved for VIP access. I hesitate, blinking. I thought we were going to meet Alexei, I ask, confused again. We are. She taps the penthouse button. He's staying at the Golden Lights. The Diamond Hotel penthouse is currently under renovation. Of course it is. The elevator glides upward in smooth silence, the hum beneath our feet barely audible. I shift on my heels, nerves tightening with every passing second. I'm used to being in control of my space, my emotions, my body. But tonight, I feel completely off balance. Like I'm stepping onto a battlefield where the rules are written in seduction and power plays, and I didn't bring any weapons. The elevator dings, the doors sliding open to reveal a hallway so plush and quiet, it practically swallows sound. Sid leads me to the last suite at the end and knocks once before opening the door. "He's inside," she says, and just like that, she vanishes, the door clicking softly shut behind me. The suite is dimly lit, the scent of sandalwood and something darker, something him, curling into my lungs. My eyes adjust, sweeping over the space. And then I see him. Alexei stands near the window, a bottle of champagne in one hand, 2 flutes on the table beside him. He's dressed in a white cotton shirt, unbuttoned just enough to expose the hard slice of muscle down his chest. His sleeves are rolled up to his forearms, veins bulging against thick, tanned skin. The sight punches the breath out of me. Jesus, Mary, and all the saints. He turns at the sound of my heels and smiles. Slow, deliberate, lethal. "Sabrina," he says, like he's tasting my name on his tongue. "Right on time." I'm suddenly very aware of the ache building between my legs again, and I hate it. I hate that my body reacts before my brain can catch up, that a man like him can make me feel like my skin is 2 sizes too small just by looking at me. "I don't remember agreeing to dinner in your bedroom," I say, arching a brow to cover my nerves. "It's not a bedroom. It's the dining area of my suite," he corrects me before gesturing toward the table, lit with candles and overflowing with dishes. My stomach growls traitorously. "I wasn't sure what you would feel like eating," he says, as if he didn't just order every one of my favorite dishes, from lemon butter chicken to truffle mac and cheese to molten lava cake that's still steaming in its ramekin. "So I ordered a few dishes." "And you didn't know they were all my favorites?" I ask, frowning. He shrugs. "I remembered a few of your favorite foods from when we were looking for Lee." "You were paying attention?" He leans closer, lowering his voice. "I always pay attention to what I want." The heat in my face spreads lower. I clear my throat and take the seat opposite him, forcing composure into every line of my body, even though I feel like I'm slowly unraveling under his gaze. Shit. I am so screwed. And dinner hasn't even started yet.
Chapter 8. Alexei. I can't believe how tense I've been today. I've been anticipating this evening the whole fucking day like a schoolboy about to lose his virginity. And then she walked through the door. Head held high, gliding across the polished floor on her 2-inch heels in that little black dress that moved with her, hugging her toned form. Simple, elegant, and fucking lethal. My eyes devour her as she eats her food, her blonde curls bouncing around her beautiful face with just a lick of mascara highlighting her ridiculously long eyelashes and gloss shining her pink bow-shaped lips. I can see Sabrina is guarded. That's nothing new, but there's something else tonight. Nerves humming under her skin. Her fingers linger too long on her glass. She's hyper-aware of me. I saw it in her eyes the moment hers found me in the room, and the thought of it is intoxicating. I top off her champagne. "Tell me about Tara." Her spine straightens and she glances down at her plate. "What do you want to know?" "How about starting with the truth of why she ran away?" She lifts her glass to her lips, stalling. Who told you she ran away? Do you think she was kidnapped? My brow furrows. I hadn't thought of that as an option. No. She shakes her head and looks away. Oh, yes, she's definitely hiding something. Sabrina takes another sip of champagne before making eye contact again. Tara had to leave. Okay, I was not expecting that. Why? I think you know that already. Sabrina fires back. She was having an affair with my brother, I acknowledge. Yes, and Irina found out. She threatened Tara, and my sister was worried that the threat wouldn't stop with just her. Sabrina tells me. This time her eyes hold mine, and I can see her daring me to challenge her truth. She left to protect us and to hide from the wrath of Irina. I see. Not taking my eyes from her, I lift my glass to my lips and notice her pupils dilate before she quickly glances away, turning her attention back to her plate. Sabrina, the reason I want to help you find Tara is because she's not safe. Her beautiful blue eyes snap to mine, wide with uncertainty. What do you mean? I think the same people who killed my brother are looking for her. She pales. It's real. Her panic, her confusion, but she's still holding something back. Why would they be after Tara? Sabrina's eyes become focused again as her brilliant mind turns over my words. That doesn't make sense. Other than an affair, Tara wasn't connected to your brother. She managed the Ember Club, I remind her. Yes, but she didn't do the books or deal with all the shady shit that went on the other side of your brother's business. Sabrina says, raising her chin. Tara would never jeopardize a career she was working so hard toward by getting caught up in mob stuff. And you know that for sure? Her look of pure disdain when she said mob stuff grates along my nerves and sparks a twinge of anger in my gut. I extinguish it, not too sure why Sabrina looking down on my family's business would cause that reaction in me. I've had people say worse. They lived to regret it, but it never hit me like it did when she did it. Yes. Sabrina's voice rings with confidence in her conviction. Tara would never do anything shady. She fucked my married brother. The words cut across the table before I can stop them and delivered like a verbal slap in the face. Fuck. I can't let her get under my skin like this. It's not the plan. That's shady. Did it ever occur to you that maybe your brother gave her no choice? Sabrina's quick mind and sharp tongue hits back at me. Touché, pretty little one. Are you accusing my brother of rape? I'm putting it out there as an option, not to be overlooked. Sabrina counters like a true attorney. Well put, I tell her, raising my glass. Said like a true attorney. Her eyes widen as she stares at me, startled. Who told you about that? Come now, Sabrina. Your mother brags about her daughter's education and how intelligent they are all the time. I answer. I knew about your law degree before I'd even met you. Oh, God. Sabrina covers her face in embarrassment. That sounds like something my mother would do. She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. That's one of my biggest disappointments to her is choosing to be a dancer rather than use my degree. Why aren't you an attorney? My curiosity is piqued. You could be earning a hell of a lot more than you do as a dancer. I love to dance. Sabrina answers and drains her glass, which I top up for her. I could never be cooped up in a stuffy office all day. I like my freedom and knowing I'm doing something I want to do and not a job I have to do. I get that. I nod and we fall into silence for a few moments before I move the conversation back to Tara. Have you heard anything from your sister? Sabrina looks at me with raised brows. Are you trying to trick me into telling you something you think I'm hiding by jumping through subjects to keep me off guard? Huh. She really is smart, perceptive, and alert. Fuck, now I want to bend her to my will even more. Are you hedging your answers to keep from telling me something? I ask. No. Sabrina's face becomes a mask as she pushes her plate aside, sits back in her chair, and picks up the champagne flute. I'm not answering because I've told you what I know. When did you notice your sister had gone missing? I ignore her statement and hit her with another question. 15. No, it's almost 16 months now. Sabrina replies calmly. I got home late from a dance shift to find a note on the coffee table in the living room. I can tell you word for word what it said if you like. Before I can reply, she gives me the cliff notes of the letter. It was addressed to my mother and me. In it, Tara explained that she'd been having an affair with your brother. Irina found out and had threatened her. She was leaving to keep us safe, and before Irina could put her 6 feet under. But you only hired a private detective 8 months ago to start looking for her. Pushing my plate aside, I lean my elbows on the table. That's around the same time Gavril and Irina were killed. And you think there's a connection? Sabrina gapes at me in disbelief, but something flickers in her eyes that's gone too quick for me to make out. My sister was long gone the day your brother was killed, and Tara had nothing to do with that. Her eyes narrow suspiciously, anger sparking in their depths. Is this why you really want to help find my sister? Not because you think she's in danger, but because you think she's somehow involved in what happened to Gavril? I'm putting it out there as an option not to be overlooked. I knock her words back at her. Her brows shoot up as she tries to fight off a smile. Well played, she acknowledges with a small salute of her glass. She sighs. Look, I've told you everything I know. I haven't heard from or seen Tara since she disappeared from my life and left me a note. Her eyes darken with emotion, and now I know she's telling me the truth, or at least part of it. My mother waited for 8 months because... She swallows. We had a lot going on, and I guess she was hoping that Tara would come back. Hiring a PI would mean my mother had to face the fact that Tara might not be coming back and we'd never see her again. I can see she's upset and my heart squeezes for her, but still my gut tells me she's holding something back, but I'm not going to push it now. I have learned a lot more than I knew before about Tara Craft, so for now, and enjoy the rest of the evening with her. My cock stirs at the thought of getting closer to the alluring Sabrina. Are you finished eating? Yes, thank you. Sabrina gives me a tight smile, and I can see she's starting to shift uncomfortably in her seat. Would you like some coffee? No, thank you. Sabrina declines. More champagne? It's late. Sabrina moves the napkin from her lap and places it on the table. I really should go home. But we haven't discussed me helping you find your sister. I can't let her go, not yet. And we still have 1 bottle of champagne that's already open. My smile spreads slowly and my eyes hold hers. Why don't we take this and move to the living room to discuss how I can help you and your mother find your sister? She stares at me as if entranced for a few seconds, and that's when I see it. Longing. Sabrina shifts slightly in her seat as a soft flush brushes her cheeks. I hide the knowing smile on my lips by patting them with my napkin. Standing, I walk around the table and pull her chair out and offer her my hand. Come on, you don't want me to waste this delectable champagne. I raise an eyebrow. You're not working tomorrow, so you can sleep in. My brow furrows. Unless this is about your sugar daddy. The memory of the older man that showed up at her apartment hits me in the gut like a punch. Sabrina looks up at me, confusion furrowing her brow. Who? Then her eyes widen as it dawns on her. Oh, you're talking about Sam. Yes, Sam. I keep a small smile on my face to hide the smoldering embers of anger I feel thinking about that old man touching her, running his hands over her soft, milky skin. My thoughts skid to a halt. What the fuck, get a grip. I shake the feeling off and clear the old fucker from my mind. Sam is out of town. Sabrina says, putting her small hand in mine. The moment my skin comes into contact with hers, a bolt of electricity shoots up my arm and hits me in the cock. As I close my large hand around hers, I know that I'm going to make her mine, and she's going to beg me to keep her. She just doesn't know it. Yet, I gently pull her from the chair and deliberately yank her close to me. Our bodies touch as she stumbles against me, her other hand flattening against my chest. Her head tilts back and our eyes lock. I see her breath catch as her pupils once again dilate and my shaft stirs between us. My look tells her I want her to know where this is ultimately going. The sharp rise and fall of her breast and how hard she swallows tells me she understands. And the fact she hasn't run for the door tells me all I want to know. Chapter 9. Alexei. I step back and let go of her hand, watching her steady herself when I pull away. Her lips part as I pick up the champagne and cut through the tension. Let's move this to the living room. Taking a seat on the smaller sofa, I ensure she has no choice but to sit close, our bodies sharing the heat as it swells between us. I fill our glasses and turn my knee towards her so it rests against her thigh. Her reaction is immediate. I watch her chest quicken with shallow breaths and the subtle squeezing of her thighs. I gently start my seduction but keep her off guard as I circle back to Tara. If you and your mother let me help you find your sister, I can get rid of that con man Tom Williams for you. Her eyes focus and I can see I have her full attention. There's a reason Tom was kicked out of the Las Vegas Police Department. I continue, leaning in just enough to set her off balance again. He has a habit of taking bribes and leaking information to anyone who'll pay him. I reach out slowly, brush a stray lock of her hair behind an ear. Your hair is so soft, I murmur, and smells like honey and lilies. My voice dips low. It's my shampoo. Sabrina draws a breath before clearing her throat and moving back to the topic of Tom Williams. Yes, I knew the moment we met him he was not a nice person, she admits. But he was cheap and we don't have millions to spend on an expensive PI. If you let me help you find your sister, I promise in silky tones, you won't have to spend a cent. My security team is more than enough to handle the investigation. I shift, moving closer, my arm curling behind her over the back of the sofa. She downs her champagne quickly, and I can't help but chuckle softly. Slowly with this one, I tease, leaning forward to fill up her glass again. I don't want you to get drunk. Sabrina gives me a side eye. Her eyes narrow suspiciously. Why? I'm concerned about you driving home, or your liver. I answer innocently, knowing full well she's asking me why I'm so eager to help find Tara. Why are you so eager to find my sister? She takes another slow swallow of the golden, bubbly liquid. What are you going to do if you find her? Bring her home safely to you and your mother. My eyes hold hers. Or lock her in your cousin's dungeon beneath a Diamond Hotel to torture information about your brother's murder from her? She bristles, her spine stiffening, and any desire she was feeling fades with her anger. Fuck, this is not the angle I was going for. I keep underestimating just how sharp and intelligent this little minx is. Sid's report on her rings through my mind. Sabrina is a high-potential individual with an IQ that is off the charts. Not only that, she is also a remarkable human specimen. All her school reports are filled with how she excels at everything she puts her mind to, including sports, music, One of her track coaches remarked that he'd never seen anyone quite like Sabrina. She was always shorter than her classmates, never trained a day to run, but then would beat his best runner without breaking a sweat in sprints or long distance. My gut clenches, and my desire deepens at the reminder, making me want her even more. Fuck, I think after reading that report, even Sid, who is not gay, was intrigued, and I know that she probably had the same thoughts I did. Someone like Sabrina would make the perfect submissive, and how exciting it would be to break her in. I don't think we'll want your help. Sabrina's voice snaps me from my reverie, and a moment of panic sweeps through me as I see she is on the verge of leaving, her anger washing away any desire or fascination she'd had for me gone at the thought that I may want to harm her sister, which is also telling, and has now shown me exactly what her weakness is. Her family. No, that's not what I intend to do. I opt to tell her the truth, or part thereof. I want to ask Tara some questions, that's all. Stopping Sabrina as she lifts the glass to her lips, I take it from her, making sure our hands brush. Why don't I take this? I don't want alcohol clouding your judgment. I'd say the alcohol had started to lull me into a false sense of thinking for a moment that you might actually want to help us. She starts reaching forward for her purse she'd put on the coffee table as we sat down, although not enough to thankfully see past what you're trying to do. All I'm trying to do is offer you my help. I reach out and stop her from picking up her purse. Wait. My hand is covering hers, and I see her starting to melt into my touch once again, but she forces herself to snap out of it and yanks her hand and purse from beneath mine. I let her, and she shoves the strap of her purse over her shoulder but doesn't rise from the sofa. I promise I won't even talk to Tara without you present. I see her hesitate. You can even have your sugar daddy. Sam, was it? With you. Her eyes narrow and a brow rises. Go on, she prompts. I will even sign a contract that you can draw up stating that I won't go near Tara or allow my men to ask her any questions when they find her. I'm making this up as I go in a desperate attempt to lull her back into a state of curious desire. Fuck, she's even more than I could ever have imagined, and so much more challenging. My desire is rising to a level that's never hit before, and I know one thing. I will have her tonight. Not only will I have her, but she'll be begging me to take her. You can word it as you want, and I will sign it with no questions asked. She sizes me up, and I can see her mind ticking over through those beautiful blue eyes that have spent years hiding just how fucking intelligent and sharp little Miss I'm a Sassy Rebel really is. I'll think about it. She tilts her head, knowing she won this round, and fuck me if she hasn't, because I really would have promised her just about anything to get her not to storm off at that moment. Jesus. What the fuck is happening to me? When did I lose control of this narrative? But rather than annoyance at having my control challenged, my desire heats up as I realize Sabrina thinks she has the upper hand. The hunted is trying to become the hunter. I take in a breath as I observe her. Fuck, she's magnificent. How about we drink to that? No. Sabrina's hand grabs mine and stops me from reaching out for drinks on the coffee table. The heat sparks between us as our skin touches and her eyes widen with the jolt, locking with mine. A slow smile spreads across my lips, my hand curling around hers. Your skin is just as soft and silky smooth as your hair. My voice is low, carrying promise as I feel the softness of her palm. My hand clasps hers while my other runs slowly up her arm. I watch the shiver ripple down her body as her skin responds to my touch. Sabrina, Wasting no time, I pull her back against the sofa, my mouth tracing the shell of her ear. My teeth nip gently while my other hand grips her jaw, turning her head to grant me access to her neck. Her scent envelops me, and every compliment I murmur is a spark that draws her deeper into desire. I feel her melt beneath my touch, and I guide her face to look at mine. "Stand up and let me look at you," I tell her, the words soft but laced with authority. Her eyes are wide with a flicker of something close to astonishment. Sabrina hesitates, but only for a second before I flick my thumb over her nipple through the fabric of her blouse, feeling it harden beneath my touch, making her gasp. "Stand and let me look at you." Repeating the command, I squeeze softly this time, cupping her breast, kneading it and drawing a rich moan from deep within her. "This is the last time I will tell you." Sabrina's body instinctively arches towards mine, clearing any doubt from my mind that she wants this, as the darkening of her eyes reveals her need. "Stand and let me look at you." Sabrina rises, unsure, confused, and surprised by her compliance. A thrill surges through me as she stands there in front of me, warring with herself. Her body is weak with want and curious with what I'm offering, while her sharp mind is trying to spark a rebellion. I sit, savoring every second. My eyes devour her petite, toned form and skin. I feel a surge of desire and excitement for what lies ahead. "Beautiful," I murmur. "Turn around." My voice brooks no argument. Sabrina swallows, and I can see a spark of defiance right before she slowly turns. The soft hem of her dress raises and swishes with her, giving me a glimpse of her milky-toned thighs. "Do I meet your standards?" Sabrina sneers mockingly, her head turning to look at me. "Did I give you permission to speak?" I query in a harsh tone. I see the surprise once again flicker in her eyes before they darken with anger, her cheeks flushing with humiliation. Before she retorts, I'm off the sofa and standing behind her. My one hand wraps around her throat, pulling her back against me while the other slips beneath the hem of her dress, feeling her naked ass, not at all protected by the lacy thong she's wearing. "You've never done this before, have you?" I slide my hand over the soft curves of her ass before gliding beneath the thin fabric. My finger slips between her cheeks, grazing over her puckered hole. Sabrina sucks in a sharp breath, her whole body jerking against me as I circle it, wondering if anyone has entered it. "Answer me, Sabrina," I whisper into her ear, feeling her shiver. She arches toward my hand as I slip it down and round to her dripping, wet pussy, a telltale sign of desire. "If you're hoping I'm a virgin, you're going to be disappointed because, yes, I've done this before, plenty of times." She quips sassily, deliberately playing dumb as to what I asked her. "In fact, I love sex." I know that's meant as a barb. It was an act of defiance and a last bid at her not losing control or giving in to the darkness, slowly luring her in. I squeeze a little tighter on her throat and circle her clit with my thumb, eliciting a strangled moan from her as her body grinds down onto my digit. "What do you expect?" she retorts. "You have your hand in my pants teasing my clit." Her defiance makes me smile. I pinch her swollen clit hard, and she lets out a squeal that turns into a moan, long and rich as it escapes her throat. Beneath my fingers, I feel the little nub throb for more. "Do you want your release, Melankaya?" I demand. "Do you want to drench my fingers in your cum as I drive you to the heights of ecstasy?" "Oh, God!" Sabrina breathes, trying to hang on to what little control she has left as she tries to rub her greedy little pussy against my finger. You give me what I want and I'll let you have your release. Do you want me to suck your cock or let you ram it in my ass? Her voice is nasty with an angry edge meant to cut at me, but instead her defiance only fuels my desire. Her body is shaking uncontrollably as she arches against me. I suck in a sharp breath and push my throbbing cock against her while she grinds into my thumb, trying to stimulate her tight little clit. If and when I want to do that, trust me, I will. I promise, my mouth close to her ear. But not before you're begging me to do it to you. I'll never beg for anything, she responds, her voice barely audible as she struggles to maintain her control. But I can feel her body starting to win the fight against her stubborn brain that refuses to let go as she writhes with need. Is that so? I challenge and start to move my fingers in and out of her pussy. Yes, Sabrina breathes, starting to move in time with my fingers, and I move my hand from her throat to clamp it around her waist for support, tilting her slightly forward to give me better access to her dripping sex. Faster, harder, I need more. I feel her starting to crest and mercilessly pull my hand from her pussy. Her juices glisten over my fingers and thumb. I have to stop myself from tasting her or pulling down my pants and replacing my fingers with my cock. Fuck! She's nearly pushed me to a point of losing control. But I gather my composure and bite down on the overwhelming desire to fuck her, giving her what she wants. Get into the room. I pull my arm from around her waist and she stumbles forward. Her purse still dangles from her shoulder as she grabs the door to steady herself. What? Her head swivels toward me. Her eyes are wide with confusion, desire, and the agony of the need for the release from the flames licking at the apex between her legs. Please, get into the bedroom, Melankaya. I order, my tone brooking no arguments. Don't make me tell you twice. She fumbles with the door handle before pushing it open and stepping inside. I follow her in and watch as she takes in the bedroom. The low cast of golden light sets the mood beautifully, catching the heavy velvet drapes that pool like dark wine on the floor. Thick silk cords hang loose between them, perfect for joining a pretty set of wrists to the slats of the king-sized headboard. Sabrina's desire-filled body quivers like she's anticipating that very thing. As I shut the door behind us, her eyes dart toward me, confusion and need playing tug-of-war with her ready-to-ignite body. Are you happy now, sir? She mocks. From here on out, that's how you will address me when I give you permission to speak. Her brows rise and she gives me her "are you fucking kidding me" look. But before she can speak, I walk over to her, take her purse from her shoulder, toss it on the bedside table, and then place the finger I had in her pussy against her lips. I haven't given you permission to talk, little slut. I see her eyes flicker in shock at what I've called her. Her cheeks heat with humiliation. I know it's not because of what I called her, but because she likes hearing me call her that. Open your mouth. Her lips part and I slide my finger inside. Do you taste that? I step closer. That's your desire from your hungry little pussy. My voice is low while my eyes hold hers. I take my finger from her mouth and grab her chin. As you're new to this, I'll tell you how it works. My eyes flicker to the gold curtain rods, an idea forming before looking at her again. I give you an order. You carry it out. If I'm pleased with how you obey, I reward you. If you disobey, I punish you. If I'm not happy with how you performed, I punish you, not to hurt you, to remind you of the control you've given me. Sabrina nods slowly, but her voice is raw. So, you want everything to be about you? And for me to let you treat me like your slave? I freeze. Sabrina's words hit harder than I expect. No, Melenkaya, I say softly, shaking my head. This isn't about control for the sake of power. It's about freedom. It's about creating a space where you can finally let go, where the world outside doesn't exist and the only thing that matters is what you feel, right here, with me. No decisions, no responsibilities, just surrendering to your own pleasure and letting someone else carry the weight for a change. Her eyes flicker, her breath hitching. In this room, you don't have to think. You don't have to be the smart one, the strong one, or the one always holding everything together. You just have to feel. Let me take the reins and I'll take you further than you've ever dared go on your own. I pause, my voice dropping deeper. And in return, you get me. My protection, my focus, my obsession. You become the center of my world when I'm inside you. What I do is take you apart and put you back together until you feel so much you forget even pain. She swallows hard, her lips trembling now. You call me sir, I say, gently tilting her chin higher. Not because I own you, but because I've earned your submission.
Chapter 10. Sabrina. I should run. That's what my mind is screaming at me as Alexei stands before me, larger than life, watching me with those impossibly blue eyes, like he already owns my soul. My mind is tempted to engage in a physical altercation, citing numerous dangers, foolishness, and irresponsibility. Yet my body is already on fire. I feel the pull of his voice in my bloodstream, the command in his gaze, searing through every layer I thought could protect me. "Do you trust me?" he asks again. I catch my breath. I want to say yes. God, I want to trust him. But my stupid brain won't shut up long enough for the words to form. "Can I try?" I whisper, hating the vulnerability in my voice. His head tilts slightly, a faint smile on his lips. "It's all or nothing, Sabrina." The sound of my name in that voice does something to me. I feel it in my nipples, my clit, and the base of my spine. "This is your last chance to leave," he says, gesturing toward the door. "Walk away now, and we'll forget this happened. But if you stay, there's no going back. You don't have to submit all at once. That takes time, training. But you submit completely to me." Oh, so now I'm a dog that needs training? I almost bite out the words, but they catch on my tongue, and instead I bite my lip. His gaze doesn't waver. "If you stay, I expect obedience. If you give me your submission, I will protect it. You won't regret it. I promise you." Every inch of me aches for what he's offering. Possession, devotion, release. But that damn voice in my head is still trying to make sense of it. "Can we just give it a try?" I ask, desperate to hold on to some sliver of control. "No," he says simply. "What will it be, Sabrina?" I stare at him, swallowing hard. "This is it, Sabrina. He's given you a chance to walk away. Do it. Do it now." But my fucking feet won't. They seem to be firmly fixed in place. My brain is saying, "I'm out of here. That's my decision." However, as I prepare to tell him, it feels as though my tongue is under a spell. "I want to stay." The words tumble from my lips, startling me. And why do you want to stay? Alexei presses. Because... My brain is whirling, but my body no longer responds to its commands. It has a new master now, and he's staring at me with intense blue eyes. I want you, I murmur. I couldn't hear you. Speak up. Alexei barks out the command. Now that my brain has relinquished control, I allow my system to operate autonomously. You. I want you, sir. His brow lifts. And? There's no going back or denying it now. This, I breathe. I want this. I didn't hear you. I want this, sir, I say louder. The word sir scorches my lips. His eyes darken, but he doesn't smile. Drop your dress. Slide the straps from your shoulders and let it pool at your feet. My heart pounds so loud I can hear it in my ears. My clit pulses with heat as I slide the straps off my shoulders and let the silky black dress slither down my body to the floor. Goosebumps rise across my skin as I stand in nothing but black lace and heels. Beautiful, Alexei says. And fuck me, that word. That one word means more than it should. It strokes something deep and achy in me, fanning a sense of pride that Alexei is pleased by what he sees. Go to the window, he commands, and bring me one of the gold curtain cords. I step out of the pool of silk, walk across the room, and pull the tie free from its hook. It coils like a serpent in my hand. My skin tingles with anticipation as I walk back to Alexei. He watches me, his expression unreadable. Offer it to me. Get on your knees and ask me to bind you with it. I hesitate for half a second. Then I drop to my knees, holding the cord out in both hands and bowing my head. Please, sir, would you bind me with this cord, if it pleases you? My voice shakes, my voice trembles, but not out of fear, with want. Alexei takes the cord from my hands, his fingers brushing mine. Look at me. I lift my eyes. Do you trust me? He asks again. I hesitate, the last bit of doubt lingering. Forget who you are out there. Forget who I am out there. He points to the door. In here, it's just us, master and submissive. You give me your trust, and I will never break it. I'll never harm you. If you ever feel uncomfortable, you say the word, and we stop. He crouches in front of me, brushing a strand of hair from my face. Pick your safe word. Daffy, I blurt. It was my favorite cartoon as a kid. I realize I just spoke out of turn. My eyes widen. Sorry, I've spoken without permission, sir. The apology slides off my tongue without a single hesitation, and a tiny part of me is disgusted. That part of me that still won't switch off sends a faint rush of humiliation through me. Don't do that. His knowing eyes hold mine. There is no humility here. There is no shame. Understand? Unable to trust my voice, I nod, and he smiles. It hits me like a bullet to the chest. It's not cruel. It's not smug. Just pleased. And that gives me a feeling of such pride it overwhelms me. What the fuck? Am I this needy? Look at me, Malinkia. Alexei takes my chin and lifts it. You are perfect, and what you are giving to me. His eyes fill with emotion and burning desire. It is the most special thing one person can give another. So never, ever feel anything other than proud of who you are, because you, Malenkia, are fucking perfect. Emotion clogs my throat, and he leans forward to press a soft kiss on my lips. Daffy is our safe word, he says softly before standing, and his demeanor changes to one of commanding control once again. Now, hold out your wrists. I do as I'm told. The excitement sparks with the anticipation of what's to come, washing away the last fragments of doubt. Alexi's fingers are deft but gentle as he loops the cord around my wrists, tying them snugly, but not tight. He tests it, then tugs gently, pulling me to my feet. He leads me beside the bed. I stand, panting, blood rushing in my ears as he circles me, then stops by the nightstand. Opening the drawer, he pulls out a night mask and slips it over my head, covering my eyes. I try to quell the panic rising inside me. I don't like to be blindfolded. But then I feel his fingers sliding into my panties and slipping between the folds of my pussy lips, and the darkness is forgotten as a groan escapes my lips. That's right, Malenkia. Relax. Let go. Trust me. His clever fingers rub, tap, and gently squeeze my clit, while another finger slips inside me. Oh, I can't stop the word from escaping as he starts to fuel my desire, teasing me with the promise of release. But just like he did before, he pulls his hand away, leaving me hanging, wanting and panting for more. He pushes me, and I fall onto the bed, only to feel something cold and hard slide against my skin. Oh God, it's a knife. He's going to kill me. But it slides beneath my bra strap and slices through it. Alexei does the same to the other side. Fuck, this is my best bra. He could have asked me to remove it. But I don't have time to ponder as he unhooks it from behind and pulls it clear. I hear him suck in his breath as my breasts become naked, my nipples hardening from the cool air in the room. His hands cup them, weigh them, knead them, tweaking and pinching my nipples, sending me into a needy frenzy. Your nipples are sensitive, but you enjoy the slight sting of them being pinched, don't you, Malenkia? I feel the bed beside me dip with his weight as he leans across me, and I suck in a breath as his soft, wet tongue flicks, licks, then swirls around, first one, then the other nipple. Your breasts fit perfectly into the palm of my hand, Malenkia, like they were made for them. His words make my stomach clench again, and my heart swells with pride that he's pleased with them. What the fuck, Sabrina? My mind screams at me. This is humiliating. You don't need this man's approval. Your body is perfect. That feeling of humiliation starts to wash over me again, but I squash it, and it fades once again when I feel Alexei stand. The heat of his body disappears, leaving me feeling cold and alone. Lie down, he orders, and I do, because I really, really want. No, I need the reward he's promising for my obedience. As soon as I'm lying down, he secures my hands to the headboard, running his hands down my arms, over my sides, with his thumb brushing the sides of my breast. I try desperately to arch into him. He chuckles. Be patient, Malenkia. This is not a race. No, but I feel like I'm running a race, one with no end in sight, and I'm getting desperate for that end, for release, or I fear I will go mad with desire. His hands slide down my body, dragging my panties with them until he pulls them off. Your pussy is hairless, he observes, sitting next to my butt and strumming my soft mound with his fingers. Spread your legs as wide as you can. I swallow. I'm glad I can't see as the heat scorches my cheeks. But I can't help myself. I obey Alexei. I spread my legs, knowing with a deep shame that I want to show him my pussy. I want to expose myself to him, give myself to him. Oh, Jesus, I'm fucking doing this. I'm living out one of my secret fantasies. Chapter 11. Sabrina. I'm snapped from my thoughts when I feel something tied around my ankles. Beautiful, Alexei breathes. His voice travels to me from the end of the bed. I know he's looking at me, fully exposed and vulnerable. I jump when his lips come down on me. He tastes me, his tongue swirling around my clit as he French kisses my pussy. While I can't see through the blindfold, it heightens everything. The silk is soft against my eyes, and the bindings keep me still, secure, but at the same time trapped, creating the feeling of being in danger. But deep inside, I know I'm not. It's thrilling, like teetering on the edge of a high cliff with the threat in front of me, knowing I can't fall because I'm anchored to the ground. As I reach the brink of coming, I see an explosion of color behind my eyelids, but he pulls away, and I want to cry out in agony, but I bite my lip and wait. I ache with anticipation, knowing Alexei is still near, watching me. Every nerve ending in my body feels like it's drowning with the hope that any moment now, his body will be on mine. And then his lips come down on me again. The pressure of his mouth on my pussy shocks me and fills me at once. I gasp, feeling his tongue slip between my folds and swirl around my clit. I cry out, tugging against the bindings as he sends wave after wave of pleasure through me. Don't come yet, little slut. His voice snaps at me through the darkness. I have not given you permission to. His warm breath blows on my exposed clit, and his voice vibrates through my most sensitive flesh, making me writhe, my hips instinctively arching up toward him, trying to entice his lips to latch on to my pussy again. But he moves, and my skin feels cold in the place where he was, indicating that he has stood up. His heat has vanished from my legs, from the apex of them, and I am unable to suppress the tiny wail that rips from my throat. No. Are you being disrespectful, little slut? Alexei snaps. Once again, hearing him call me a little slut does something to me it shouldn't. It slams through me, heightening my desire. No, I'm sorry, sir. I stammer, trying not to squirm or push my butt into the bed to try and get some relief. This is a punishable offense, Alexei barks. I hear him fiddling, like he is rifling through something. I turn my head, trying to figure out what he's doing, and then thwack! The soft sting of something that feels like leathery tails lands on my right thigh. I jump and yelp, more in shock than pain, and it's more a tickling sting than a painful one, a sting that goes right to my pleasure center, making me want more. Swish, thwack. Another bite of whatever he's wielding hits me on the other thigh, and I pull against my restraints. Sucking in my breath, I feel something soft run over my mound, tickling my clit, before another 2 smacks land on my thighs. What do you say, little slut? Alexei asks in a deadly voice that frightens me, but at the same time sends delicious shivers down my spine. I'm sorry, sir, for being so demanding, I cry, my body vibrating with need and desperate for release. What can I do to make it up to you, sir? Lift your ass, Alexei orders, and I do it. He shoves a few pillows under it and loosens the restraints on my ankles, before bending my knees. Then Alexei leaves me. The room goes silent, and I listen, but can't hear him. My heart starts to pound. Has he left me? Is this more of my punishment? As the panic begins to rise, I feel the bed dip at the foot, and he slides between my legs. This time, I can feel his warm, naked skin, and the anticipation builds to boiling point. He's finally going to fuck me. Tears spring into my eyes, and I have no idea why the thought of him fucking me is making me so emotional and, oh, I hiss as Alexei lathers something cold and slimy over my clit, and within moments it starts to warm. No, not just warm, it ignites it. It's a slow, pulsing burn that fans out like a sensual fire across my most sensitive nerves. The slick gel coats me in heat, amplifying every breath, every flutter of sensation, until it feels like even the air around my body is vibrating. Alexei, sir, I pant, but he doesn't answer. I hear the low hum of something switching on, followed by a soft, mechanical buzz that makes my heart stutter. It sounds like a vibrator. He presses it against my clit. I inhale deeply, and the sensation sends a surge of pleasure up my spine. I arch off the bed, only to be yanked gently back by the restraints. The vibration isn't harsh. It's a low, pulsing thrum that teases the edges of my sanity, made unbearable by the heat from the gel already stoking the fire beneath my skin. Fuck, I cry, my voice raw. He doesn't let up. The toy moves in slow, deliberate circles before Alexei slides it inside me. My walls clench around it, the friction of the gel against the rubber heightening the maddening stimulation. Oh, God, sir, please. I can barely speak, my voice breaking into gasps. The vibration continues, relentless and steady, rolling through me as he teases my clit again with his fingers. I'm burning and drowning and coming apart at the seams. I'm so close, right there, right at the fucking edge when he pulls the vibrator out. No, please, I cry out, tears springing to my eyes. I'm panting, wrecked, shaking. Please, sir, don't stop, please. The sobs shake my throat. But instead of giving me what I crave, he rolls the vibrator over my skin, down my inner thigh, over my belly, and across my nipples, even brushing my lips with it. Each pass leaves a trail of goosebumps and torment, the heat from the gel clinging to me like a second skin. Please, please, sir, I beg, my voice cracking. I'm begging you. I need it. Please let me come. The vibrator's noise stops. I hear it land beside me on one of the bedside tables before Alexei moves. His weight settles over me. Warm skin meets mine. His scent, musk, spice, and something darkly male, wraps around me like silk. His cock presses against my entrance, the tip teasing and nudging. The hair at the base of him brushes my throbbing clit. My hips jerk. My body is frantic. Is this what you want, little slut? He growls, his breath brushing my cheek. Yes, I whisper. I'm sorry. What was that? Yes, sir, I cry louder. I want this. I want you to bend me to your will. I want you to have your way with me. I want you to teach me. Please, sir, teach me. There's silence, agonizing silence. Then his voice, dark, deep, deliberate. Tell me, Sabrina, who do you belong to? tears slide from beneath the blindfold and trail down my cheeks. You, Alexei, sir, I belong to you.
Alexei. Those words, those fucking words, they shatter something in me. She belongs to me. No hesitation, no deflection, just pure, naked surrender. Good girl. I growl and crush my mouth against hers as I slam my rock-hard cock into her, burying myself deep in her tight, slick heat. She gasps into my mouth, her bound wrists tugging against the silk cords, and her legs clamp around me like she never wants to let go. I start to move, long, hard thrusts. My hips roll as I grind against Sabrina's clit, letting my cock drag across every soaked, desperate inch of her. The gel is warming and enhancing the pleasure for both of us. Not that I need that, as just being inside her is already enough pleasure for me. Her body is trembling, crying out for the release I've denied her for too long. I press my forehead to hers, my voice ragged. Come for me, little slut. Come all over my cock. She doesn't need to be told twice. As I slam a little harder into her, her body arches, her back bowing, and a strangled scream tears from her throat as her orgasm rips through her. Her pussy clenches around me, pulling me deeper, tighter. I thrust twice more, lose control, and spill into her with a growl. My world narrows down to the feel of her, the sound of her pleasure and the scent of her skin mixed with sex and submission. She's perfect. She's mine. As her body softens beneath me, her breath slowing as we come down from the pulsing waves of pleasure, I reach up and unhook her wrists, gently guiding her arms down. She sighs, limp and trembling in that sweet, raw way only true release can bring. I shift onto my side and pull her with me, cradling her close against my chest. She curls into me like a satisfied, warm, pliant kitten, her breath brushing softly over my skin. Her fingers twitch against my chest before she lets out a soft, contented sigh. Within seconds, her breathing evens out, slow and steady, as she slips into sleep. I hold her tighter. My arm locks around her like she's something precious I'm terrified to lose. And she is. Everything about her has shattered my control and rewritten my rules. She is now mine, the little rebel with too much fire and too much heart. No other submissive will do, not after this, not after Sabrina. And I will do everything in my power to keep her, even if it means I have to burn down hell to do it.
Chapter 12. Sabrina. The soft buzz of my phone drags me up from somewhere deep. At first, I don't move. I'm warm, cocooned in soft bedding, and something else. Something heavier and far more dangerous. It takes me a second to register the thick, muscled arm draped around my waist, anchoring me in place like I belong here, like this is home. Alexei. His scent is everywhere, on the sheets, on my skin, buried in my hair. My body still aches from what we did. My thighs are tender, my wrists feel slightly sore, and my clit, Jesus. Just the thought of his mouth, his voice, that blindfold, makes my pussy throb again. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block it out. I can't go there. Not again. The phone buzzes again, and I carefully slide out from beneath Alexei's arm. He shifts slightly, murmuring something in Russian under his breath, but doesn't wake. I grab the phone from my purse on the bedside table, my fingers trembling slightly as I check the screen. Sam. Clyde's alive. Found him in a hospital in New York. Call me. My heart stops for a beat. Sam has found Clyde. Does that mean he has Tara as well? I stare at the message, stunned, trying to push the chaos of last night out of my mind. I tiptoe across the room and start collecting my things, moving quietly as I slip my dress back on, gather my panties from the floor, and find my shoes. I see my bra on the chair and pick it up. The straps have been cut, so I won't be able to use it again. Fuck, it has been so hard to find one with these very thin straps that hid beneath the ones of my little black dress. I shove it into my purse with my panties. Behind me, the sheets rustle.
Sabrina?
His voice is low, gravelly with sleep, and it slides over my skin like a silk scarf. I freeze. Oh.
Is everything okay?
I turn slowly, finding him propped up on one elbow, the sheets barely covering his hips. His hair is tousled, his chest broad and bare and impossible to ignore. Even sleep-softened, there's a dangerous power in him. I swallow. Oh, it's my mom. She just texted. Elena's being restless.
Elena?
His brow furrows.
Who's Elena?
I brace myself. My daughter. The words hang in the air like smoke.
You have a daughter?
He asks slowly, like he's not sure he heard me right. I nod. She's 8 months old, and she stays with my mom on the weekends when I work. I try to smile, to shrug it off like it's no big deal. I need to get to her. Sorry to leave like this. There's a flicker of something in his eyes. Shock, confusion, maybe something else I don't have time to unpack. I have bigger things that need my attention, like the fact that Sam may just have found my sister. He sits up, sheets falling to his lap, his abs flexing with the movement. And, Jesus, why does he have to look like that first thing in the morning?
Can I take you?
He offers. No. It comes out too quickly, too sharp. I scramble for an excuse. I have my car. You should go back to sleep. His gaze lingers on me, heavy with unspoken thoughts, but he doesn't push.
Of course.
I nod, give him a tight smile, clutching my purse tighter, and quickly slip on my shoes. My heels click softly against the floor as I slip out the door, my heart pounding like I've just done something wrong. Maybe I have. By the time I reach the foyer of the Golden Lights, I'm already dialing Sam. He answers on the second ring.
Sabrina?
Is she with him?
No.
His voice is tight.
She was gone by the time I got here. But don't worry, I'm looking for her.
I grip my phone tighter. Where is she, Sam?
I don't know yet.
Sam's voice is low, and I can hear the edge of concern in it. Doesn't Clyde know where she is? There's a pause before Sam tells me,
Clyde's in a coma, Sabrina, and it's not looking good. He was shot twice, once in the chest and then in the stomach.
Oh my God. Shock pulses through me. Is he going to live?
I don't know.
Another pause.
I'm going to stay here until he wakes up. And while I'm here, I've got some contacts digging around to find her.
He clears his throat.
Listen, I've already called your mother to let her know I'm looking for Tara now, and she's fired that idiot PI.
Another extended silence.
You can tell Alexei Mirochin his services are no longer required as well.
A strange sensation prickles through my chest. Not relief. Not entirely. There's a flash of disappointment, sharp and bitter, and I hate that I feel it. That's good, I managed to say, keeping my voice steady.
Are you okay, kid?
Sam asks, gentler now. I don't answer right away. How am I? I've just spent the night submitting to a Bratva prince who now knows I have a child. I'm exhausted, raw, sore, and drowning in sensations I don't fully understand. I'm fine, I lie, hoping I sound convincing enough.
Good.
Sam breathes a sigh of relief.
For a moment there, your voice sounded like something had happened.
No, I say, a little too quickly. Nothing happened. I think what you heard was disappointment and concern over Tara not being with Clyde.
Don't worry, kid. I'll find her,
Sam promises. Thank you, Sam. My voice wavers, and I hate it.
Stay out of trouble while I'm gone,
he says softly.
I don't want your daddy haunting me because I let anything happen to another one of his daughters.
Tara isn't your fault, Sam, I remind him.
That's debatable, Sam mutters. I must go. I'll call you as soon as I have more news.
The call ends, and I stand there for a moment, just breathing, trying to pull myself together before I head for the car, keys clenched tight in my hand like a lifeline. By the time I reach my apartment, the sun's creeping higher into the sky. I lock the door behind me and lean against it for a second. Then I pull out my phone and type out a message to Alexi. Thanks for the offer, but we have someone more reliable looking for Tara now. I stare at it. I should leave it at that, but my thumb hovers. Should I thank him for last night? For the mind-blowing, life-altering sex that still has my legs trembling? No. I bite the inside of my cheek. Don't be stupid. You're not 16. You don't thank a man for making you feel like your soul shattered and was rebuilt through your pussy. I hit send before I can do something I'll regret. Dropping the phone on the couch, I head for the shower. I need to wash the night off me. His scent, his taste, the imprint of his mouth on my skin. I need to scrub him out of my pores and try to reclaim my sanity. But even under the hot spray, as the steam curls around me and the water slides over every aching inch of my body, I can still feel him. His mouth on my nipples, his hands holding me down, his hard shaft buried inside me as I scream out his name, and his voice, soothing, commanding, worshipping. I press my forehead against the tiles, my breath catching, because no matter how hard I scrub, I can't seem to wash that away, not even a little.
Chapter 13. Alexi. I watch Sabrina leave, her hurried steps and tense shoulders betraying more than her words. Something doesn't sit right. She mentioned her mother and a restless child. Elena, her daughter. The revelation that she has a child is a surprise, one I should have known. I dial Sid's number. Follow Sabrina, I instruct. Why? She asks in surprise. Didn't you work things out last night? I think she's lying about the message she received. All right. Sid agrees to do what I've asked. Did you know Sabrina has a daughter? Yes, it was in the report I provided last week. Damn it. How the fuck did I miss that? Your blind obsession made you overlook it? Sid quips. Not funny, I snap. Get after her, she's heading to her car. I end the call and step into the shower, the hot water doing little to wash away my frustration. Afterward, I find a message from Sabrina. Thanks for the offer, but we won't be needing your help to find Tara. Her polite dismissal feels like a door slammed in my face. It's not just about the investigation. She's pulling away from everything, including the connection we began to forge. Anger simmers beneath the surface as I contemplate my next move. My gaze lands on the expensive wristwatch on the dresser. An idea forming. If she won't accept my help willingly, perhaps a nudge in the right direction is necessary.
Sabrina. Sunday mornings usually bring a sense of calm. I spend them window shopping, doing groceries, tidying up the apartment, and then fetching Elena after lunch. But today, my mind is a tangled mess, replaying last night's events with Alexei. The memory of his touch sends a shiver down my spine, a twinge of desire I force myself to ignore. Deciding to fetch Elena earlier than usual, I hope her presence will anchor me, pulling me away from thoughts of him. As I search for my keys, my phone rings. It's Heather Gold, my boss. My heart sinks. Working on a Sunday night is the last thing I want. "Hello, Heather," I answer, trying to mask my reluctance. "Sabrina, I need you to come to the hotel. It's urgent." Heather's tone is clipped, and not like her usual cheerful tone. "Is everything all right?" "Just come in as soon as you can." An uneasy feeling settles in my stomach. I call my mother to inform her of the unexpected work call. "Don't worry about our little princess," Carla assures me. "She's happy here. Take your time." I arrive at the Golden Lights Hotel, the place that has been my second home for years, and head to Heather's office. The stern expression on her face is a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. "Sit down," Heather says curtly, not bothering with a greeting or pleasantries. "What's going on?" I ask, anxiety creeping in. "First, I find out you've been fraternizing with a guest. Not just any guest. Alexei Mirochin, the man running our biggest competitor on the Strip." I'm taken aback, words failing me. "Then," she continues, placing a clear evidence bag on the desk containing an expensive gold watch, diamond cufflinks, and a wallet. "There's this. You stole from him and hid it in your dressing room?" "What? No, I've never stolen anything in my life," I stammer. "I didn't take anything from Alexei Mirochin. He watched me leave his room." "So you admit to being in his room?" "He offered to help find my sister," I explain, realizing how flimsy it sounds. "But not like that." "I don't care about the details," Heather interrupts. "You know our policies. No fraternizing with guests, especially not on hotel premises. You have 1 hour to clear out your dressing room and leave." She slides an envelope toward me. "This contains your wages for the month, plus 2 extra weeks. I know you have a baby." "Heather, I didn't steal this. I'm being set up," I implore her. I can't afford to lose my job. If I had stolen something, I wouldn't be stupid enough to hide it in my fucking dressing room at the hotel. "I'm sorry, Sabrina," she says, her tone softening slightly. "I can't risk the hotel's reputation. I've worked too hard to let anything jeopardize it." She shakes her head. "I've worked alongside the Molchanovs and Mirochins for decades without trouble. I can't go looking for any now." Numb, I nod, take the envelope, and head to my dressing room. As I pack my belongings, a storm of emotions brews within me. Anger, betrayal, confusion. On the drive to my mother's, my thoughts churn, each one leading back to Alexei. Why would he do this? Was it because I declined his help? Or was there another motive? It hits me like a sledgehammer. His words from the night before running through my mind. "You obey me, you get rewarded. You disobey or displease me, you get punished. And trust me, the punishment isn't always enjoyable." This was about not just controlling me in the bedroom anymore. The moment I said no, I didn't need his help with Tara. He needed to prove that he didn't just control me sexually, but owned my life. Before I realize it, I'm pulling into the parking garage of the Diamond Hotel and Casino. I climb out, slamming my car door shut, and lean against it, heart racing like I've just run a damn marathon. That's when I see them.
faint purplish marks circling my wrists. Alexi's cord, the one I asked him to bind me with, the one that turned me inside out with pleasure and trust. And now, betrayal. My reflection flashes in the glass of my window, and I barely recognize the woman staring back. I feel like I'm being buried under the weight of too many emotions. Shame, rage, humiliation, heartbreak. But I don't fold. No, I straighten, brushing my fingers over the bruises. These will be my proof. And then I remember something else. Sam. The damn surveillance system. I swipe open my phone and dial my old high school sweetheart, Marco. He answers on the third ring. Rina, tiny ballerina. His voice croons through the receiver, that smooth, familiar Italian accent wrapping around me like comfort. Long time, bella. Did you miss me? I need a favor, Marco. Anything for you, Bella. I don't hesitate. I tell him exactly what I need. You got it, Rina, he says with a smile in his voice. Give me 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll let you know when it's done. I end the call, feeling a little steadier, a little more confident as I stride into the Diamond Hotel lobby, fury in my veins and fire in my chest. I don't even make it to the reception desk. Sid intercepts me near the elevators like a damn bodyguard. I'll take her up, she tells the receptionist before turning to me. Sabrina. Don't you dare, I spin on her. Was it you? Are you and your boss proud of yourselves for setting me up? You thought you'd just destroy my name, my career, and I'd roll over? Sid blinks, stunned. What are you talking about? Oh, come on. I spit the words. Don't play dumb. You're the one who probably planted the evidence in my dressing room. Sabrina, I didn't. Save it. I glare at her as the elevator doors open. Let's just get this over with. When the elevator reaches the penthouse, I don't wait. I march out before the doors fully open and into the suite like a goddamn thunderstorm. My sneakers squeak across the marble as I zero in on the office. Alexei steps out before I can reach the door, his signature smug smile already in place. Well, well, he says, all cool confidence. I was wondering when you'd show up. I halt inches from him. I hope you're proud, I snap. You set me up to lose my job. Are you happy? Does it give you that Bratva thrill to ruin a single mom's livelihood? Not just my dancing career, but probably my law career, too. No one wants a lawyer who's a known thief. If you apologize, he says smoothly, you can come work for me. And if I don't? He shrugs like it's nothing. I'd have another think about that. What happens to your daughter if you go to prison? I'll have no choice but to fire your mother, too. And she'll owe back the deposit for her 2-year contract. Even though I'm Bratva, the law protects me, too. You know that. I flinch. Not from fear, but from the wound slicing through my chest. Now I know for sure how hard and fast I fell for a monster. Chapter 14. Sabrina. Why are you doing this? My voice drops. I can't stop the tremble. Because I said no to your help with Tara? Is your ego that fragile? Something flickers in his eyes, but it's gone too fast. You asked for my trust last night, I continue, forcing the words out through the knot in my throat. You told me you'd never hurt me. But I guess that promise only applied inside your precious pleasure zone. Out here in the real world, you're someone else entirely, just like you warned me. He doesn't deny it. His jaw is tight, silent. But I'm not like you. I don't have two versions of myself.
I'm still Sabrina, whether I'm in the bedroom or not. I only have one heart, one soul, one trust, and you shattered it. I draw a breath, my voice breaking. I'm not your toy to control. I'm a mother, a dancer, a woman with a mind and dreams. I'm not someone you get to break for fun. His eyes darken, but he doesn't step back.
All you have to do is apologize,
He says quietly.
and this will all go away. Then we can go into my office and discuss the terms of your new job, one where you can spend time with Elena and never have to dance for strangers again.
And there it is. He already sees me as his possession. It was never about helping me. It was about owning me, controlling me. No, I whisper, then louder. No. I watch his face twitch at the word. There, I said it again. No.
This will not end well for you, Sabrina,
He warns, low and dangerous.
or maybe it won't end well for you.
My phone buzzes. Right on time. I hold up a hand to silence Alexei, loving the way his nostrils flare with irritation. Good. Let him simmer. I swipe to answer, my voice smooth. Ciao, Marco.
Rina, mio piccola ballerina,
He says, warmth and mischief rolling off his tongue.
Esatto, dovresti avere quello che hai chiesto adesso.
Grazie, Marco, I murmur. E sai cosa fare? Se ne avrà bisogno? There's a pause. Then his voice drops to that dark promise I remember all too well.
One word from you,
He says in English, slow and deliberate.
and it's done.
I smile as I end the call and slide my phone back into my purse. When I lift my eyes to Alexei, he's already watching me with suspicion burning behind those stormy blues. Perfect. Something dark and satisfying tugs at me. Vindication, peppered with a dash of spite and a whole lot of triumph, which I know I'm going to regret later, as I'm none of these things. But it seems last night it wasn't just my dark desire Alexei freed. It was my darker ego.
You've joined the mob?
Alexei sneers.
You know they're more afraid of me than I am of them. I doubt they'd start a war with my family over our little spat.
Not everyone who speaks Italian is in the mob, I reply coldly. That's just stereotyping. I ignore how easily he's belittled what he's done to me by calling it a little spat. I'm already far too angry to test the limits of my temper any further. And for the first time in my life, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned actually makes sense to me. And this prick is about to have my fury unleashed on him. I step closer, rolling up my sleeves. Besides, I don't need the mob to help me with this. I don't need the help of any gangster. I show him my wrists, faint blooming bruises wrapping around them like his mark. You see, I say, the law protects me, too. His brows knit. I continue without giving him time to comment. You restrained me. I have bruising consistent with bondage. That, combined with what you did today, could be argued as coercive retaliation, especially with the imbalance of power between us. You're a Bratva prince with empire-level reach. I'm a dancer with a kid. His mouth opens, but I cut him off. If I take this to a prosecutor and spin the narrative the right way, it becomes assault, possibly false imprisonment. And let's not forget defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, sabotaging my employment using planted evidence. I give him a slow, sweet smile. That's defamation per se, Alexei. You don't even need a conviction for that to destroy your reputation.
Accusing someone falsely of a crime, especially theft, is actionable by law. His smirk falters.
What proof do you have?
Glad you asked. I pull out my phone, tap the screen, and hold it up. The video plays. Alexi's face drains of color. It's Ivan, clear as day on surveillance footage, slipping into my dressing room with a bag. Moments later, he moves my costume rack and tucks something behind the clothes.
That doesn't prove it was me,
he mutters. I swipe again. New footage. Ivan stands outside the Golden Stage hallway. Alexei steps into the frame, all 6-foot-something of arrogant mobster king. The audio crackles, but it's clean.
Is it done?
Alexei asks.
Yes, I hid the evidence in Sabrina's costume wardrobe.
Ivan confirms.
Good. Let's go tell Heather Gold that one of her dancers seduced me and stole my shit.
Alexei blinks. His jaw ticks once. Twice. You should know, I say softly, before you throw around words like illegal surveillance. That footage was legally obtained. You tripped motion sensors the moment Ivan stepped up to my dressing room door. The surveillance system was installed for my safety, after my mother was attacked by a masked man in her dressing room at the Ember Club. I keep my tone cool but firm. Heather Gold, Sam, Nicholas, they were all worried I'd be next. So they installed motion-activated cameras outside and inside certain areas of my dressing room. I add pointedly, I signed the consent form inside my dressing room. Just outside of it, the hotel has full legal right to monitor for safety. He opens his mouth, clearly ready to argue. I hold up a hand. Wait, I'm not done. One more swipe, and the final video plays. This one shows him tying my wrists with the curtain cord. His voice, clear, distinct, commanded me to hold still, to do a lot of other nasty things. No face shown on mine, but it's clearly me. The bruises are clear. The submission is clear. But the context? Oh, that's the fun part. It's been altered just enough to make it look non-consensual. Marco's that good. Alexei's eyes snap to mine. His voice is quiet but sharp.
Where the fuck did you get this?
I tilt my head. You know Heather doesn't trust just anyone with her penthouse, right? He frowns. You signed a waiver at check-in, Alexei. All guests staying in the hotel's highest suite consent to security oversight due to the value of the furnishings and art. You probably skimmed over it in your arrogance, but the fine print is airtight. I smile. I know, I wrote it. Heather asked me to look over the hotel's liability clauses last year. He steps forward.
I can still get around this.
Maybe, I reply. But even if you do, the damage is already done. You'll have a hell of a lot of explaining and cleaning up to do. His nostrils flare.
You're not scared, standing here in my den, showing me this?
Yes, I admit, my voice low but steady. I won't pretend I'm not petrified. I swallow, unashamed of the truth. You've made it very clear what you're capable of. Then I lift my chin, meeting his gaze dead on as I deliver the coup de grace. But do you remember that call I took earlier? He freezes. A flicker of recognition flashes across his face. If Marco doesn't hear from me in an hour, I let it hang, letting the weight of the threat settle between us. Let's just say several government agencies, ones desperate to bring your family down, will get everything I have. And trust me, what I have is enough to bury you in investigations for years. I take a slow breath. And by now, Marco's gathered even more. He's not going to stop until he's certain I'm okay.
I lower my voice, calm and razor sharp. Oh, you won't have any luck trying to find him. Not even the CIA can. When they need him, he finds them. He's untraceable, off the grid, and he doesn't scare easily.
Yet he called you,
Alexei says, as if he's tripping me up. I nod. Yes, because he's that confident he'll never be found. Just like you'll probably never see daylight again if he decides you're a threat.
Congratulations, Sabrina.
He grits his teeth.
We're at a stalemate.
No, I say, stepping closer. This isn't a stalemate, Alexei. This is checkmate. His eyes burn into mine. I'm not proud of having to stoop to your level, I say, feeling my voice wobble, but I don't care. I want him to know what he's done. Not that the fucking bastard will care. But you left me no choice. Tears start to burn the back of my eyes, and it mortifies me at how quickly this man got under my skin. When I walk out of here, I continue, you will not lay a hand on my mother or on Heather Gold. You started this war and dragged them into it. They have nothing to do with what's between us. You will leave me the fuck alone and not go near my sister when I find her. I glance at Sid, who has not said a word this whole time. And you'll call off your British bitch. I'm tired of her tailing me like I'm some flight risk. Sid blinks from behind him, stunned that I knew she'd been tailing me for over a week. Alexei doesn't answer. He just watches me. I spin on my heel and walk to the elevator, hoping he doesn't see how my legs tremble. I hold myself together until I reach my car. Once I'm out of the Diamond Hotel's reach, I pull into a quiet spot near the block and burst into tears. I don't cry because I lost my job. I cry because I now know exactly what he's capable of. And the worst part? I still wanted him to be someone different. But this is who he really is, and I'll never forget it.
Chapter 15. Alexei. I stand there like a fucking statue, rooted to the polished marble as Sabrina walks away from me. Her head held high, her hips swaying with the kind of defiant grace that makes me want to grab her and pull her back. But I don't. I just watch. Something fractures inside me, clean and sharp like glass under a boot heel. It's not rage, not exactly. It's not jealousy either. It's something deeper, something I haven't felt since I was 22 years old, standing on the edge of a fountain with a diamond ring burning a hole in my hand, and Judy Volkoff telling me no. I thought that was the worst feeling in the world. The twist of humiliation, the bitterness of rejection. But this is worse. Because with Sabrina, I didn't just want her, I needed her. I'm obsessed with her. And I underestimated her. Badly. I thought I could mold her, train her, possess her, but she's nothing like the girls I've broken before. She's intelligent, feral in her strength, fucking brilliant when backed into a corner. That damn video footage, the legal jargon, the way she didn't even flinch when she dropped her threats like a blade across my throat. She's got me by the balls, and we both know it. I can still feel the echo of her voice in the room, the way her lips curled around the word checkmate. And what scares me more than her threats, what rattles me to the core, she just walked away. She walked the fuck away, and I had nothing to hold her here with. Unless my mind drifts. Elena, the daughter I never knew Sabrina had until this morning, she's another mystery. Sabrina's protective armor cracked when she mentioned her. Could Elena be the key? Who is the father, the mysteriously dangerous Marco? The name makes my spine stiffen. I don't know who the fuck Marco is, but whoever he is, he scares me just as much as she does, because now I have some fucking black hat's eyes on me. As if I didn't have enough to contend with. I'm still reeling, trying to stitch my thoughts into something resembling a plan when, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" The sharp female voice cuts through the air like a whip. I turn slowly, my jaw ticking. Judy Volkov stands just inside the suite, arms folded, eyes blazing. Speak of the devil and you're sure to tramp on his tail. When the fuck did you get here? A while ago. She bites out. Fuck, I didn't even hear the elevator. You fucked Sabrina Kraft? She demands before I can get another word out. Fury blazes in her eyes. Seriously, Alexei? How long have you been standing there, Udina? I ask, using the name I know she hates. Her nostrils flare. Long enough to see you've lost your goddamn mind. Her gaze flicks to Sid, who's leaning against the far wall, arms crossed, lips pressed in a thin line. She hasn't said a word, just watching, judging. What do you want? I ask Judy coldly. She pulls a folder from her oversized bag and thrusts it into my chest. I brought you the marriage contract you asked me to draw up. Her eyes narrow. Jesus, Alexei, even for you, what you did to Sabrina is low. Gloating doesn't become you, Udina. I reply, clutching the folder. I'm not gloating, she says, but then smirks. Though I'll admit, watching a 5'0" woman kick your giant ass and slap your ego down a few stories without raising her voice, yeah, that was kind of satisfying. I glare and hold up the folder. Is this all you came here for? Her expression sobers. How long has this thing with Sabrina been going on? I arch a brow. Why do you want to know? So you can report back to Radomir and Lee? No, she snaps. Because I want to know if you are planning on keeping her as your mistress while marrying someone else. I stiffen. This contract is just a contingency plan, I say. A way to secure the Dragonovs' loyalty should they fail to accept the new terms I have to offer now that Irina is dead. That's all. Nice, she mutters, eyes filled with disgust. You'll never change, and I don't care what your aunt or cousin say, you're no different than your father. I'm nothing like my father, I hiss. If I was, you nor Victor would be alive today. I'd have killed both of you for how the two of you betrayed me. I never betrayed you. Judy's voice drops dangerously low. We had broken up, remember? Her eyes bore into mine. And it was you that broke it off. You who wanted to explore your campus options or your perversions. Do you blame me? I say nastily. My girlfriend of 6 years wouldn't open her legs for me. Thank God I had the sense not to. Judy gives as good as she gets. I'm not into all the shit you are. Maybe you're the reason I'm into that shit? I accuse. Sure, blame someone else for your crap. Judy sneers. It's just like you. If you're not shifting blame, you're twisting things to suit your narrative to ensure you're the one in control, blinding you from seeing anything you don't want to see. Oh, here we go again. I throw my hands in the air. Poor Udina, pretending to be pure to snag yourself a pakan. Only my father probably caught you spreading your legs for Victor, and that's how he knew you were nothing but a little whore. My eyes rake her body as my anger intensifies. I know it's not directed at her, but she's here, and we have unresolved issues that have bubbled to the surface with all this crap with Sabrina. I didn't want to believe him until 3 weeks after I proposed, you were suddenly getting married, and 8 months later, you gave birth to a son. I can do the math, sweetheart. Her face goes pale. You have no idea what you're talking about. Her voice shakes with rage. Oh, I think I do. I continue to taunt her. What really happened in the dungeon, Udina? I see her eyes widen some more and that haunting pain creep back in them. Were you fucking my father and uncle at the same time? When Victor found you and to save face, you cried rape. I know I'm being cruel, but I can't stop. Something is driving me on. Is that what happened, Udina? You couldn't let Victor know you were not pure like he thought you were, so you had to cry? Thwack. The slap comes like a thunderclap. My head jerks sideways, skin stinging. Fuck you, she hisses. Find yourself another attorney. I don't work for you. I work for Radomir, Victor, Maxim, and I will leave for London tomorrow to join Radomir and Lee after all. I knew this was a bad idea, but Radomir begged me to stay here to help Gavriel. You were never part of the deal. She spins and storms out. I stand there, cheek burning, shame creeping into my gut like poison. Sid still hasn't moved. You've got nothing to say? I snarl, turning on her. What the fuck do I pay you for? To tell you when you're being an asshole, she says coolly. Because right now, you're being a fucking giant one. I growl. If you've got something to say, Sid, just fucking say it. Everyone else has today. She pushes off the wall and walks toward me slowly, her eyes deadly calm. First, I agree with Judy. Setting Sabrina up, that was next level twisted, even for you. She shakes her head. And as for Judy, she stops in front of me. Are you really this blind, Alexei? I frown. Blind to what? The truth, she replies. It's been right before your eyes for the past, 12 years? What truth would that be? I rub my stinging cheek. Judy always did have a mean right hook. Sid stares at me like I've grown a second head. You say you can do math? She snorts. Jesus, Alexei, you need to go back to school. My math is fine, I bite out. No, it isn't, she says flatly. Judy's right, you know. You only ever see what you want to see, and let me guess, you never even questioned why Maxim was born a month early, huh? I blink. What are you saying? I'm saying Maxim was born 1 month premature, she says slowly. And Victor? He had a football injury when he was 17 that left him sterile. He and Judy only started dating when he was about 20. The world tilts beneath me. What? You and Judy never had sex, she continues, voice softening now. So if Victor can't have kids, and it wasn't you... Her words slam into me like a truck. Maxim. Maxim isn't Victor's son. But he isn't mine, either. Which means if Judy really was still a virgin when my father and uncle raped her because she refused to marry me, a punishment for daring to turn down the next head of a Bratva family. I stagger back, breath catching in my chest as I redo the math, and maybe Sid's right, I should go back to school. My heart beats like a war drum in my ears. I can't breathe. I can't think. I feel sick to my stomach as the thoughts churn through my head. My father and uncle had brutalized Judy and Victor because of me, and then they made me believe she betrayed me. I drop into the nearest chair, clutching the marriage contract in my hand like it's a lifeline and an anchor all at once. My world feels like it's falling apart as the outer shell breaks open and all the skeletons of my past tumble out. And it's my fault. All of it. Because I didn't see what was right in front of me. I didn't see Judy's pain. I didn't see Sabrina's strength. And I lost 2 people who were important to me because of my short-sightedness. Sid doesn't say anything more. She doesn't need to. 2 hours and a bottle of vodka later, I'm slouched in my office chair, the room dark except for the muted glow of my desk lamp and the slow swirl of amber in my glass. Sid's gone to get me something to eat. Or maybe she just needed to get away from the epic fucking mess I've become. The silent stretch is thick and heavy. Every now and then I hear the echo of Sabrina's voice in my head like a ghost that refuses to fade. Checkmate. The word makes my jaw clench every time. My phone buzzes, vibrating angrily across the polished desk. I ignore it at first until it starts again, this time longer, more insistent. I glance down. Unknown number. I almost let it go to voicemail. But something Something in my gut says answer it. I pick up. Mirachin. I growl, my voice hoarse and scratchy from vodka and bad decisions. This is Sam Winters. The voice snaps back, clipped and urgent. My brow furrows. The name slices through the haze. Who? Sam Winters. We met briefly at Sabrina's place the other night. I sit up straighter, the burn in my gut replaced by something colder. The sugar daddy. The what? Sam's voice spikes an octave. Are you fucking mad? His outrage rattles through the speaker like a slap. Sabrina's father was my best friend. Nikolas Vasilikis is practically my brother. I treasure my nuts too much to even think about going near that girl like that. She's like a goddamn daughter to me. I pinch the bridge of my nose, already regretting the words. What an insane thing to say. Sam hisses. Maybe I made a mistake calling you for help. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out first. Because yeah, maybe he did. But the second he says help and it's about her, the vodka haze vanishes like mist under fire. What's going on? I ask, voice dropping to something rougher, sharper. He exhales hard. I picked up a distress signal from her building. Sabrina's security system has been triggered and she's not answering her phone. My stomach drops. What kind of system? One I helped install myself. It's a motion-activated one, not some cheap shit, either. It only goes off when someone's either in her place, trying to get in, or if Sabrina triggered it herself, either panicked or in danger. Combine that with her silence, I don't like it. I'm the last person she wants to come to her rescue, I warn him. Look, I don't give a shit what she wants right now, and I don't really like the idea of having to turn to you either. By the sound of him, I know he's telling the truth. But there are 2 not-so-nice Russians in town looking for something they think Tara has, Sam says. Tara lived with Sabrina. You get where this is going? Too clearly. I'm already pushing my chair back. I'll make this clear for you. I don't trust you, Sam continues. But I know you're dangerous enough to make a difference if something's wrong and you speak Russian. I need eyes and firepower on the ground now there in Vegas, as I'm stuck out of state right now. I'm even more suddenly alert now. What Russians? Twins, Sam answers. At the moment, I'm still trying to figure out who they are. Up until 40 minutes ago, I thought they were still in New York until a contact of mine verified they boarded a plane to Vegas this morning. Are you getting the big picture now? My blood runs cold. You don't have to say more. I'm already out the door and collecting my men. I take that as a yes, you're going to help me. Like I said, I'm already out the door. Keep me updated, Mirachin. This is my number. Sam demands. I don't believe I'm going to ask this, but I need you to keep her safe until I'm back. I don't care if you have to fucking bind and gag her. Get her and her daughter somewhere safe. Those Russians don't fuck around. They've already put one of my best men in a coma. Who? I ask, heading out the door. Clyde Smithy. I believe you know him. Sam's words sent shock through me. Of course I know Clyde. He saved my life in Russia 2 years ago. He was Sid's partner when she still worked for Nikolas Vasilikis. Then something else dawns on me as I wait for the goddamn elevator. Was Clyde hiding Tara? I can't say, Sam says. Call me when you have news of Sabrina and she and Elena are safe. And Mirachin, don't make me regret calling you. He warns before hanging up. Where the fuck is Sid? I mutter, checking the time and hit the button as if that's going to hurry the machine up. As I wait for it, I feel the ice in my chest crack, replaced by something burning, a fury I haven't felt since. The doors to the elevator slide open. Where the hell are you going? Sid's voice rings out as I nearly collide with her, stepping in as she steps out with a takeout bag in one hand and her phone in the other. We're going to the car, I bark, already moving past her. Are Ivan and Lev downstairs? Yes, she blinks, stepping back into the elevator. What's happened? It's Sabrina. I grind out as I message Ivan for him and Lev to meet us in the basement. The man I thought was her sugar daddy calls me to go find her. Apparently, some silent alarm has been tripped at her apartment and she's not answering her phone. I finish telling her the story by the time the elevator finally hits the basement. Her eyes sharpen. "Who is this sugar daddy?" "Sam Winters." Her eyes boggle. "You thought Sam was Sabrina's sugar daddy?" She snorts. "Jesus, I hope you didn't say that to him." I don't answer. "You know him?" Of course she does. She worked for Nicholas for years. We don't waste another second as we climb in the SUV and Ivan takes off. And for the first time in hours, my heart isn't drowning in guilt. It's thundering with purpose. And I might just get to kill someone, which would also make me feel a whole lot better right now.
Chapter 16. Sabrina. I should have taken the damn phone with me. But Elena was fussy because she's teething, and I'd been so distracted trying to calm her down that I left my purse in the closet, which is where my phone still is. Probably vibrating uselessly, I'm sure. Sam told me the panic room he installed was soundproof, that nothing gets in or out, but I still feel every crash, every thud through the floor, including the one I just heard slam right into the false wall. My heart seizes. Please, please let them think it's just a panel in the wall. I press Elena tighter to my chest, my arm a shield across her little body. She's asleep for now, cheeks flushed pink from the heat and the tiny tooth trying to push through her gum. The baby earmuffs I slipped over her head are still in place. Sam swore nothing would get through them, but I'm not sure I believe that anymore. I'm not sure I believe anything right now. Squeezing my eyes shut, I rock back slightly and breathe through the panic clawing its way up my throat. I hate this space. It's small, dark, and barely bigger than a broom closet. Even with the ventilation fans Sam installed, the air feels too thin, like I'm inhaling dread. I reach for the tiny rocking chair Sam wedged in here for moments just like this, gently lowering Elena into it and pulling the blanket over her before pulling it close to me. My knees are hugged to my chest as I try not to sob, try not to lose it. I can't fall apart, not when she's here, not when my baby girl's life is on the line. A muffled voice outside the wall makes my breath hitch. It's deep. Russian. 2 of them. Fuck. I knew it. This has to be Alexei, or his men. He warned me. I pushed him, and now they're here. For the phone. For the evidence I threatened him with earlier. God, I was so sure I could handle this. So sure he wouldn't retaliate. But of course he would. I don't know why I believed he wouldn't. Please, Sam, please, by some miracle, be back in Vegas. Hear that alert go off. You swore it would go straight to your phone if anyone tried to get in. I glance down at Elena, still breathing softly in her chair, and whisper, Please, don't wake up, baby. Please. Mommy can't protect you if you cry. Tears prick the corners of my eyes. My knuckles are white around the chair's frame. I've never felt so powerless, never felt so fucking stupid or scared in all my life. What if I can't protect her? I should have known better than to go up against Alexei Mirochin.
Alexei. The door is open. Not kicked in, not jimmied, just slightly ajar. My blood runs cold. Stay quiet, I growl to Ivan, Lev, and Sid, who are flanking me, guns drawn. Sid's face is pale, but her eyes are burning. I had told her about Clyde on the way over here. He's hanging by a thread, and I feel sorry if these are the Russian twins that Sam said shot Clyde because she will make them pay. We step inside like shadows. The tension is thick enough to choke on. From down the hall, I hear Russian, 2 voices, male, sharp and low, arguing about what it is. They're still here. I nod to Ivan and Lev, and we move as one.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
Years of training and muscle memory kick in. It's almost beautiful how fast it goes down. Lev flanks the hallway, Ivan goes in hard, Sid hangs back to cover the exit. It's over in less than a minute. 2 hulking Russian men, the twins, are pinned and bleeding on the hardwood floor. They won't give their names. Of course not. Secure them, I bark. Take them to Gunner. He'll get the information we need from them.
And I'll help him.
Sid's voice is filled with malice, her eyes blazing as she eyes the twins.
It's going to be so good to watch, especially since Gunner's gone without a good interrogation for months now.
You don't scare us, the twin with the scar on his cheeks tells us.
We might not.
Sid jumps in before anyone else can.
But wait until you meet Gunner. His father was Oleg Zaitsev, the notorious torturer.
I see the twin brows shoot up. Of course Russians would know who he was. He was one of the nightmare stories parents used as cautionary tales to scare their kids into submission. Lev and Sid heard the Russian twins from the apartment. What about you? Ivan asks, his cheeks still flush from the thrill of the fight. I need to find Sabrina and her baby. Before he can reply, my boots thunder through the apartment. I hit the 1-bedroom first. The bed's unmade. The baby monitor is glowing. Her scent is in the air, sweet like jasmine and warmth. She was here. Recently. I scan the room, then notice the window wide open. The fire escape ladder is dangling outside it. My stomach knots. Sid! I yell. Wait! I rush out the door, stopping her before they get to the stairs and approach the men, asking them in Russian. Where is she? Who? The twin without the scar asks. Sabrina Kraft, I say through gritted teeth, on the edge of plowing my fists into the man's stoic face. We see no one, Scarface tells me. She probably go out window. We did not see her. Ro is going to be mad about the little one. I hear the one without the scar whisper to his brother. What did you say? I step in front of them. My brother said nothing. Scarface stands almost nose to nose with me, and in that moment I'm sure these men are either Russian military or some rival Russian Bratva fresh off the boat from Russia, as well if their clothes and demeanor are anything to go by. Get them to Gunner. I want to know everything he can extract from these bastards, I order. They nod and carry on walking the men down the stairs. I'm already pulling out my phone as I step back into Sabrina's apartment. You sure you're okay? Ivan says, righting some furniture and putting cushions back on the living room chairs and sofa. I'm good. You need to go ensure Sid and Lev get those bastards to Gunner, I order. Ivan nods. Okay, call if you need us. I will, I assure him. And make sure Gunner and Sid don't kill them. Although I don't really care, but they know something about Tara Kraft, and I want to know what. As Ivan leaves, I dial Sam. Sam, I say the second he answers. You got them? Yeah, they're Russians, and it was the twins. Good. Don't kill them until I get a crack at them, as I need answers. I wasn't planning to. Are Sabrina and the baby okay? I hesitate. They're not here, but her window's open. I think she might have gone out there as the fire ladder is down. There's a pause. Then Sam says, "The girl. Where would she go?" I ask him. "Are you in her room?" Sam asks. "No, should I be?" "Go into her room." Sam tells me, and I go where I stand and stare out her window, expecting him to tell me there was a ledge or some little escape pod she was hiding in. I'm here and standing by her window. Turn around and face the closet. I do. Yeah? In between the closet is a white panel. I see it. In the right closet, middle shelf near the back of it, you'll feel a small lever. Push, and as soon as the fake panel between the closets opens, say purple porcupine. You're shitting me. No. If you say the security word, she'll know I picked up the alarm and sent you. What is with you people and these fucking codes? I grumble, searching for the lever. You've clearly never raised kids, he mutters. These days they all have passcodes. I find the lever, keeping the phone pressed to my ear. I click it and the false wall shifts. I step in front of it. "You won't take us!" A voice yells. Something hits me square in the face. A pacifier. Then a vicious little blonde hellcat dressed in fuzzy pink pajamas with red hearts saying "I heart my sleep" flies out the closet at me. I reach out my free hand and clamped around her arm, holding her kicking and hitting out of me at arm's length. "Sabrina." My voice startles her as her eyes meet mine. "You!" Sabrina's voice roars, and she starts trying to punch and kick me, but I have a long wingspan that keeps her at a safe distance. "Fucking vindictive bastard!" My head moves past her, but she moves to block my view, and I realize she's protecting her baby perched in a rocker just behind her. "I knew it was you. I warned you what would happen if you came near us." "Say the fucking code word." Sam barks from the phone, still glued to my ear. I almost forgot he was on the line. I'm too stunned by the tiny, furious mama bear in front of me, hair wild, eyes blazing, and chest heaving. She's trembling, but not from fear, from sheer rage as she protects her daughter. My heart damn near caves in. "Sabrina, wait." Elena starts crying. "Now look what you've done, you big ass." She hisses, pulling her arm from my grasp. She turns and scoops her daughter up, cooing. "It's okay, sweetheart. That big brute tried to steal your pacifier. Now it's got his icky germs all over it, so we'll have to get you another one." But her eyes flick to the side, and I know Sabrina is not going for a pacifier. She's about to bolt. "Sabrina, wait. For God's sake, say the damn word." Sam yells, still in my ear. "Purple. Pop-Tart." I mutter. "Oh, for fuck's sake, put me on speaker." Sam groans, and I do what he asks. Sabrina's eyes flash. "Is that Sam?" I nod, still stunned by her and my reaction. "Yes." Her hand shoots out, grabbing the phone. "Here, can you hold Elena for a while?" She hands me her daughter, never taking her eyes off me. She speaks to the phone. "Sam?" "Sabrina, thank God. Are you both all right?" Sam's voice echoes through the speakerphone. "Oh, and Purple Porcupine." "So you sent him?" Sabrina's voice drops with accusation. "I had no choice. I'm still in New York, little ballerina." Sam's endearment sparks a lick of jealousy in me. "Were you and Elena hurt?" "We're okay." She watches me intently. I place the wailing Elena on my shoulder, gently rocking her. To my shock and Sabrina's, she calms almost instantly, curling into my neck. "Take me off speaker. We need to talk." Sam tells her. She does and lifts the phone to her ear. "What is it?" I'm a little distracted by the soft, warm bundle snuggling into me and hardly hear what Sabrina is saying until her angry words bellow across to me. "You're fucking kidding me." Sabrina's eyes narrow angrily at me. "We don't have to do that. Alexei has the men now. We'll be fine where we are." Oh, Sam is telling her about the new living arrangements. Her voice is tight, controlled. "Fine, but I'm not happy about this." She shoves the phone back at me and rips Elena from my arms. "He wants to talk to you." Sabrina looks at me accusingly. "I can't believe the lengths you'd go to get your own way." She storms off. I assume you told her. I ask Sam. Better me than you, Sam says. She's pissed and I don't envy you right now. No shit. There's a pause before Sam says, I owe you, Mirchin. Yeah, well, maybe I'll collect on that someday. I tell him. I may need to disappear. I'll make sure no one ever finds you, he promises. Take care of my girls and don't make me regret this. I won't, I say quietly, and I mean every word. I hang up and go find her. She's in the living room, not packing. Sabrina is straightening the mess the two Russian fuckers made of her apartment. I'll send someone to do this, I say. No thanks. Her voice is ice. I still don't believe you had nothing to do with this. I didn't, I assure her, knowing she doesn't believe me and that when I realize she's looking for something not clearing up. What are you looking for? She eyes me warily. If those men weren't yours, then they were here for a reason. Something they think Tara had. I nod. You think it's still here? Did they have anything on them when you arrived? She asks me curiously. No, as far as I could see, they were still looking for whatever it was. I answer her honestly. My eyes land on the little bundle bouncing in the chair secured to the counter. Sabrina draws my attention back to her as I see her eyes sweep the room, sharp and calculating. Tara wouldn't hide it in her own room. That would be too obvious. She freezes, her eyes widening. Of course. She bolts for her bedroom. I grab Elena from the chair, weary to leave her alone for a second and follow, to find Sabrina rummaging beneath the bed. She slams her palm against a floorboard and pops up holding a tin box. Son of a bitch, she mutters, staring at it. Tara always hid her shit in my room. A noise sounds from the other room. It's footsteps, and my heart slams against my ribs. I hand Elena to her, signal for silence, and step out, only to be tackled by a blur. A woman with her face covered by a balaclava, and she's fucking fast. I lunge for her, but she evades me, rushing to Sabrina's room where she slams the bedroom door behind her, and as I get to it, my heart nearly stops as I hear the bolts slide into place. Sabrina! I roar, pounding on the door until it gives way. When I break into the room, I find Sabrina huddled in the corner, shielding Elena with her body. The woman is gone, obviously out the window. You okay? I ask, racing to her. She nods shakily, and I pull them into my arms. She doesn't resist. Sabrina leans into me for a few moments as if absorbing my strength. What the hell is going on, Alexei? She whispers. I don't know, I answer honestly. But I'm getting you out of here tonight. Tomorrow you and I will look for answers. Together. Her eyes meet mine and she nods. Her eyes are shining bright with unshed tears and fear. I know right then and there, I would burn down hell if it meant keeping Sabrina and Elena safe.
Chapter 17. Sabrina. I don't say much as Alexei carries the last of my packed things down to the car. I've got Elena cradled against my shoulder, and every step I take toward that car feels like I'm surrendering a piece of control I've fought hard to hold on to. It's ridiculous. I should be furious. Hell, I am furious. I feel like Alexei has somehow won. After my spectacular takedown of him earlier, now I'm like a dog with its tail between its legs, needing his protection. Jesus. Now I know why no one wins against him. Even fucking fate is on his side. I watch him secure Elena's seat into the car seat frame before he turns and holds his big hands out for her, and another feeling starts to burn beneath my skin, one I refuse to name. Because while my brain is busy listening to all the reasons why moving in with Alexei Mirochin is a terrible idea, my body hums with a kind of twisted comfort at the idea. As I hand Elena to him, I can't help but feel relief as he gently takes her and places her in the seat,
securing her. His hands are gentle, practiced, like this isn't the first time he's done this kind of thing. He checks the belt, runs his hand along the strap to make sure it's not twisted. I know, without a shadow of a doubt, my baby girl will be safe with him, and that thought both relieves and pisses me off. But the truth is, I've never been more terrified in my life than I was when those men broke into my apartment. Not for myself, for Elena, my baby, my little girl. The thought of them hurting her, touching her, finding her in that tiny panic space Sam built into the wall of my room, it makes my blood run cold even now. Thank God for those soundproof earmuffs Sam thought to include in the tight space. I don't know what I would have done if she'd woken up and cried. She's still sleeping soundly, her soft baby breath puffing up her little chest as Alexei pulls her blankie over her, and my heartstrings pull tight at how natural he is with her. But I quickly shake off the feeling of how right it feels with all of them together, like a family. No, Sabrina, push that fucking stupid thought from your mind. He is not family. I give myself a hard mental shake, but can't ignore the little voice shouting, "Oh, but he is." Shut up, stupid conscience. I stalk around the front of the car, yanking open the passenger side. Let's go. Alexei doesn't say a word. He slides in beside me and starts the engine of my car, as if we do this every day. I fold my arms over my chest and quietly seethe, knowing I'm being an ungrateful bitch. But it seems I haven't quite shaken the Sabrina that emerged earlier today and relished taking Alexei down. Now here we are, with him rushing to save Elena and me. Ah, I want to hit something, but then he'll see how this is getting to me. So I take a deep breath, calm myself, and in a steady voice say, "Thank you." He glances at me, his brows furrowed in confusion. "For saving Elena." I swallow. "For saving us." His eyes meet mine, and I can see the astonishment in them before he smiles. "Of course." He looks at the road. "You know I'm always here, Sabrina." His eyes seek mine again. "No matter what." Irrational anger spears through me at his soft words. Fucking bastard. How dare he make me feel so small? I swallow it and breathe it away. Don't be a bitch, Sabrina. But as we drive past the turning of my family home, a thought slams into me like a punch to the chest. Shit. He glances over. What? My mom, I breathe. I need to go to her house. I'll take you in the morning. He frowns. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm sure Carla and Mark will be asleep right now. I don't care. I twist in my seat to look at him, panic rising again. If they targeted my place, they could target the family home, too. Tara stored boxes of her shit there, Alexei. Important stuff. Her journals. Personal things. He doesn't argue, just shifts gears and makes a U-turn. 10 minutes later, my stomach drops when we pull into the driveway, and I see nearly every light in the house blazing. Oh no, I breathe, my heart pounding against my ribcage. Before Alexei can stop me, I'm out of the car, yanking the back door open and scooping up Elena. She stirs, letting out a sleepy whimper, but I don't have time to soothe her. I'm running. Heart hammering, I throw the front door open and barrel inside. Mom! Mark! Sweetheart? My mom appears from the hallway, dressed like she just stepped off a cruise ship in the Bahamas. Sun hat, oversized sunglasses perched on it, and a floral tunic. Her eyes land on Elena and widen. Is my princess... Are you okay? I pant, chest heaving. Rena! Mark's voice calls out behind her, and then his familiar face appears from the bedroom, his shirt as loud and Hawaiian as hers. He steps forward immediately, arms out.
I'm so glad you brought her by. Let me—
Wait. I step back as Mark takes Elena from me, narrowing my eyes. What the hell is going on here? Are you two doing some kind of kinky Hawaiian cruise role play?
What?
My mom looks at me like I've just slapped her and then gives a nervous laugh. No, sweetheart. Didn't you get my message? No, I snap, patting my pockets looking for my phone. Shit, my phone's in my purse, and that's still in the car. Carla sighs, shaking her head, just as Alexei appears in the open doorway.
Hi.
He gives her a polite nod. Her eyes sharpen like daggers, shifting between him and me.
Hello, Alexei. I assume this isn't a coincidence, you showing up at my door at this ungodly hour with my daughter in tow?
Alexei? Mark repeats, his expression just as curious as my mother's as he steps from the kitchen, Elena now content biting on her icy teether in his arms. Alexei nods.
Sorry to barge in, but there was an incident at Sabrina's and—
It was nothing, I interrupt, with a forced smile and sharp warning glare at Alexei. But I can already see the suspicion in my mother's eyes.
Sabrina? My mother drawls in that voice, with that tone. It's the same one she used every time I tried to lie my way out of something as a teenager. Seriously, it's nothing. But Mark's already pulling out his phone.
Let me just call Sam and—
No, I bark, but it's too late. Mark hands Elena over to Alexei, stepping into the kitchen with his phone already plastered to his ear, and I throw Alexei a look sharp enough to draw blood. Sabrina, my mother says again, her tone hinting at this being my last chance to come clean. And I'm fucked if it doesn't still make me want to crumble. Okay, I hold up my hands. 2 men.
2 Russian men.
Alexei corrects, and my mother's eyes widen as she glances accusingly at him.
Not mine or any of my family.
My mother nods and looks back at me. Russian men broke into your apartment tonight?
About 2 hours ago.
Alexei interrupts again, sparking my anger. Can I tell my mother what happened? I hiss at him. Alexei just shrugs.
Just keeping the facts straight.
I see my mother give us a weird look before I continue. I was in bed and Elena was sleeping with me when I saw the silent alarm button flash before I heard someone in the apartment. I did exactly what Sam and Uncle Nick trained us to do. I switched the button off, hit the panic button, grabbed Elena, and hid in the panic space. I glance at Alexei, who's just washed his hands in the sink so he can help Elena with her teether, and the sight is doing strange things to my system.
Good. That's good.
My mother looks relieved, then turns to Alexei. How were you involved in this?
Sam is out of town and called me to go check on Sabrina when the silent alarm was triggered and went through to his phone.
Alexei explains as he gently bounces a happy Elena, who I know is only 8 months. But I could swear she gave me a smug little look, all cozy in Alexei's arms. Why didn't he call us? My mother says, offended.
He needed my particular manpower.
Alexei ruffled her feathers as easily as he just charmed my little girl, and I feel my hackles rising. He really is integrating himself into my life, and I'm not sure what to make of it.
When we got there, the men were still in Sabrina's apartment. We have them for interrogation, and I'm waiting for Sam's direction.
That's a fucking lie. I heard him tell his team to take them to Gunther, and Sid gleefully tell them just who Gunther was. Fuck, even I know who the man is, and I've also seen the huge, scary brute. Interrogation, my fucking eye. More like torturing the information from them. So you don't know who they are, or what they were after? My mother asks. Are they American Russians, or— I see fear and panic flash in my mother's blue eyes and frown. Does she know something about the men after Tara? I tilt my head slightly, chewing the side of my mouth thoughtfully. Is my mother keeping something from me about Tara?
No, they were from Russia,
Alexei tells her.
Are you sure?
My mother has a strange wobble in her voice as she addresses Alexei.
Sure they were from Russia, and they weren't your men. No, I promise. I've never seen them before.
He answers quickly.
They weren't American Russians. They had heavy accents, and I would guess they were fresh off the boat from Russia.
The gasp that echoes from my mother's lips has my head snap back to her. And that's when I see it. The flicker in her eyes, the sharp intake of breath, the sudden paling of her skin as fear darkens her features. Then she sways. Mom! I reach for her, steadying her. Are you okay?
I'm fine,
she says too quickly, pulling herself upright with a mask I've seen her wear before, one that hides everything.
I'm not sure about the woman, though,
Alexei continues, and my mother's brow shoots up again. There was a woman? Her eyes fly back to mine. What woman? You fucking snitch, I hiss at Alexei. Did you tell Sam about the woman as well?
I had to tell him,
Alexei replies, not the least bit apologetic.
I promised him I would. Sam confirmed everything Alexei just said,
Mark says grimly as he returns to where we're all standing near the living room. His features are grim as he looks at my mom.
Carla, maybe we shouldn't go.
He steps around my mother to reclaim Elena from a reluctant Alexei. The scene pulls on my heartstrings, but I don't have time to ponder on it as Mark's words sink in. Go? I echo, eyes darting around the room, until I finally see the packed bags stacked by the door. Where are you going? I turn back to my mother, stunned.
I left you a message,
my mom says carefully.
You said you needed time to figure things out while you're unemployed. So I thought you wouldn't be needing as much help with Elena. So Mark and I are taking up Galina and Nicholas's invitation to go on a tropical cruise with them for a couple of weeks. Oh, is that why you put in for a 4-week vacation?
Alexei chimes in casually. 4 weeks? I splutter. Jesus, Mom, thanks for the heads up.
It happened so fast, sweetheart,
my mother explains.
We weren't going to go. Then you told us you were no longer working at the Golden Lights and taking some time with Elena. So your mother and I decided to join Galina and Nicholas on his yacht.
Mark finishes for her.
But we're going to miss our little princess.
His voice becomes gooey, and he tickles a delighted Elena. So you decided to sneak off in the middle of the night?
No, we have to get to the airport by 3:30 because Galina has her private jet waiting for us,
my mother tells me excitedly.
I haven't traveled overseas in over 24 years.
That's how old I am, I point out, confused. I thought you'd never been anywhere but Los Angeles.
Yes, that's what I meant.
My mother corrects herself with one of her sweet smiles. You said you haven't traveled overseas in 24 years. My eyes narrow with suspicion as I watch my mother. Did I? She does that dumb blonde thing where I know I won't get any more out of her on the subject. She suddenly got convenient dementia. But I push it aside, and another thought strikes me. My family home is going to be empty for 4 weeks. Can I stay here and house sit? I ask.
No.
I'm taken aback as all 3 of them bark in perfect harmony. Mark steps forward.
Sam thinks it's safer if you stay with Alexei, especially with that woman still unaccounted for.
My glare swivels to the man in question. I can't believe you snitched to Sam about her too.
I had to,
Alexei says simply.
Sam wanted to know, and I'm sorry if you're mad, that this is about Elena and you being safe. Samurai can't help with that if we're not open about what's happening.
But before I can argue further, my mother turns to Alexei. For once, maybe the first time in my life, I see something different in her eyes. Not suspicion, not ice, respect. If Sam has put his trust in you, then I guess we can too, she says slowly before switching to Russian, her voice low and deadly. But if you harm my daughter or granddaughter in any way, I don't care who you are, Mirochin. I will destroy you. Alexei doesn't flinch. He meets her gaze head on.
You have my word, he replies in flawless Russian, that I will protect them with my life.
Good. She switches back to English before turning to Mark. Now give me my princess so I can say goodbye. 20 minutes later, we're on the road again. Elena is fast asleep in her car seat. The silence is almost too loud.
I didn't know your mom spoke Russian that well,
Alexei says at last. I nod, eyes on the road. Yes, I think your aunt taught her. They've been close for years. And as she and my dad worked for your family... Our eyes meet as I let my words hang meaningfully. I guess it was useful for them to understand what the people they were working for were saying. He's quiet for a moment again, before saying,
Your mother didn't just speak Russian, Sabrina. She spoke it like it was her native language. Like a Russian.
I glance at him, frowning. So? He shakes his head slowly.
Nothing, just interesting.
Alexei shrugs, but something in his eyes sends a cold prickle down my spine. By the time we pull into the underground garage at the Diamond Hotel, a new worry settles itself beside all the others in my chest. I can't help but see the look on her face when Alexei told her the two men who broke into my apartment were from Russia. That wasn't just shock like the, what the fuck are Russians doing breaking in my daughter's apartment look. That was pure terror, like the kind you get when you think the IRS are after you, or the boogeyman really is in your closet, or you've been found. Is my mother hiding something from me? Does she know more about what's happening with Tara than she's letting on? This trip they're taking is rather sudden, even if she did leave me 3 messages about it early. My mother is not an impulsive trip taker. In fact, she hates traveling. And what was that slip-up about not having traveled overseas for 24 years? What the hell is she not telling me? On top of everything going on in my life, I don't need my mother keeping secrets from me, especially ones that nearly got my daughter hurt. With a head full of steam, I follow Alexei into the private elevator, my baby hugged tightly in my arms. As we swoosh to the penthouse, I pat my faithful, oversized purse and feel the metal tin I found earlier under my bed, stashed there by my sister. As soon as I have a moment of privacy, I'm going to open this box, as now I'm more than sure Tara has something stashed in here explaining what's going on. As she stashed it in my secret hiding spot, I also know she meant for me to find it.
Chapter 18. Alexei. The vodka tastes like fire sliding down my throat, but I barely register it. I'm sitting in the home office in the penthouse at the top of the Diamond Hotel, hunched in the leather chair like some washed-up king staring into the ruins of his kingdom. The city below is still alive, flashes of neon, the dull pulse of bass from clubs that never sleep. But up here, everything is too damn quiet. I used to love this silence. It used to give me power. Now it feels like punishment. Sabrina is asleep in the guest suite down the hall, curled up behind a closed door I let her shut, not because I wanted to, because I had to. Because if I'd fought her, if I'd pulled her into my room, my bed, I'd never have earned her back, not after what I did. Fuck. Setting her up was reckless, cruel, and fucking sloppy. Not only did I misjudge her, I underestimated her. I didn't know about the surveillance in and around her dressing room. I didn't see the trap I was walking into because I was too obsessed, too blinded by possession, by control, by the need to make her mine. And now I'm drinking alone at 4 in the goddamn morning, nursing a bruised ego and a shredded conscience, while the woman I want more than anything sleeps under my roof. But not in my bed. I swirl the vodka in the glass, staring into it like the answers are at the bottom. They're not. They never are. I close my eyes and the image flashes in like a curse. Sabrina in that ridiculous pink nightgown, those fuzzy cat paw pajama pants, and the god-awful dog slippers. I'd never seen anything so ridiculous and at the same time so fucking sexy. I breathe in the memory of 2 years ago, in this very penthouse, when I'd been interrupted from a rather pleasurable interlude with a leggy redhead by all the commotion in the hall. I'd gone out to see what all the noise was, and there she was. The petite dancer I'd seen on stage at the Golden Lights Hotel a couple of nights before. I didn't realize it, but I was gaping at her. She took it as if I was somehow judging her attire. "What?" she snapped, shooting me an unimpressed glare. "You've never seen a woman in pajamas before?" I was so surprised by her sass and a little put out that not once had her eyes even flickered toward my naked torso, or the bulge I knew was still filling out my silk boxers. "Women don't wear pajamas to bed with me," I had answered her. Sabrina hadn't missed a beat. Her mouth had lifted into a mock pitying smirk. "Oh? Do they prefer armor, or just regret?" Her spirit, the fire in her eyes and sassy tongue had made me burn with the need to strip every piece of cartoonish fluff off her and see what lay beneath. And that need never went away. Truth is, that wasn't the first time I'd found myself burning for her. No, that had been the first time I had laid eyes on her, which was a few days before the fluffy pajama night. The night I saw her dancing at the Golden Lights. I'd gone looking for Radomir and caught her mid-performance. The stage lights had caught on her hair, shimmered across her skin. She moved like fire and ice. After that night in the penthouse, she was all I thought about. I even followed her to Europe. I told myself it was to help Radomir, but it was her. Always her. And when she and Radomir laughed, when they shared those looks, those inside jokes, it had driven me insane. I wanted to crush that connection, pull her away from him. I wanted her to look at me like that. I couldn't let myself get that close, so I stayed away. For 2 years, I fought it. Until Gavriel's death brought her right back into my life, right into my line of fire. And I pulled the fucking trigger. She trusted me. Let me touch her. Let me inside her. Then I turned around and burned her world down. I down the rest of the vodka and pour another. The burn doesn't numb anything, not when I can still feel her lips on mine, her hands clawing at my back, the way she screamed my name as orgasm after orgasm hit her, and the way she felt wrapped around my cock like she was made just for me. Jesus. I run a shaky hand through my hair. I've become a fucking possessed stalker. Then another image flashes through my mind, making me smile and my heart pull when I think of Elena. I'd nearly pulled away when Sabrina had first handed her to me, the angry, wailing little bundle. But then I'd placed her over my shoulder like I'd seen my cousin's wife do to their baby, and to my amazement, Elena had instantly quieted. Then she'd snuggled into me like a sign of unconditional trust, as her tiny hand had gathered some of my shirt. Fuck. I slammed the glass onto the desk, ignoring the vodka sloshing over the sides. I didn't just fall for Sabrina. I fell for her daughter, too. That tiny little girl stole my heart and burrowed into my soul. But I don't have time to dwell on my newfound revelation as I hear a noise. I sit up straight, instantly alert. A door creaks. No, wait. It's not the door. It's a sound. Distant. Sharp. A scream. It's Sabrina. I'm on my feet, glass shattering on tile as I bolt from the office. I tear down the hallway, my bare feet silent on the marble. Her door is slightly ajar. I slam it open and find her thrashing in the bed, tangled in the sheets, sobbing. No, please, don't hurt her. Don't hurt her. I cross the room in 2 strides, reaching for her. She screams, lashes out, catches my arm. Sabrina. I rasp, gripping her wrists tightly. It's me. You're safe. It's Alexei. Her eyes fly open, wild and wet, and the moment they meet mine, she launches into my chest. She's trembling, shaking so hard I feel it in my bones. I wrap my arms around her, tucking her head beneath my chin and stroke her hair. She clutches me like a lifeline. I couldn't protect her, she whispers. I thought they'd find us, Elena. She's fine. She's asleep. I saw them. In my dream, those men, and then the woman. In the room, I couldn't breathe. I've got you, I say into her hair. No one's going to hurt you, not while you're with me. She pulls back slowly, her eyes shining in the moonlight streaming through the window. Her lips part. Her hand comes up to touch my cheek. Then she kisses me. It's not soft, not tender. It's desperate. It's a kiss filled with fear, with longing, with the need to feel something other than helpless. I kiss her back. Hard. Her fingers knot in my hair and my body responds instantly, but I pull back. Sabrina, I breathe. If we do this again, it's not a one-night stand. I won't be able to let you go, do you understand? Her chest rises, her eyes searching mine. You'll belong to me. She doesn't look away, doesn't flinch. Her voice, when it comes, is a low rasp of need. I understand, and I want this. Sabrina's voice is soft and hoarse, her eyes filled with a deep longing. I want to belong to you. She admits, and those words are all I need to hear. Teach me, she whispers. Please, sir, teach me. I exhale like I've been holding my breath for days. Then I lean down and take her lips again, slower this time, deeper. She melts into me, her hands pulling at my shirt. I push her back onto the bed, my body covering hers. Do you trust me? I whisper, kissing down her neck. Yes. I take her wrists and hold them gently above her head, pinning them to the pillow. Do you remember our safe word? Her breath hitches and she nods. Daffy. I'm going to say this again. My voice sounds like gravel and my soul screams at me to stop. Don't give her another chance to back out. But I need her to be clear and understand this time she's all mine. There's no turning back after this. You're mine, and you know what that means. Yes, Sabrina nods. I know what that means. I kiss her again, this time my lips crushing hers, letting everything I'm feeling pour into her. Chapter 19. Alexei. Our eyes lock when I peel my lips away from Sabrina's, and I seize the moment. Grip the bedpost with both hands, I command. Releasing her wrist, I watch as she complies with a fluid motion. While we're in my room, I'll restrain you, but not tonight. Tonight, we explore your control and your obedience. Sabrina nods in silent acquiescence. What was that? I ask, trailing my hands slowly along her body, over the delicate satin of her nightie. I hear her sharp intake of breath when my fingertips brush her stiffening nipples pressed against the fabric that clings desperately for contact. She moans, soft and inviting as my hand cups one of her supple mounds, tasing it through the satin. She breathes.
Yes, sir.
Surrendering completely. I reach over and flick on the bedside lamp. Its warm, soft glow fills the room, casting intimate shadows that reveal every nuance of our passion. Gazing at Sabrina, I notice her eyes following my every move, brimming with expectancy. I straddle her, kneeling to ensure every contact is deliberate, bending close as I suck gently on her nipple through the satin. Her siren's call of pleasure draws me in, and I respond by squeezing the other nipple, rolling it tenderly between my thumb and finger, while my tongue dances in a teasing duet upon the first. Her hips lift in a gentle, responsive buck, the embodiment of unleashed desire. "Do you like this, little slut?" My voice comes out rough and commanding as our gazes lock.
"Oh, yes, sir,"
Sabrina replies breathlessly.
"Your masterful tongue, your clever hands, they render me completely at your mercy. My body is yours to shape and command as you see fit."
A sly smile flits across my lips. Rewarding Sabrina's words, I move my tongue to her other nipple, letting my free hand wander with deliberate slowness over her belly, trailing to the apex of her legs until it disappears beneath the waistband of her matching pajama bottoms. She murmurs, biting her lip as my finger caresses her soft, dewy lips, then slides teasingly between her silky, wet folds. A slight arch of her hips signals her growing anticipation. "Do not move, little slut," I warn, my tone brooking no disobedience. "Do you wish for me to devote all my attention to your dripping, needy pussy?"
"Yes, sir, please,"
she whispers, eyes darkening with unspoken longing. "Good little slut," I murmur in approval, watching her expression light up. I slide downward, lifting her nightie to reveal her naked, inviting stomach, planting delicate kisses along her skin until I reach the softness of her hairless pussy. My nose presses against the contours of her mound, inhaling her sweet, intoxicating essence. At the same time, my tongue begins tracing gentle circles around the slick, trembling lips before venturing inside.
"Oh, that's so good,"
Sabrina gasps in soft intervals as my tongue flicks and swirls around her swollen clit.
"Sir?"
she manages amid her quivering pleasure. My mouth envelops her soft mound, alternately sucking, blowing and swirling her sensitive clit as her pussy grows juicier under the escalating heat of our shared passion. I roll 2 fingers into her with a measured, teasing motion, seamlessly transitioning to a steady, fervent finger fuck, all while keeping my mouth lavishing her mound without pause.
Oh,
Sabrina's voice trembles as she strains to keep her enticing little ass from shifting. "Your legs need to open wider, little slut," I command, my tone leaving no room for hesitation, and she does what she's told as I kneel at the end of the bed. "Now put them by your head." My voice is a rough growl as Sabrina complies, her dancer's body arching with seductive grace. I run my hand down the perky curve of her ass and slip a finger between her cheeks. My eyes fix on her tight, puckered hole. Wetting my pinky with my tongue, I circle it slowly. She tenses and then bucks slightly. "Has anyone ever fucked this hole?" I demand, teaching her, testing her boundaries.
No,
she stammers, her anticipation palpable as her bent thighs tremble. Have you ever wanted someone to? Her silence is too long. I slap her ass hard, feeling it sting beneath my palm. She yelps softly and sucks in a breath as I gently rub the red mark. Answer me, little slut.
yes.
Her whisper is almost inaudible, fueling the ache in my cock. I know how much this admission costs. How many women have longed to try anal but struggled to confess it? What was that, little slut? I didn't hear you. Do you need another hiding?
No.
Sabrina clears her throat.
Yes, sir, I've wanted to try anal.
She says louder. Why haven't you? She struggles while I tease the tight hole again, wetting my finger with the juices of her pussy this time, as I gently press the tip inside.
I have never gotten the nerve to try.
The little hole is so fucking tight. It's so tight.
Yes, sir.
Sabrina stammers, trying not to squirm beneath me.
It has never been touched.
You've not even tried on your own? I use my tongue to gently circle it and hear her sharp intake of breath.
No, sir,
Sabrina admits.
I have not.
Now that the little hole is wetter, I slide the tip of my pinky a little deeper and she doesn't resist me. I feel her pelvis contract along with another sharp intake of breath. Would you like to try with me? I ask, my voice now soft and seductive. Her voice is low, a little shy, as she boldly says,
I would love for you to take my anal virginity, sir.
Fuck. I didn't think it was possible for my cock to get any harder, but it swells a little more, almost painfully. It takes all my strength not to yank off my pants and ram it into her pussy. Although I can't wait to try her little hole, it will take time. I'm huge and would make it unbearably painful for Sabrina. I want her to enjoy it, so I will refrain from entering this tight little hole until she's ready. Then if you're a good little slut tonight, I tell her, running my hands up her butt cheeks, squeezing and kneading, I will introduce you to just how pleasurable it can be. I give some more little stinging slaps, watching her milky ass redden before using my tongue to trace and soothe the red. But not tonight, Melancholia.
It's okay. I'm ready for it now, sir.
Sabrina's voice has an edge of plea to it, and I rub my stiff cock up and down her crack, feeling her wiggle slightly.
I want to try it, please, sir.
No, Melancholia, you are not ready, I tell her. You are tiny, and I am big. You need to start small and build to this. But don't worry. You will find the stretching and making you ready. I raise an eyebrow and hold her gaze. Pleasurable, I promise you. Sabrina nods, but I can see the disappointment flash in her eyes. Now drop your legs and stand on the floor, little slut. My voice barks through the room, and Sabrina scrambles to comply, standing in front of me and watching me. Take off your clothes. Sabrina does as I ask and slowly drops the nightie, letting it pool around her ankles and then the pants.
Did I please you, sir?
She asks softly. There is no defiance in her tone, and I smile. Yes, little slut, I answer. You have pleased me. As a reward, would you like to undress me?
Yes, sir, I would like that very much.
Sabrina responds, and I step closer to her. She starts with my shirt, pulling it up. I help her push it over my head. I see her eyes darken as she takes in my every muscle. Do you want to touch me, little slut? I ask.
Yes, please, sir, it would be an honor to do so.
Fuck, she learns fast. I swallow, finding it difficult to keep my control because this slip of a woman is testing me to the limits. Use your hands and lips to touch me, I command. But I instantly regret the need to feel her lips and hands on me as my desire for her almost overwhelms me when she does what I ask. She drags the tip of her nails over the contours of my torso, following the tracings of her fingertips with her lips, and a flick of that soft, pink little tongue. I suck in a breath. That's enough, I snap, grabbing her hand and seeing her stunned look. Take off my pants. My pants and underwear drop to the floor and my cock springs free, standing hard and ready. Sabrina's mouth opens slightly, that little tongue peeking out as she swallows in anticipation. Do you like what you see, little slut? I ask.
You are magnificent, sir.
Sabrina breathes a sigh as her eyes scan my body and land on my aching shaft.
May I touch your cock, sir? And if it pleases you, I'd like to taste you, sir.
Jesus fucking Christ. I want more than anything to have my cock in her mouth, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stand the torture of it. Right now, I'm struggling to maintain control. I've never been this close to losing it with one of my lovers before. I'm always in total control, savoring every moment to release, but right now, my desire is like a burning fire raging uncontrollably through me, making me wonder who is in control here. Drop to your knees, and you may suck my cock. I hear myself command.
Thank you, kind sir.
Sabrina's soft words nearly make me lose my load. She drops to her knees, scooting toward me. Her soft hands circle the hair around my genitals. My stomach tightens as one of her soft hands cups my heavy balls, and a moan rips from my throat when the other takes my shaft, lifting it to her lips. Jesus! My head falls back, my hands thread through her hair, my knees nearly buckle when her tongue circles the little slit, dipping in just enough to lap some pre-cum I know is oozing from it. Suck the head into your mouth. Oh, God, yes, just like that. I start to rock my hips as Sabrina's mouth slides back and forth across my cock while her one hand massages my balls. You are such a good little cocksucker. My hips seem to take on a life of their own, and soon I'm ramming my cock into her mouth, feeling the pleasure build to the edge. Right before I fall over it, I pull away abruptly. That's enough. I growl. Get on the bed and spread your legs for me, little slut. Sabrina looks up at me, confused at how angry my frustration at almost losing control comes out. Do I have to tell you twice, little slut? I snap.
No, sir.
Sabrina stands, climbs onto the bed, and spreads her legs.
Does this please you, sir?
Her bare heat is exposed to me. I take my time admiring how deliciously wanton she looks, her skin flushed red from desire, and her clit is swollen with need. She is every fantasy I've ever had in flesh and blood. Put your hand between your legs, I command roughly. Show me how much you want this. I slide my hand up and down my shaft, and don't hold back, little slut. Give me a good show. Sabrina hesitates only briefly before her hand slides between those soaking folds. Her fingers move tentatively at first as she works herself into a frenzy, but soon they're slick with juice as soft moans escape her lips. Do you like playing with your slutty little pussy? I taunt darkly.
Yes,
she whispers, then louder.
Yes, sir, but I prefer it when your fingers play with it, sir.
I climb onto the bed between her legs, watching her finger rub and dip into her mound. Her moans grow deeper. Are you going to come, little slut? I ask.
Sabrina pants. Almost. I'm close.
I grab her wrists cruelly, pulling them away and forcing them up to her head. That's enough, little slut. I didn't give you permission to come, did I?
No, sir.
Sabrina stammers, her eyes black with desire as my naked body covers her, and I hold her wrists above her head, knowing she can feel the head of my cock poking at her entrance.
I'm sorry, sir. I got carried away.
Her hips instinctively lift as I lower my pelvis to cover her and start to tease her entrance.
Oh.
She is now writhing against me, her breath coming in pants.
Please, sir, please, I need...
You need what, my little slut? I kiss her ears, then down her cheeks along her jaw. All the while I gently rock my hips, the tip of my cock popping a little way into her tunnel before pulling out. What do you need? I grab a bunch of her hair and yank. Her head pulls back onto the bed, making her chest arch and her gorgeous little titties poke me in the chest.
You, sir, I need you, sir.
Sabrina's voice is rising now as her hips push down more frantically as her hungry pussy tries to engulf my engorged member. Who do you belong to, little slut? I start to slide my length into her. Who do you belong to?
You, sir, I belong to you and only you.
Sabrina screams as I plunge into her. Her eyes meet mine when I go still, filling her to the hilt. They are desperate, pleading, and filled with such emotion I suck in a breath.
Oh, please, please, sir. Alexei, please fuck me. I need you to fuck me hard.
My lips crush hers as I lose it and start pistoning into her, and wave after wave of overwhelming pleasure floods through me. I've never felt anything like this before. She's tight and hot and wet, and I'm a fucking goner. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I know I should slow down, take back control, but she sucks me in deeper with every thrust.
Fuck yes,
Sabrina cries against my mouth each time I slam home.
Oh God, yes.
Her inner walls pulse around me as she teeters on the brink of orgasm, and I'm not far behind her. Sabrina looks so fucking hot, writhing beneath me, pushing her hips up to meet mine like a little slut in heat. I didn't know it would be like this. A mix of anger and euphoria courses through my veins as I fuck her harder than I've ever fucked anyone. Do you want to come, little slut? I growl, my voice guttural as I release all restraint.
Yes, sir.
Sabrina whimpers, then screams.
Oh, yes, sir.
I can feel her begin to tremble beneath me as her moans increase in volume, drowning out the sound of my own hips pounding against hers. Her pussy tightens and clenches, chaos all around us, filling the room, filling my head. My balls start to draw up. Then come for me, little slut. Scream your release. And with one final thrust, I take us over the edge, and I come so hard it feels like it will tear me apart as Sabrina screams my name, orgasming hard. My orgasm seems to go on forever, until finally we lie together unmoving, both gasping for air as we ride the little aftershocks of our orgasms. I roll onto my side, pulling Sabrina with me, breathless. I enfold her in my arms. She snuggles into me.
Don't leave me,
Sabrina whispers. Her arm wraps around my waist.
I don't want to be alone tonight.
You'll never sleep alone beneath my roof again, Malankaya. I kiss her damp brow. I told you there is no turning back. You're mine now, and I never want to spend a night without you in my bed. Sabrina sighs, and I feel her body relax. We drift off to sleep as the first rays of the early morning peek through the gaps in the drapes.
Chapter 20. Sabrina. I'm still sore in places I didn't know could ache, and every time I move, I feel the phantom imprint of Alexei's hands on my body. It's annoying. Not the soreness, but the flutter in my chest when I think about how it got there. Last night shouldn't have meant as much as it did, but it did. And now here I am, standing in what I guess is our bedroom, Alexei's master suite in the Diamond Hotel penthouse. It's bigger than the damn house I grew up in, bigger than the apartment I just fled, the one where men with heavy Russian accents tore through my closets and where a woman I didn't recognize fled through my window. The nursery sits between this bedroom and the guest room I used last night. There's a huge marble ensuite with 2 vanities, a rain shower big enough to host a rave, and the kind of jet bath you only see in fantasy real estate listings. The closet beside the bathroom? Mine. The other one across from it? Alexei's. I should be grateful, safe, relaxed. But I'm none of those things. I'm exhausted. Elena didn't wake until 7, which is late for her, but considering everything that happened, I'm lucky she slept at all. The second I heard her cry, I was out of bed, ready to run, only to freeze the moment I saw another woman already holding my daughter. She was young, around my age, dressed in a sharp Diamond Hotel uniform, her lips moving in soft Russian as she rocked Elena in her arms like she belonged there. My heart had stopped. I launched across the nursery, snatching Elena out of her arms before she could even blink. The woman didn't flinch. She smiled. Miss Kraft, I'm Magda. Mr. Mirochin hired me to help you with Elena. I thought he mentioned I'd be starting today. Of course he hadn't. Alexei had been too busy playing knight in dark Bratva armor to actually communicate. I was furious. She was mine. Elena was mine. He didn't get to just make decisions for us. But when Alexei appeared behind me, fresh from a shower, and gently explained Magda's role, I saw it in his eyes. He hadn't meant to offend. He was trying to help. And after everything, my shredded nerves, the near sleepless night, my burning muscles, I knew I needed it. Still, I made him suffer for it with a glare that could burn through titanium. Now, post-shower and halfway dressed in soft jeans and a yellow button-down that matches my shoes, I stand staring at the one door in this suite that I can't open. It sits next to his dressing room, like it's guarding a secret. And maybe it is. Maybe it's just a storage room. Or maybe it's where he keeps the skeletons. Literally. I tried the handle earlier. Locked. Typical. I should leave it alone. But something about that door is like an itch I can't scratch. My eyes dart to my purse, my oversized, loyal companion, stuffed with everything from wet wipes to a 3-year-old lipstick I forgot I owned. I head for it and rummage, fingers brushing past receipts and hair ties, until they land on the familiar feel of a small metal case. Lock-picking tools, courtesy of Mark. Lee always teased me about this purse, said it was big enough to smuggle me through customs. God, I miss her. Just as I'm about to try my luck with the door, my phone buzzes. Again. All right, I mutter, yanking it out of my trusty purse. It's my mother, of course. Hello, Mom. Sabrina, you didn't answer any of my messages last night. Her voice is rushed, frazzled. I didn't think I had to, I reply. You and Mark were sneaking off on your mystery cruise. I caught you red-handed, remember? She sighs. Are you still mad about the house-sitting thing? I don't know. Maybe. A little. Sabrina. Her voice softens, like she's trying to mother me through the phone. I may not trust that man you're staying with, but Sam says he's your best shot right now. I trust Sam. And with what's going on... What is going on, Mom? I cut in, pacing slowly toward the windows. Do you know why 3 Russians broke into my apartment? Why some mystery woman showed up the same night? Is there something you're not telling me? Silence, for just a beat too long. No, she says, too quickly. Are you sure? Yes. Another beat. Why did you say 3 Russians broke in? I pause. Because there were 3. The twins and the woman who came in after. You never told us she was Russian. Well, maybe I had a few things on my mind, like protecting my daughter. Sabrina, what did your message say? I cut her off, not ready for another lecture. I was going to ask if you'd cover my ballet classes while we're away, she says, and I blink. Really? You're the only one I trust with the kids. Penny ran off with some guy, and you know most of the mothers can't afford a new teacher. Alexei said he'd help set up a temporary studio for you. He's arranging everything. You talked to Alexei today? This morning, when you didn't answer your phone. Honestly, why do you even have one if you have it on silent or shoved in the damn huge purse of yours? Because I'm a mother, and I silence it so my baby can sleep. I snap. She ignores me. Can you teach my classes, please, Rena? Fine, I'll teach your classes. Thank you, sweetheart. A pause. Can I give you some advice? Will it stop you if I say no? Another pause. Just Be careful with your heart. Men like Alexei. Mother, it's nothing like that between us, I assure her. I'm not stupid, sweetheart. I could see the heat between the two of you. Okay, this has just officially got fucking awkward. I rub my eyes. Have a good trip, Mother. Wait, Rena. She stops me from hanging up. Just promise me you won't lie to him. Or to Sam. If something happens, if you find something, tell them. You're not just looking out for yourself anymore, and they can't protect the two of you if they don't know everything. I've told them everything, I tell her, but guilt makes my gut tighten. By the time I've hung up, I feel like my head is spinning. And then I see it. The box. The one I found beneath the floorboard. It's peeking out of my purse. I know what I must do. My mother is right. I do need to tell and show Alexei everything. I can't solve whatever's going on by myself. Not with a baby girl to protect as well. And he does have the resources and muscle power. I grab the box and head for the door, only to be intercepted by Magda. Miss Kraft. My heart jumps. Where's Elena? She's with Mr. Mirochin. I was going to change her and take her for a walk, if that's all right with you. A walk where? To the park. Lev and Ivan will come too. You know, for security. It's overwhelming. All of it. I nod and Magda smiles. Sure. Then can you please help us get her from Mr. Mirochin? Magda's words have my brows lifting, and she carries on indignantly. He won't let me take her, and has her with him. Sure, where is he? I will take you to him. Magda walks to the elevator and hits the down button. Once in the foyer, we head through reception, down the long corridor behind it, until we reach a polished oak door with gold lettering. Radomir Molchanov. In there. I nod, then knock, but there's no answer. I push the door open, and as I step inside, I stop. My heart squeezes. Elena is cradled in Alexei's arms. They're asleep together in a plush chair, his feet propped up on a leather ottoman. Her little fingers are curled in his shirt. It's the most adorable thing I've seen in a long time. The door shuts behind me with a soft thud, and Alexei's eyes blink open.
Sabrina?
Hi, mind if I take my little girl? I say quietly. Magda is quite put out that you wouldn't let her take Elena for a walk.
It's not my fault Elena didn't want to go with her.
He grins. There's a knock, and Ivan pops his head in.
Is it safe to get Elena?
I bend down and scoop her up, kissing her rosy cheek before I hand her to Ivan.
Keep her safe.
Alexei barks after Ivan, who waves him off and disappears, pulling the office door closed behind him. He looks at me, his eyes dropping to the box I retrieve from under my arm.
Is that the box you found hidden beneath your bed last night?
He blinks up at me. Yes. I sit on the ottoman as he moves his feet off it. I hid it when you went to find out what the noise was.
Thank you for telling me.
Alexei's eyes narrow at me.
I thought the intruder bitch had taken it with her.
He looks at me accusingly. I was going to tell you last night, but I stop myself. No more secrets. Okay, maybe one more after this, but the other secret really isn't mine to tell. Okay, I wasn't going to tell you. I was still pissed off at you for ruining my career, which I still am, by the way.
I didn't ruin your career.
Alexei still doesn't apologize, and a lick of anger flickers inside me at that. Like he doesn't give a shit about it.
I forced you in another direction.
Whatever. I wave it off. I don't want to get into that right now. We have bigger issues to solve. Like what the fuck is going on with my sister and a bunch of Russians after her. But I realize that if you're going to help me, you need to know everything. Withholding anything could put my little girl in danger.
Exactly.
Alexei nods as he stares intently at me. I swallow. In light of me telling you the truth, there is something else you need to know about last night.
Okay.
His brow furrows. The woman that was in my apartment spoke to me when she locked us in my room. I tell him, and his features change.
What the fuck, Sabrina?
He growls.
What did she say? Do you know who she is?
No, I don't know who she is. I've never seen her before. I bite my lip. Although I couldn't see much of her face, I do know she had a Russian accent.
What did she say?
Alexei asks, leaning forward. I can feel the heat from his body. He's so close.
Did she threaten you?
No, she didn't threaten me. She warned me. She said if I found Tara's picture and the documents she hid, I should leave them in my mother's postbox. I look at the box in my hand, wondering if those items are in here. She said that no one else should get hurt because of this mess. His jaw clenches.
What the fuck did she mean by that?
I don't know, I say. She seemed scared, though. I hold the box up, looking to see how to open it. There's no opening on this thing. I shake it. There is something in here. He leans forward, holding out his hands, and I give it to him. Alexei runs his hands over the wood and presses something I hadn't noticed before. A soft click. Then the lid pops open. My breath catches, and he hands it back to me. Inside are neatly folded papers and an old, faded photo. I pick it up. A woman stares back at me from another time, graceful and petite. She has high cheekbones, with soft blonde curls tucked behind her ears. There's something familiar in her eyes, something that makes my skin prickle.
Turn it over,
Alexei says.
There's writing on the back.
I do. There's a date written in neat, looping Cyrillic. Most of it is faded. It says 1960-something. I look at him. It's a date, probably the day the photo was taken. He leans forward again, brow furrowing.
Let me see it.
I pass it to him. His eyes scan the photo, then widen slightly. Do you recognize her? I ask.
I do.
Alexei nods. Do you know her?
Not personally, but that's Anya Novikov.
My eyes widen. The cryptographer? The one who helped design Cold War military codes? He nods slowly.
My aunt has a picture in her study in Moscow. She's a legend.
He hands it back to me. My pulse quickens as I look at the woman. Why would my sister have a photo of her? My thumb idly rubs the back of the photo as I wonder out loud. And that's when I feel it. Indentations. I flip it over and run my finger across it. There's writing on the back. My eyes meet Alexei's excitedly. Do you have a UV light?
I do.
Alexei murmurs, standing. He moves to the desk and pulls out a small flashlight.
Here, try this UV light on the back of the photo.
I flip the image over and flick on the light. A line of faint writing glows under the beam. My chest tightens. It's in Russian. Alexei, who is looking over my shoulder, reads it aloud, slowly translating.
My darling, this is not much, but may it help you remember who you are and where you come from. That I love you more than life itself. Stay safe. I hope we will meet again in a world filled with love.
Alexei and I look at each other in amazement before we glance at the rest of the contents in the box that I'm a little scared to look at. I force myself to reach into the box and pull out a folded letter. The paper is thick, worn at the edges. It's addressed to a hospital in Moscow, I murmur, scanning it. Gavril wrote this 1.5 years ago. He's requesting birth records for someone named Lydia Zorin. Alexei takes it from me, his expression shifting.
I know this hospital. My family's been on the board since before I was born. I guess Gavril is writing to them because he would have had direct access to the hospital because of our connection to it.
Why was he requesting birth records? I ask. And why does Tara have this letter hidden in the box? I look at him. Do you think this is the photo and documents that Russian woman was talking about last night?
Why else would Tara hide them in a puzzle box?
He shrugs. None of this makes sense. I shake my head, and a tight knot forms in my gut. I pull out the final item in the box, a yellowed certificate, a birth certificate. I scan the name, reading, Lydia Zorin, born to Yelena and Leonid Zorin, 27 years ago. My stomach flips. My mouth goes dry. Oh my God, I whisper. Tara's 27. Alexei goes still. Tara told me about 2 years ago that she was going to start looking into her real birth mother. My voice drops as Alexei takes the birth certificate from me, and I lift the photo again. What if this isn't just some woman Tara was researching? What if it's her? What if Tara is Lydia Zorin and Anya is her birth mother?
I agree that Tara could be Lydia Zorin,
Alexei says cautiously.
But Anya Novikov would be in her late 70s, early 80s, too old to be Tara's mother.
But maybe not too old to be her grandmother, I point out. We sit in silence. The air is thick, every breath heavy with implication. My mom said last night that she hasn't traveled overseas in over 24 years, I whisper. I always thought she just didn't like to travel. But what if she hasn't traveled? Because she can't. Alexei stares at me.
What are you saying?
What if my father isn't Tara's real father, and her mother didn't die in childbirth, as my parents always claimed? What if she wasn't orphaned? What if my parents took her? His jaw tightens.
You think Carla and Sol abducted Tara?
I shake my head. I don't know what to think, but my mother reacted weirdly when you told her the twins weren't American Russian, like she knew what that meant.
We need more information before we jump to conclusions, or throw those types of accusations around,
Alexei says. And if Gavril was helping Tara investigate this, then it's very possible it's connected to his death. My imagination picks up as the thought screams through my mind and my heart races. What if, in their digging for Tara's birth mother, they found something they shouldn't have?
That could explain what the Russian meant when he told Gavril his time to deliver was up.
Now Alexei is getting on board with my train of thought, which right now is faster than any bullet train could be. Maybe what Gavril had to deliver was Tara. My throat goes dry, and my voice cracks. Oh my God, Alexei, what if my sister is the reason your brother and Irina were killed?
Hey.
Alexei takes my chin and makes me look at him.
No. If my brother was helping Tara, he wanted to do it. So this is as much his fault.
Alexei gives me a reassuring smile.
There's a bigger picture here that we're not seeing, as we don't have all the pieces yet. But I promise you, we'll find them.
I nod slowly, my heart still racing. Where do we start? He looks at me.
We start with your mother. She's the only one we know who might know the truth.
The thought terrifies me, but I also know he's right. Before I can respond, there's a knock at the door.
Chapter 21. Alexei. Gunner's knock is sharp. He enters without waiting, jaw tight and eyes flicking from me to Sabrina. "We have a problem," he says. "The twins." I watch his posture, the way he turns to look pointedly towards Sabrina. I know what it means. He's hesitant to speak in front of Sabrina. If this was any other person, I'd make her leave, but she's now my partner, and she came to me with the box, with the truth about the Russian woman. Sabrina has finally chosen to trust me, and now I won't shut her out. It's time for me to let her in. You can speak freely, I tell them. After all, it was Sabrina's apartment they tore apart. Gunnar nods. I'm sorry, Miss Kraft, he says to her, voice unusually sincere. If I could, I'd beat the shit out of them just for scaring a mother and child. Sabrina blinks, a little taken aback.
That's, thank you,
she says, offering him a tight smile. I frown, eyes narrowing. What do you mean, if you could? You didn't even lay a finger on them? He rolls his eyes. We don't do things that way anymore, remember? Radomir would have my balls in a vice if I didn't at least try to find out who they are first. Not after the Enzo incident when I nearly skinned his kid, so Sid did some investigating. And? He shrugs and pulls 2 new-looking Russian passports from his jacket. Sid found these in the room they were holed up in. Figured you'd want to see them before there's another Enzo's kid incident. I take the passports and flip them open. My stomach drops as their names hit me. A breath hisses through my teeth as I snap the covers shut and slam them onto the desk. Jesus fucking Christ, I mutter. What the fuck do they want with Tara Kraft? Surely they couldn't know about the affair. They won't say, Gunnar replies, his tone low and tight. But they keep asking to speak with Carla Kraft. I glance at Sabrina, who is standing beside me. Her fingers are clenched, eyes locked on mine. She's pale but steady.
Who are they?
She asks quietly, pointing to the passports. I pick them up and hand her the passports. She flips one open, brows knitting together.
Who are they?
She repeats, looking up at me. I take the passports and shove them in a drawer, then reach for her hand. Come, I'll introduce you. What the fuck are you doing? Gunnar steps in my path. They said Carla Kraft, not her daughter, and the dungeon isn't really the place for a lady.
It's okay, Gunnar,
Sabrina assures me.
I'm sure I can handle it.
And Carla's off sipping cocktails with my aunt somewhere in the goddamn Bahamas, I snap. Sabrina is the next best thing. Gunnar studies me for a beat, then he gives a short nod, stepping aside for Sabrina and me to leave the room. We head to the elevator, descend to the underground level, and pass through the heavy steel door that leads to the dungeon. The air is cooler here, stale with the scent of disinfectant and iron. Along the corridor, security monitors show every hallway and entrance, the feeds flickering in full color. I lead Sabrina past them, toward the old interrogation wing. How do you want to play this? Gunnar asks from behind us. Bring both of them into the big room, I tell him, gripping Sabrina's hand, but the older of the two first, the one with the scar on his face. The hallway ahead is stark, long and eerily quiet. Metal doors line each side, small square windows offering glimpses into darkness. The overhead fluorescents hum, casting a pale yellow light over the polished concrete. Sabrina slows, her fingers tightening around mine.
Which room was Lee in?
She asks, her voice soft, wary.
The one where she was shot?
I stop and face her. My aunt's had it destroyed. It leads to the fire exit now. She was here too. She saw what Victor and Lee's mother did, what my father, allowed to happen. She didn't want any trace of that sickness left. Sabrina nods, but the color drains from her face.
You should have burned this whole place.
I squeeze her hand. This dungeon keeps more than secrets, Melankaya. We don't just use it for torture. We interrogate thieves, harassers, people who think they can get away with hurting my people.
To scare them shitless,
she mutters. Exactly. We enter the large interrogation room. The walls are bare, no chains, no hooks. Just a long steel table bolted to the floor and 4 reinforced chairs, 2 with restraints, 2 without. I pull one of the plain chairs out for Sabrina. She eyes the metal restraint chairs.
Are those designed for high-voltage shocks or just aesthetic?
I chuckle. You think so highly of us. She shrugs.
If the boot fits.
I don't answer because the door swings open again and Gunnar strides in, dragging one of the twins with him. The bastard smirks as soon as he sees me. Then his gaze shifts, settling on Sabrina. He flicks his tongue across his lower lip, eyes moving over her in a way that makes my blood boil. I asked for Carla Kraft. He spits in Russian. Not the slutty daughter. She's of no use to us. Unless... His meaning is clear. I'm across the room in 2 strides, my hand fisting the front of his shirt as I slam him against the wall, and my other hand wraps around his thick neck. Gunnar backs off, giving me space. You watch your fucking mouth, I growl in Russian. That's my partner you're talking about. I don't care who your family is. You disrespect her again, and I'll let Gunnar give you a demonstration of his father's training. The man stiffens, but he doesn't cower. Do what you will. You'll regret it. You're not in any position to lay a hand on us anymore. His eyes slide to Sabrina again, this time filled with amusement. What do you want with Tara Kraft? I snap. His face twists into something darker. My sister's son. I freeze. What?
In my fucking closet?
Sabrina's voice cuts in from behind me. Fluent Russian. Sharp and steady. The man's eyes move toward her, caught off guard that she understood every word he said. So am I, but not because of her perfect Russian, but because I never even heard her move. Sabrina, step back, I say, keeping my tone low. She holds her ground, but gives the man some distance.
Why would your sister's child be hiding in my apartment?
We were looking for evidence, the man says. But that's all you'll get from me until we speak with your mother.
Why my mother?
Sabrina presses.
What does she have to do with your sister's kid, and where is your sister?
He stares at her like she's a fool. I tighten my grip on his shirt again. Answer her, I demand. She's dead, he says coldly, his gaze returning to Sabrina. Because of your sister.
Who are you?
Sabrina's eyes flicker with confusion and hurt.
What the hell are you talking about?
I let go of him just enough to say, Sabrina, this is Kirill Voronina, one of Irina's brothers. She goes still.
Then, that means you can't hurt him.
No, I admit. But that doesn't mean I won't. Her gaze returns to Kirill.
My sister had nothing to do with Irina's death, and why would she take your sister's son?
Her brow furrows deeper.
Gavril and Irina didn't have children.
Yes, they did, Kirill snaps. A boy, born shortly before they died. My blood runs cold. That's not possible. We would have known.
Why would Tara take him?
Sabrina murmurs more to herself.
To protect him, perhaps?
To protect him? Kirill snarls. More like for leverage or because she wanted him for herself. Gavril and Irina's child is very valuable. My brother didn't have a child, I hiss. You're lying.
You're the ones who were chasing her in New York, weren't you?
Sabrina suddenly accuses as if it just dawned on her, her voice low and certain.
You shot Clyde.
He says nothing. Doesn't need to. His silence is confirmation.
Where's my sister?
She demands. Where's your mother? He counters.
She's not here. She won't be for a while.
Kirill's eyes darken. Then bring me Sam Winters.
He's not here either,
Sabrina says.
You'll have to deal with me.
I don't deal with nobodies, Kirill says with a sneer. Your sister has our nephew and we want him back. His eyes meet mine, blazing with a threat. The dragon won't be happy with this. About you aligning with the enemy. He's your nephew too. I step closer, voice like ice. Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. Find our nephew, or the alliance between our family dies.
Why do you want to speak to my mother? Sabrina presses. She doesn't know where Tara went.
Doesn't she? Kareel's words drip with venom. Your mother is full of lies. Maybe if she'd told the truth years ago, Irina would still be alive.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sabrina's voice breaks. While your sister may not have planted the car bomb, she's the reason it was planted. His words echo in my head like a detonation, and before I erupt physically, I bark, "That's enough." My hand tightens around his throat. Tell us, why do you want to speak with Carla Kraft? I growl. He just stares at me with a smug smile as if daring me to take a swing. Tell me, I add, or I'll let Gunnar interrogate your brother. Let's see how long he stays quiet. Stephen won't talk. We'll see. Gunnar grins and heads for the door. I'll bring him in and then let you watch. His eyes hold Kareel's. You'll regret this, Kareel calls after him. The dragon won't forgive it. The dragon answers to me. I reply. Kareel chuckles, eyes gleaming. Keep telling yourself that, mighty Mirachin. Things have changed over the past 8 months. You've been too distracted to notice it. What the fuck does that mean? Take him back to his cell, I snap. I was hoping you'd want me to take him to the alligator farm. Gunnar sighs like a disappointed child. But sure, boss. He grabs Kareel and hauls him out. Sabrina's voice breaks the silence.
I need to call my mom. I think I was right. Maybe she did steal Tara.
She bolts from the room and I follow, catching up with her in the parking garage as she paces, phone pressed to her ear. She pulls it away and shakes it.
Why isn't she answering?
Sabrina, breathe. She doesn't stop.
He said, if my mom had told the truth, his sister would be alive. What does that mean, Alexei? Why would my sister take their child? What the fuck is going on?
Her voice cracks. The tears come and I catch her before she collapses. Her fingers curl into my shirt, her body trembling. We'll find out, I whisper. I promise we'll get to the bottom of this, together. I hold her tight, feeling the weight of every unanswered question press down on both of us. Come on, I say finally. Let's go upstairs, have a drink, call your mother. Elena's probably back by now, wondering where we are. We step into the elevator, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I feel something shift. Like we've crossed a threshold. And there's no going back. Chapter 22. Alexei. On the way to the penthouse, the elevator ride is quiet, and as I hold Sabrina against me, my mind is in fucking turmoil. When did Gavril and Irina have a kid? Shit. I saw her a month before they were killed and she wasn't pregnant, nor did my brother, aunt, or cousin mention anything about them having a baby. I would have known if they had a kid. The elevator dings to a stop and the doors slide open. Sid is there waiting for us. Her face is pale and drawn. Sabrina's eyes dart to her immediately. "Where's Elena?" she demands, her voice edged with concern, sensing that Sid is there with bad news. "She's fine," Sid assures quickly. "Elena is sleeping peacefully in the nursery." But Sabrina isn't convinced. She brushes past us, her footsteps echoing down the hallway as she rushes to see her daughter for herself. I turn to Sid. "What is it?" She hesitates, then speaks. "Sam called. It's about your aunt and Nicholas." My stomach tightens. What happened? "Their yacht has gone missing," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sam received a distress call from Nicholas, and then... nothing. The yacht just disappeared like it was sucked into the fucking Bermuda Triangle, only they were nowhere near it. Search teams are out now looking for them." "Damn it," I hiss, running a hand through my hair. "Where were they when it disappeared?" "Near Trabzon. You know the Turkish port city on the Black Sea coast, not far from the Georgian border?" Sid's words sent bolts of tiny shockwaves through my system. What the fuck were they doing there? I stare at her in disbelief. I thought they were cruising through the Bahamas. I rub my jaw. That's thousands of kilometers in the wrong direction. I tried to find out from Sam, but he's as in the dark as we are. Sid tells me, but there is something in her voice and eyes that makes me think she doesn't believe Sam. You think Sam's not telling you the truth? I point out. I think he knows more than he's letting on. Sid confirms. About everything. Before Sid can elaborate, Sabrina reappears, her face flushed. Don't say a word about the yacht missing. Sabrina's mother and Mark Dalton are on that cruise. I know. Sid nods. I just called my mother's phone, Sabrina says, breathless. Someone else answered, a woman who couldn't speak a word of fucking English. Her voice is raised in panic. I asked her why she has my mother's phone and was told that the phone was left in a hotel room. The woman is a housekeeper there and was taking it to the lost and found. What? My chest tightens. Where is the hotel? I ask, my senses on high alert. Sabrina looks confused. Moscow, she replies. That cannot be a coincidence. The blood pumps faster through my veins as my heart picks up speed and I glance at Sid. Get the jet ready. Pack your bags and round up Lev and Ivan. Of course. Sid nods. I turn to Sabrina. How soon can you get packed and ready? She looks at me, confusion and worry etched on her face. Why? We're going to Russia, I state firmly. I hope you still keep your passport with you at all times.
Sabrina. My heart skips a beat. Russia. Again. At least this time it's by jet, not a frantic drive across Europe. 20 minutes, I say, then pause, thinking of Elena. Maybe longer, because of Elena. Don't worry, Sid interjects. I'll have Magda get her ready. I nod, grateful. Oh, tell Magda to get ready as she'll be coming with us to help with Elena, he orders Sid, and looks at me. We'll need Magda's help with Elena, as you and I have a lot to do there. He's right, and I nod, then remember something. Shit, I need to get the box. Before Alexei can protest, I'm already moving, taking the elevator down to his office. Once there, I gather the birth certificate, letters, and photo. In my haste, I accidentally knock the box off the table. It hits the floor with a dull thud, and to my surprise, a false bottom pops open, revealing another hidden document. Frowning, I pick it up. There's handwriting on the back. Ask Sabrina if this will do, and how we can change it to suit our needs. Thanks, T. Gav. I flip it over, and my breath catches. Adoption papers, dated a day after Gavril's letter to the hospital in Moscow, where he was asking for Lydia Zorin's birth certificate. What the hell? I whisper. Shoving everything back into the box, I race back to the penthouse. It's the longest fucking elevator ride in history. I push through the doors before they are fully open as my heart is pumping in my ears. Alexei is no longer in the hallway. Sid is gone, and the study is empty too. I dash for the bedroom, bursting in, and come to a complete halt. Alexei stands by the dresser, shirtless, and my breath catches hard in my throat. Sunlight filters through the tall windows, casting a warm golden hue across his skin. His broad shoulders taper into arms roped with muscle. Every inch of him carved like he was poured into a mold designed to make women forget how to breathe. The sun glints off his chest, highlighting the sharp definition of his pecs and the taut ridges of his abdomen. 6 hard lines that look like they were chiseled straight out of marble. His belt is undone, hanging low on his hips. The open waistband of his trousers, hinting at the dark trail that disappears beneath the fabric. That V, the one that should come with a warning label, draws my eyes like a magnet. My mouth goes dry. He glances up and catches me staring, one brow lifting with the kind of raw, masculine confidence that makes heat bloom between my thighs.
See something you like, Malinkia?
He drawls, his voice a decadent rumble. Despite the urgency, a flush creeps up my neck. He strides over, fingers threading through my hair as he pulls me into a searing kiss that leaves me breathless. Pulling back, he murmurs,
Nothing I'd like more than to bend you over the desk and make you scream my name as I'm buried deep inside you. But it will have to wait until we're on the jet, maybe?
He teases wickedly. I swallow hard, trying to regain focus. Alexei, I think I've solved the mystery of Gavril and Irina's son. He pulls back, eyes narrowing.
What do you mean?
I hand him the document. Adoption papers, I explain, pointing to the note on the back. I think Gavril wanted Tara to ask me to modify them for an adoption. He scans the papers, shock evident on his face.
Where did you find these?
While I was retrieving the other papers and the photos, I accidentally knocked the box off the table, and when it hit the ground, I found it had a false bottom, I explain. This was hidden in it. He frowns, deep in thought.
Why would Tara hide this?
I have no idea. I shake my head. But the only thing filled in on the document is a date, dated the day after he sent that letter to the hospital in Moscow. I point to the page where it is.
Alexei looks at me in disbelief. My brother and Irina were adopting?
Kirill said they had a son a few days before they were killed, I remind him. Maybe they got the child, a son. Maybe Tara disappeared to get it for them and was bringing it to them when
they were killed,
Alexei said.
Pavel told Sid that night the man he'd overheard speaking to Gavril said his time was up to deliver.
His frown deepens. We thought maybe he had to deliver Tara, I add, and my eyes widen. Oh, fuck. Suddenly, I'm finding it hard to breathe. Alexei, what if Tara and Gavril got the baby?
Illegally, and they wanted something in return from my brother.
Alexei picks up on my line of thought.
They can't deliver or run out of time to deliver.
Tara has already taken the baby. I swallow.
They retaliate.
I see his eyes darken with pain as he recalls his brother's murder.
Tara takes off with the boy to hide him.
She thinks Kirill and Stephen are after the baby, not knowing who they are. I know I'm reaching here, but now my mind is spinning. There are so many unanswered questions, and I'm playing in a world I've just stepped into. A world where people steal babies or get them on the black market, where people don't so much as blink an eye before brutally murdering someone. And my sister is caught in the middle of all this. No wonder she was so scared about her pregnancy. My eyes widen once again. Oh, fuck. Elena. My stomach clenches, and my eyes settle on Alexei. He's just standing there, staring at, processing this new development. Guilt washes over me. I'm torn between loyalty to my sister and knowing it's time to tell Alexei the truth. My brow furrows. Wait a minute. Why are they adopting if Gavril was clearly fertile? Can I see that adoption document again? Alexei nods and hands it to me. I read it more in depth and suck in my breath, looking up at him. Something else has been marked on page 2 of the document. I turn it to show him. Under reason for process, Gavril has scribbled 3 failed pregnancies. The longest my wife carried was 3 months.
I didn't even know they were trying.
Alexei's voice is low and hoarse with emotion. He raises his eyes to mine, and they are haunted.
He never told us about this, or at least not me.
Maybe he was going to tell you all when they had their little boy, I reason, and I know now is the time to tell him about Elena. Alexei, there is... A knock on the door distracts us, and he quickly fastens his belt and pulls on his shirt. I'm not even sure he heard what I said as he barks,
"Come in."
The door opens, and Sid steps in. "The jet is ready when you are."
"Thanks, Sid. We'll be there in 10.
He looks at me as she leaves.
"Are you okay?"
I nod, my nerves zinging. Fuck, did I really just nearly tell him about Elena? Maybe Sid interrupting was fate's way of telling me not to. I just need to pack. I won't be long. He kisses me on the forehead.
"I'll be in the study when you're ready."
I nod and watch him go, still zinging from what I'd almost done.
Chapter 23. Alexei. The soft hum of the jet engines vibrates beneath my feet as I lean against the doorway to the smaller bedroom cabin, watching Sabrina kiss Elena goodnight. The cabin is dim, bathed in the warm glow of low lighting. Magda stands beside the crib waiting for us to leave so she can close the door of the smaller room. Sabrina lingers a second longer, pressing a gentle kiss to Elena's forehead before turning to me. There's a look in her eyes, tenderness wrapped in exhaustion, laced with the uncertainty of the day's revelations. She has been through hell and is still standing. She is still fighting, and fuck if I don't want to take her mind off everything for just a little while. I guide her through the wide cabin corridor, my palm warm against the small of her back. The master suite is the largest of the three, built for long-haul privacy, with plush cream walls, a king-size bed dressed in deep navy linens, and a fireplace-style screen flickering softly across from a low table. On it, 2 glasses of premium Russian vodka glisten beside a silver platter bearing chocolate mousse, whipped cream, and a bowl of pitted deep red cherries. Sabrina raises a brow when she sees it. "Bribery through dessert?" "Distraction," I correct, stepping closer. "I need it as much as you do." A faint smile pulls at her lips, but it fades almost instantly. Her eyes flicker toward the ensuite bathroom. "I need a shower first." I nod and watch her disappear behind the frosted glass door. The moment I hear water rush through the pipes, I cover the desserts to keep them from spoiling, take a long pull of vodka, and strip out of my shirt and jeans. The shower is built into the curve of the fuselage, long enough to move in, with sleek black marble walls and a rainfall head that steams the glass in seconds. I step inside quietly, the warm air wrapping around me like a lover's breath. Sabrina is facing away, eyes closed as water trickles down her spine, her hands braced against the tiles. The sight of her, naked, wet, vulnerable, punches the air from my lungs. I slide in behind her, my hands finding her waist as I press my chest to her slick back. She startles for a moment, then exhales my name. "Alexei." "Shh." I kiss her shoulder. "Relax and let me take care of you." I grab the soap and a washcloth and lather it, letting the foam bubble between my fingers before lowering it to her skin. Slowly, I massage the suds into her shoulders and down her back, watching as they slide down her curves, leaving glistening trails along her flesh. Her muscles tense beneath my touch, then slowly unwind as I work away the day's tension. I pull the cloth over her ass and slip between the cheeks of it, caressing, teasing, and a little purr escapes her throat. I wash down one leg, paying attention to her pretty little toes on the first, the one foot and then the other, before running the cloth up her other thigh. I stop at the apex of her legs and gently wash her pretty little pussy, making her groan and push against the tiles. Standing behind her, she tilts her head back against me when I reach her neck, a low, breathy sound escaping her lips. The steam thickens around us, wrapping us in a private cloud where nothing exists but sensation and heat, so much heat. I let the cloth fall to the floor and use my hands from there, slick and sure across her hips around her front. She gasps as I cup her breasts, gently stroking the sensitive peaks with my thumbs until she shudders. Her hand reaches back for me, needy fingers desperate for purchase against my thigh. My name is on her breath like a prayer or a curse. I spin her gently so that she's facing me, water cascading over both of us now. Her eyes are half-lidded and smoldering with a blend of desire and defiance, challenging me to finish what I've started. Our lips find each other through the mist. The kiss is molten and full of promise. Her body melts against mine like wax under fire. Distraction, she murmurs when we part for air. Complete oblivion, I promise, my voice thick with want. Her nails drag deliciously down my torso and find my rock-hard cock, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from me. May I wash you now, sir? Her throaty voice makes my member twitch in anticipation. I'm not finished washing you yet, my little slutty pet. My hands glide over her ribs, teasing upward to cup her breasts, rolling her nipples between my fingers as my lips find her throat. Sabrina leans into me, arching her back, hips pressing against my aching erection. I grind into her, unable to stop the groan that rattles from my lips as I lick, nip, and suck her neck. Water trails down her curves, turning her into something primal and divine. My fingers slip between her slick folds to find her swollen clit, and I roll and rub, teasing it. Oh, God, she moans as I slip 2 fingers inside her and start to roll them, knowing how it drives her crazy. Please, sir. She sucks in air. Please, sir, what, my slutty little pet? I growl into her ear. Please, sir, will you fuck me? Her head is tilted back, exposing her neck. I lift her easily. She wraps her legs around my waist as I pin her to the marble wall. Our mouths crash together, tongues dueling, gasping for air between desperate kisses. I need you so badly, Alexei, sir. Sabrina breathes, her head turning into my neck, wrapping her arms around me to support herself. Her breasts rub against my wet, naked chest, making my hard-on almost painful. I lower her slowly, guiding my cock into her inch by agonizing inch. Her back arches, nails dragging down my shoulders as I fill her. The water washes over us as I thrust deep and slow, keeping her pinned to the wall. Each movement draws whimpers from Sabrina's throat, her cries turning sharper as I quicken my pace. Her nails are now digging into my back as she chants my name. I move, striking the precise location that causes her body to tense up and tremble. Sabrina cries out, clenching around me as she explodes, and I groan her name, filling her with my seed. We breathe together, chests heaving, foreheads pressed as the water continues to fall around us. I kiss her temple, then lift her again, this time bridal style, and switch off the shower. She doesn't speak as I carry her from the bathroom, just lays her head against my shoulder, her lips brushing my jaw. In the cabin, I set her on her feet and get a fluffy towel to dry her. I do so slowly, reverently. Each stroke of the towel becomes a caress. When I kneel and run it between her thighs, she gasps, hips twitching. I look up, catching her flushed cheeks and parted lips. You're so responsive, I murmur, kissing the inside of her thigh. I could get drunk on you. Sabrina moans, her legs parting wider for me. I nuzzle closer, my tongue flicking out to lick her already bundled clit. She cries out and entangles her hand in my hair while I suck and wrap my lips around her pussy. Her taste is everywhere, her scent filling me up until I can't breathe, and all I want is to bury myself in it. My cock is hard again, as if it's been too long since the last time I came. I move my head lower, fucking her with my tongue while she writhes against my face. Oh, God, Alexei, she breathes, thighs squeezing against my cheeks. Sir? There's a hint of desperation in the last word. Oh, God, sir. I pull back just enough to slip 2 fingers back inside her soaked pussy before returning to her clit with my mouth. They curl inside her, searching, pushing against the spot that makes her buck violently off the carpeted floor. Yes! She screams this time. I thrust deeper with my fingers, more demanding now as I pressed them harder into her sweet spot without mercy. Sabrina's body curls up from the ground as she throbs frantically around them. She repeats my name over and over again like a mantra before exploding hard on my fingers, gushing so much that half of it runs down my arm. Sabrina trembles under me, clutching at anything she can reach. Me, the bed, the navy linen sliding onto the floor. Until finally even holding herself up becomes impossible. She collapses onto her bed on the mattress and throws an arm over her eyes as if trying to hide from how utterly undone she is. I grab a towel and dry what's left of the water from my body before she pushes herself to her feet. Sabrina takes the towel from me, keeping eye contact.
"May I do that for you, sir?"
Her voice is a low, sexy murmur. Her eyes are dark and alluring, tempting. I nod, and with a swift, fluid motion, she discards the towel, her eyes glinting with intent. She moves gracefully towards me, her lips warm and insistent as they travel down my torso. Her kisses are like a trail of fire, each one burning with increasing intensity. Her hands follow suit, caressing and exploring every inch of skin they encounter. She kneels with purpose between my legs, her steady gaze never leaving mine, creating a connection that feels electric. Her mouth finds its mark, enveloping my shaft in a sensation that is both tender and overwhelming. Her tongue, like hot silk, dances over the sensitive tip, coaxing a deep, involuntary groan from within me. Sabrina begins to suck slowly, each deliberate motion taking more of me as her head bobs rhythmically. Her hands continue their gentle caress on my thighs, grounding me in the moment while enhancing the rising tide of pleasure. Fuck. My hand fists into her hair. Oh yes, just like that. My hips buck slightly, fighting for control. I allow her to play until I'm on the verge of losing myself completely, and then I pull back. Enough. I growl, pulling her up into my arms. I'm not done with you yet, my slutty little pet. She laughs softly as I lift her and toss her onto the bed, grabbing the sleep mask from the nightstand. Do you trust me? I ask, hovering above her.
"Yes,"
she whispers without hesitation. I blindfold her gently, then fasten her wrists to the padded cuffs on the headboard. Her legs, which I bind with soft ties, are parted and open for me. She's bare, vulnerable, trembling with anticipation.
Sabrina. I can't see a thing, but I feel everything. I can feel the dampness of the air on my skin. The soft fabric encircles my wrists. The bed shifts as Alexei moves around me. I hear the quiet rustle of the dessert tray. Something cool brushes my lips. I open my mouth, and he slips a spoon between them.
"Tell me what it is,"
he orders softly. Chocolate mousse. The mousse is rich, creamy, and spiked with something dark. Chocolate.
"Good girl."
A fingertip drags over my sensitive clit from the last 2 explosive orgasms. Just once. A tease. My hips jerk at the contact. Another spoon. The taste bursts with tartness and syrupy sweetness. Cherry. His tongue replaces his finger on my clit this time, stroking once, slowly. I moan. This is cruel, I pant.
"This is a reward."
Whipped cream lands on my left nipple, and I gasp as cold meets heat. He licks it off slowly, then kisses the spot he's just cleaned. He repeats the same to the other, his tongue circling until I'm whimpering. He pours more cream, this time down my belly, in a line that leads to the aching center of me. He drizzles it over my mound, places a cherry between my folds, and another just above my clit. Alexei murmurs,
"I'm going to eat my cherries using your pussy as my plate."
His tongue licks a path of fire over my abdomen, then lower. He eats the cherry from between my legs like it's the sweetest fruit he's ever tasted. When he sucks the cream off my clit, I scream. The bindings hold me down, forcing me to surrender to every overwhelming sensation. His fingers delve into me, sliding against slick, sensitive flesh, while his tongue works relentless magic, a dance of velvet against my most intimate places. I come undone, my third orgasm crashing through me like a tidal wave, a force of nature that leaves me gasping and shivering. Before I can catch my breath, his mouth is at my breast again, the heat of his breath mingling with the sticky sweetness of cherry juice. His tongue laves, his teeth graze, his lips worship every inch of me, a symphony of sensations that send electric jolts through my veins. "Please," I moan, a sound torn from the depths of my soul. "Please, Alexei." His whisper is a dark caress against the soft skin of my thigh, his fingers dancing a cruel, delicious tease at the edge of my core, never quite touching where I ache for him most.
"What do you want, my slutty little pet?"
"You. I want all of you." The words are a litany, a prayer, a desperate plea. And then I feel the bed shift again, the mattress dipping under the delicious weight of him above me. The head of his cock presses against my opening, a promise, a threat, as he whispers against my ear, his voice a low growl.
"Who do you belong to, my slutty little pet?"
"You," I whimper, the words a surrender, a confession. "You, Alexei, sir." My voice is a plea, a desperate cry as he teases my entrance with the tip of his cock, a torment that leaves me writhing. "I belong to you." His body surges forward, plunging into me like a claim, a brand, a searing heat that fills me completely, overwhelming my senses. He starts pounding into me, each thrust deliberate and intense, lowering his hips to my ear as his body knocks against mine, a primal rhythm that echoes through my very core.
"I've let you come 3 times, my slutty little pet."
Alexei growls, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that sends shivers down my spine.
"This time, you can't come until I tell you."
His breath is hot against my ear, and his words are an unwavering command.
"Don't displease me."
I stammer, my voice barely a whisper, caught in the whirlwind of sensation and his dominating presence. "No, sir, I won't displease you." My voice wobbles. Each thrust is a searing torment, a paradise of pleasure and pain, a relentless rhythm that leaves me breathless. I'm tethered between ecstasy and desperation, every fiber of my being straining to obey his brutal, blissful command.
"That's it, my slutty little pet. Hold on."
He breathes, the satisfaction in his voice thick like smoke. I hear him groan as his thrusts get more frantic.
"Come for me. Come all over my cock."
He pounds into me, and my world explodes, his name tearing from my lips while he fucks me through my orgasm. Alexei's hot seed spills into me, and finally, he stills inside me, each labored breath a white-hot brand across my skin. Slowly, he pulls the sleep mask from my eyes and unties my wrists. Our gazes lock, and he kisses me gently before reaching behind him and loosening my ankles. Alexei flops down beside me, pulling me against his chest, and as I cuddle into him, exhausted and spent, I know I am completely his. Chapter 24. Sabrina. 3 weeks in Moscow have yielded nothing but dead ends. The hospital we sought burned down 15 months ago. Just 2 days before Tara begged me to hide her and feign pregnancy. No one has seen or heard from Anya Novikov in over 30 years, not since her youngest daughter died. We speculated that Lydia Zorin might be Anya's daughter, but Anya had married Timofey Morozova, a highly decorated Russian army veteran, ruling out that theory. Compounding my anxiety, upon our arrival in Moscow, Alexei informed me that my mother, Mark, his aunt Galina, and Nicholas had vanished. Their yacht disappeared near Trabzon, a Turkish port not far from Moscow. We went to the hotel in Moscow that had my mother's phone, and to our surprise, the room had no registered guests that had stayed there the night the phone was found. But we did find out that the room was permanently booked for a prominent Russian family whose identity remains elusive. Alexei and Sid have been tirelessly investigating, convinced this family holds the key to our loved one's disappearance. Amidst this turmoil, I've been grappling with a personal dilemma. Whether to tell Alexei about Elena. My paranoia has been mounting. I feel we're being followed, though Alexei's men have found no evidence that we have been. Adding to my stress, I missed my period. Initially, I attributed it to the chaos around me, but standing in a public bathroom in a Moscow drugstore, 5 pregnancy tests are glaring back at me and confirm my suspicions. Each one had 2 pink lines. Well, there is no pretending now. My breath starts to become shallow as I stare at the sticks. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm really pregnant. Shit. This is the last thing I need right now. A light rap at the door pulls me back from the brink of a panic attack.
Sabrina, is everything all right in there?
Ivan's voice comes through the door. I'll be there in a minute, I call back. I scoop all the evidence into the wastepaper bin, wash my hands, and take a deep, calming breath, and leave the bathroom. Ivan waits patiently.
Are you okay?
Ivan asks again, noting the time I've spent inside. Yes, I lie. I don't like public bathrooms. It takes me a while. He chuckles, understanding. We start walking through the mall, and Ivan's phone rings. When he steps aside to answer, my phone buzzes, and I'm surprised to see it's a message from Sam. I haven't heard from him in weeks and was getting worried about him, too.
Sabrina, what the fuck are you doing in Moscow? You're in danger.
While I'm reading the message, someone bumps into me, slipping something into my hand. Startled, I turn, but the person has vanished. I open my hand to find a small black flip phone with my name on a sticky note.
Go back to the bathroom and wait for my call.
Damn, I've just spent 10 minutes in there. Ivan will think I'm incontinent. Ivan, I whisper, as he is still on his call. I have to pee again. Sorry, it only trickled out last time. The big Russian isn't embarrassed. He nods and walks me to the door. I slip inside and wait. The phone rings, and when I answer, I'm relieved to hear it's Sam, and I didn't just accept some phone from a random stranger about to make me plant a bomb in a vending machine or something.
What the fuck are you doing in Moscow?
He hisses.
Jesus, Sabrina, the first time you went to Russia, you were taking a huge chance. But that was in the ass end of the country. Now you're in Moscow.
I had no option. Where the fuck have you been?
I can't explain, but you and Elena are in danger. You have to get out of there.
I'll speak to Alesky.
No, you can't, Sam warns. I have someone with him who will extract him, but you and Elena are the priority. Don't fight me on this, little missy, because staying there is putting Alexei in danger too.
I snort. Yeah, right. Do you forget who he is? He's Bratva. No one's going to mess with him.
Sweetheart, Sam says, the people you're in danger from are the monsters that make monsters run and hide.
A cold shiver creeps up my spine. Who are we in danger from? I demand.
We'll talk when you're safe,
Sam tells me.
Tomorrow, you'll ask Sid to go with you when you take Elena for her usual walk in the afternoon. Go to the end of Zaryadya Park, near the entrance by Varvarka Street. You're about to be erased, so those monsters think you and Elena are dead. Do you understand?
Why? I ask again, alarm ripping through me.
We'll talk when you're safe,
Sam repeats.
And Sabrina, you can't tell anyone about this. Now, do I have your word you'll be there?
My heart pounds, nausea swirls, and all I can see are those 2 pink lines in my mind's eye. I place a hand on my belly, realizing I now have 2 precious lives to protect. What about Alexei? I ask.
I promise you, we'll get him out of Moscow as soon as you and Elena are safe. Your erasure can't look suspicious. Honey, you're putting him in terrible danger, not to mention Elena.
I take a deep, shaky breath. Okay, tomorrow at 3.
Hide this phone, and I'll see you soon,
he says, hanging up. With shaky legs, I find Ivan. I know I should have pretended to be tired or feigned sleep when Alexei came to find me, but I couldn't. I need this last night with him. I'm racked with guilt. My heart feels like it's breaking, and my soul is clinging to the hope that I'd hallucinated Sam's call today. I don't want to leave him. I know it's crazy, and like my mother warned, he'll probably end up breaking my heart. But being with him feels like home, where I belong, with him, Alexei. I know I'll always belong to him, and now I have a part of him growing inside me. I knew on the second day in Moscow that he'd stolen my heart, and now I'm about to break the trust we've built to keep him, our unborn child, and Elena safe. I swallow and clear all thoughts from my mind. Don't think about tomorrow, Sabrina. There is only here and now. We are in the special room Alexei had designed in his family's Moscow mansion, deep into our sexual play. I'm on my knees, clad only in my underwear. My bra is pulled beneath my breasts, exposing them and offering them to him, while anticipation quivers through me as Alexei approaches with my new favorite toys, vibrating nipple clamps. He kneels before me, kissing me deeply as his fingers tease my hardening nipple, sucking and licking, driving me wild with desire. He teases the other nipple, whispering, "Beg for it, my naughty little pet." He snaps the clamp a few times in the air, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "Please, sir," I beg, "pinch my hard nipple with the clamp." He chuckles, gently placing the clamp onto my nipple. But instead of the usual pleasure-pain, a sharp agony sears through me. I scream, my body convulsing as a cold mist coils through me. Darkness engulfs me. The last thing I hear is Alexei yelling my name before I collapse, the cold tile meeting my head. Bright lights assault my senses as I come to, being wheeled through a corridor. My head throbs. I try to sit up, but a firm hand pushes me down.
"Don't sit up, baby."
Alexei's frantic voice surrounds me, pulling me further into consciousness. "What happened?" I ask, my voice weak. "Where am I?"
"In the emergency room."
Alexei's words alarm me. "Elena?" I breathe.
"She's here."
He steps back, and I see my little girl strapped into a baby sling on Alexei's chest, sleeping peacefully. They wheel me into a private room with soft lighting and fresh linens that do nothing to ease the panic clawing at my chest. The walls feel like they're pressing in, the sterile scent prickling my nose. I shift to sit up, but Alexei is there, adjusting the bed with the remote so I'm only slightly elevated. His touch is gentle, but his face is tight with concern, jaw clenched like he's barely holding it together. Then it hits me. The clamp, the pain, the cold rushing through me before everything went black. I lift a hand to my forehead and wince as my fingers graze a tender knot.
You have a gash. The nurse cleaned it and put 2 butterfly bandages on it,
Alexei says, sitting down beside me, Elena still tucked securely against his chest.
And there's quite a bump, too. You hit the tile hard when you collapsed.
What the hell is this? My voice is hoarse, my throat dry, when I see the ball of cotton wool pasted to the crook of my arm.
The doctor took blood as you were out for 20 minutes, and I gave them my permission to.
Great, I hiss. I'm feeling fine now. I want to go.
No.
Alexei's voice snaps, and his eyes hold me.
Sabrina, last night when I entered you, you were in pain.
I feel my cheeks start to heat.
Then tonight your nipples are extra sensitive.
His eyes flash with concern.
Please, baby, humor me, and just let the doctors run their tests.
Fine. My head is aching anyway, so I lie back. Has Sid or Ivan managed to find out anything more about that prominent mystery family who have that hotel suite? I make conversation to keep my mind off of my throbbing head and stinging nipple, because the numbness that has shrouded me has worn off, and fuck, my nipple is burning like I've been stung by a wasp.
Yes,
Alexei answers.
I was about to tell you earlier, but you made that hard to do when I walked into the room and found you on your knees in your black lacy underwear and heels.
His eyes darken, and his mouth lifts in a delicious grin.
After that, I wasn't thinking too clearly.
What news were you going to tell me? I interrupt his musings.
You're not going to believe who that suite is permanently booked for.
Alexei tells me deliberately, leaving me hanging, like a fucking game show host, making the guests wait to see if their answer is correct. Who? My voice snaps with impatience.
Anya and Timothy Muratova.
Alexei says the name slowly and deliberately. Oh my God. I feel as if the breath has been knocked out of me. So my mother must know them? I frown. How did Sid and Ivan finally get the information?
The old-fashioned way,
Alexei says with a half smile.
Ivan distracted the manager while Sid helped herself to the woman's computer.
I stare at him suspiciously. I know there is a double meaning. She wasn't hurt, was she?
Not if you call being seduced by Ivan hurt.
Alexei laughs.
He is a handsome brute.
I nod. Why was my mother in their hotel suite? I bite my lip. The photo Tara had of Anya, and now this. How is it all connected?
Sid also found that the front desk clerk at the hotel lied.
Alexei tells me.
A woman named Maria Muratova had signed in the night your mother's phone was left there.
That makes my heart jolt. Isn't it Maria Anaya's daughter that died 30 years ago? My brow furrows in confusion.
Yes.
Alexei nods.
Seems she came back from the dead to meet with your mother.
Or kidnap her. My eyes dart to his. Along with your aunt, Nick, and Mark. A soft knock at the door draws both our attention as it opens and a young female doctor enters, dressed in pale blue scrubs, her light brown hair tucked into a sleek bun. She gives me a reassuring smile before her eyes briefly flicker to Alexei. She scans, giving him that look. Her gaze isn't subtle. It lingers too long, her interest clear. Jealousy stabs unexpectedly sharp in my gut, and I sit up a little straighter, despite the pain. Hello, Mrs. Mirochin. Welcome back. You gave your husband quite the scare, she says, flipping through a digital tablet. My head jerks toward Alexei. He shrugs and flashes me a smile that is anything but apologetic. Mrs. Mirochin? Wife? That's how he was able to consent to them taking my blood. Bastard. But I can't help how good it feels to be called his wife, nor the smug look I know must now be on my face as I stare at the doctor. Yes, bitch, he's mine. But only until 3 p.m. tomorrow, the little voice at the back of my head reminds me, and I start to feel giddy again. It's good to see you finally joined us, the doctor continues. You were out for quite some time, so we ran a few tests. Is everything okay with my wife? Alexei asks, his tone smooth as silk. She nods. Oh, yes. A smile spreads across her lips as her eyes hold Alexei's, and I want to fly off the bed and slap her pretty face. I shake this suddenly territorial flare off. What the fuck, Sabrina? Since when did you start being the jealous, possessive type? That little voice, deep from within my soul, whispers back. Since you found yourself head over heels in love with the big brute of a Bratva prince. Her next words pull me back from my murderous thoughts. There were elevated levels of HCG. The doctor glances from Alexei to me, her smile growing like the purple-striped cat in Alice in Wonder. I didn't like him either. I'm also so irritated by the woman, I don't realize what she's just said. And I believe congratulations are in order. I stiffen as I realize where this is going. Fuck. What? Alexei and I say at the same time. You're pregnant. She says it like it's the most natural thing in the world. Then turns those flirty eyes with the camel-length eyelashes to Alexei. You're going to be a daddy. She looks pointedly at my little girl, snuggled close to Alexei's hard chest, as content as a bee in honey. Again. He's not, I start to say, but Alexei cuts me off. Are you sure? He stares at the doctor in stunned disbelief. She nods. Not very far along. Her gaze returns to me. That's probably why the nipple clamp caused you to faint. Early pregnancy often comes with heightened sensitivity. Jesus fucking hell. Alexei told her. I want the floor to open up and swallow me whole. Pregnant, Alexei mutters and goes completely still beside me. I can actually feel him processing the words, but I can't bring myself to look at him yet. I'm too busy pretending I'm just as shocked as he is, which I am. It's one thing for 2 stripes on a few pregnancy tests. It's possible it could still be a false positive. Unlikely, but possible. But blood tests? That's a positive that says, this is fucking real, Sabrina. This time, there is a baby growing in your belly. Pregnant, he says again. His voice cracks slightly, something I've never heard from him. Yes, the doctor confirms, turning back to me. Have you had other symptoms? Breast tenderness, abdominal cramping during sex? She's had some pain, Alexei answers before I can stop him. Last night, when I was inside her. His warm hand reaches out and takes mine. Take that, bitch. I curl my hand into his, the instant anger at him volunteering our sex life to the doctor vanishing at his touch. That's not normal. But the heat of embarrassment still scorches my cheeks. Oh my God. I see, the doctor says with a polite nod. Would you mind if I do a quick exam? This time she asks me, but her eyes slip back to Alexei. No, I'm sure I'm fine. My words come out fast before he can answer. Yes, please, Alexei tells her, completely overriding my consent, and as the flirty doctor thinks he's my husband, she gives him a smile, then walks to the closet. I give him a pleading look, silently begging him to say no. But he only rises and shifts Elena in the sling so he can stay close without hovering. The next thing I know, I'm in a hospital gown, my legs in stirrups, my bare ass exposed to the cold air, and my Bratva prince sitting 10 feet away with my baby girl strapped to his chest, while a stranger probes my cervix. The doctor finally straightens, removing her gloves and disposing of them in the bin. "She's fine," she says, addressing Alexei like I'm not even in the room anymore. "No tearing, no bleeding, but some noticeable irritation. I'll prescribe a topical cream and prenatal supplements. She'll likely feel more sensitive than usual, so take things gently for a while." Her eyes flick to me with a wink that makes me wish I had the power to vanish into thin air. Then I could run like hell, especially after she says, "First pregnancies are always the worst." Oh my fucking God! I forgot that doctors can tell these things. Uh-oh. My eyes dart to Alexei. His expression is unreadable, but I know him well enough now to see the fire behind his eyes. His world has shifted again, and not in a small way as his mind is churning. "Thank you," he says, his voice low, his shoulders stiff. The doctor is called away, and she promises us that a nurse will be in shortly with instructions and the prescription. As the door clicks closed behind her, the room falls into an awkward, pulsing silence. My eyes meet Alexei's, and he's staring at me with a look that could strip paint from the wall. Chapter 25. Sabrina. I shift uncomfortably in the bed, tugging the blanket over my thighs. "Alexei," I begin as his eyes bore into me. "I've been trying to tell you since we left Vegas." He doesn't respond at first. Instead, he lowers himself into the chair beside me and unclips Elena from the sling. She stirs softly, but remains asleep as he cradles her in his arms, brushing his thumb across her cheek. "I'm trying to find the words," he finally says. I brace myself. "I should be furious," he continues, staring down at my little girl, "that you didn't try harder to tell me, that I had to hear it from a stranger in a hospital." I swallow hard. "But I'm not," he adds, glancing at me. "I'm not furious." I blink at him, startled. You're not?" "No." His voice softens. "Because I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and believe you were going to. Is this what you wanted to tell me when Sid interrupted us in our room in Vegas to tell us the jet was ready?" I nod. He nods and looks at Elena again, saying, "I'm going to believe after that you were waiting for the right time. And with everything going on," he looks at me again, "I get it." My chest caves in with the relief of it. "I made a promise," I whisper. I was so torn between keeping that promise and wanting to tell you the truth about Elena. I feel tears sting the back of my eyes. "I tried to tell you 3 times, but each time we were interrupted. And each time I fooled myself into believing fate was trying to make me keep my promise. That's why I never had the chance to tell you." Alexei's eyes bore into mine, but not with anger or disappointment, but questions. And I know this time there will be no excuses. The truth is about to come out. "I know the burden of carrying other people's secrets," Alexei tells me. "We're burdened with their truth, which are not our secrets to tell, and they become our lies to everyone else." Ain't that the truth? I swipe a stray tear from my cheek, amazed by how he's reacting and falling even deeper in love with him.
Who?
He looks at Elena, softly stroking her cheek before meeting my eyes again.
Whose baby is she?
Before I can answer, we're once again interrupted as the nurse enters, disrupting the moment. She hands me a brown pharmacy bag and a clipboard of discharge papers. Alexei signs them without blinking, and before I know it, I'm being wheeled toward the exit, Elena now bundled in a baby blanket across my chest. As we step outside into the cold night air, Moscow's skyline glittering with soft orange lights and snow-dusted rooftops, something shifts inside me. I feel less burdened, but there is still a secret I'm holding. The plan Sam gave me burns hot in my chest. No matter what happens tonight, I'm leaving tomorrow, I remind myself. I'll be disappearing, vanishing from Alexei's world to protect him and Elena and the tiny life fluttering inside me. And that is one secret I still have to bear, and this time it's my secret. I look at him as he wraps his arms around me, his body shielding me from the cold as we walk toward the waiting car. I memorize the way he looks in the moonlight, the way he touches me like I'm breakable, the way he holds me like I'm his entire world. Because this time tomorrow, he'll believe I'm dead, and I'll be somewhere else, someone else, erased. But if it saves him, if it keeps him breathing, I'll endure my secret, even if it breaks me in half.
Alexei. The car is quiet as we pull away from the hospital, the city lights casting a dull amber glow across Sabrina's face. She hasn't said much since we got in. Hasn't had to. I've been waiting to ask, needing to, because if we're really doing this, if we're really going to walk through fire together, then no more secrets. Whose baby is she? Her body stiffens beside me. She doesn't look at me, just stares out the window like she's hoping I'll forget I asked. But I don't. I can't.
Tara's,
she finally says. I shouldn't be surprised, not really, but I still feel something shift in my gut, something dark, heavy. And the father? My voice is low, but it carries weight. Who is it, Sabrina? She turns to look at the back seat where Elena's strapped in, those ridiculous noise-canceling earmuffs covering her tiny ears. Sabrina doesn't answer. Not right away. I grip the wheel tighter, knuckles whitening. Sabrina, who's the father? Her eyes close for a second too long, and when they open again, they're glassy.
Gavril.
The breath leaves my lungs like I've taken a hit to the chest. My brother. My blood. The truth of it cuts deeper than I expect, even though I already knew. Somewhere deep in my gut, I've known since the moment I first saw Elena. The connection had been too strong, too immediate. She's 8 months old, I say. When's her birthday?
2 days before Gavril was killed.
My stomach turns to lead. Is that why you were so certain Tara wasn't involved in his murder? Because you were with her? Sabrina nods, eyes closing briefly as if steeling herself.
15 months ago, Tara came to me begging for help. Irina had found out about the affair with Gavril and threatened her. Tara was scared. For the baby, for herself, she didn't know what to do.
I listen, eyes on the road, every turn of the steering wheel grounding me in the present while her words drag me through the past.
I took her to my father's old cabin outside Vegas. We hid her there. I faked the pregnancy and told people Elena was mine when she was born. Then 2 days after Elena was born, I woke up to her crying. Tara was gone. She'd left a note on the fridge saying it was the only way to protect Elena, me, and my mom. She made me swear never to tell anyone, said if anyone knew who Elena really was, we'd all be targets because of who Gavril was.
I glance at her. She's telling the truth. I feel it. And more than that, I can see the relief in her face. She's been carrying this alone for so long, balancing on the edge of duty, loyalty, and fear. My chest swells with pride and fury all at once. Elena, my niece, Gavriel's daughter. It makes sense now. The bond I felt with her, the instinct to protect her like she was my own. Because Elena she's part of my brother. Part of me. A bitter taste floods my mouth as I think back to the burner phone I found in Gavriel's study. The messages between him and Tara, exchanged during the months she would have been pregnant, they weren't just cryptic ramblings of lovers trying to play down what they were feeling. They were real, meaningful, and about how Tara was feeling. Fuck, Gavriel knew Tara was pregnant. It hits me like I've been struck by a bus. I glance at Sabrina. Did my brother know? Sabrina shakes her head.
No. Tara ended things with him the week before she found out she was pregnant. She broke all contact with Gavriel after the pregnancy was confirmed.
I don't tell her about the messages, not yet. The timing doesn't feel right. There's more I need to understand first. So Tara disappeared the morning Gavriel was killed?
Yes, that same day. I never heard from her again, until that night you came to my dressing room. She called me in a panic from a phone booth in New York. She begged me to tell my mom to call off the PI we hired, said he wasn't who we thought he was. Then I heard gunshots. Clyde's voice yelling for her to run. She screamed he'd been shot right before the line went dead.
I believe her. The car sinks into silence. The hum of the tires, the only sound as I try to process the storm of information. When we get home, I say quietly, I have something to show you. She turns toward me, brows pulled.
What?
Your sister and Gavriel were in contact the entire time she was pregnant.
No.
Her voice is sharp.
No, she told me they hadn't spoken in months. Why would she lie about that?
I don't know. I exhale. But she did. I have the burner phone Gavriel used to speak to her. I've had it on me since I found it. Sabrina's voice falters.
Why would she lie? Tara never lies.
Unless it's to protect someone. I offer and meet her eyes. You lied. I've lied. Maybe she did too, for the same reason. She closes her eyes, the pain flickering across her face before she turns away from me.
I'm sorry I kept Elena from you.
I get it, I tell her. But Sabrina, if we're going to survive this, whatever the hell this is, there can't be any more secrets between us. She nods.
When we get home, I have something I need to tell you too.
Alarm twists in my gut over that statement, but it fades as we turn into the driveway of my home. Something shifts. The hairs on the back of my neck rise. Something's wrong. The gates open like normal, the mansion is lit up in the darkness. But the silence is too heavy, too unnatural. I kill the engine, climb out the car, grab Elena's car seat, and help Sabrina out. The second we step into the house, that feeling spikes, like the air's been sucked out of the room. We make it halfway across the foyer when the windows shatter and the front door explodes inward. Men in tactical gear pour through the openings. Russian special forces, their insignia unmistakable. What the fuck? Sabrina breathes. I shove her behind me and tighten my grip on Elena's seat. 3 men flank us, guns aimed and steady. I raise my free hand. Easy. I say, voice low, and say to Sabrina, just do what they say. Sabrina grips my arm.
Who are they?
Special forces, I whisper. Russian military. Where the fuck is my team? The answer comes fast. A tall man strolls through the shattered front doors like he owns the place, flanked by guards. And 3 of mine. Ivan, Lev, and Sid. We're sorry, boss. Ivan mutters, his face bruised as they are pushed toward us and they move beside us.
They hit hard,
Sid adds.
Took out the rest of our men with tranquilizer darts. We took a few down, but...
That's enough. The tall man snaps in Russian, his voice smooth as steel. My blood runs cold as I meet the man's eyes. Vladislav Egorov, the enforcer, one of the most feared men in Russia. He meets my eyes. Good evening, Mr. Mirachin. Apologies for the dramatic entrance. What do you want, General? We're not here for you, he replies. We're here for Miss Kraft. My whole body locks up. What the fuck do you want with my wife? He tilts his head, mildly intrigued. It's unfortunate to learn you are married to her, but I'm afraid it's irrelevant. We will still take her with us. Over my dead body, I growl. We'd prefer no bloodshed, but if necessary. His eyes flick to Elena, then back to Sabrina, who has gone pale. Is the child yours? Before I can speak, Sabrina blurts, No, she's Alexei and Sid's. Sid picks up fast. Yes, she's mine. Alexei and I had an affair. Sid snatches Elena from me. Don't you dare put a hand on my daughter. I can't breathe. I feel like I'm drowning in all the lies, all the chaos, as Vladislav nods slowly. We don't need the child, he says. But Miss Kraft, you'll come with us. Now. No. I grab Sabrina's hand. If you take her, I'm coming with. That won't be possible, Mr. Mirachin. His eyes drag past me and land on Sabrina. You have 1 minute, Miss Kraft, to walk toward me. Vladislav says coldly, or I will have everyone on this estate who is not one of mine killed, and that young baby will become a ward of the state. Sabrina gasps. I feel her shift beside me. I know what she's about to do. She turns to me and kisses me. No, I whisper. Don't do this. I have to, she breathes. There's a burner phone in my bag. Call Sam, then come find me. Find us. She gives me a sad, knowing smile, and I see her resolve is made. Those fierce instincts to protect all she loves shine through her eyes. She presses my hand to her stomach. I love you, she says into my ear. Please come find us. I'll burn this whole fucking country down to find you. I promise, my hand still gripping hers. She gently extracts her hand and turns toward me and said, Look after Elena. With my fucking life. Sid hisses, and I see a sheen of unshed tears in her eyes. We won't let anyone harm a hair on her head, Ivan vows. She gives us all an overly bright smile before turning and walking away, chin high, fearless, just like her. I will come with you, I hear Sabrina address the general. But if you harm a hair on my family's head... Vladislav watches her with something like admiration. You are just like her, he murmurs, then turns to me. Good night, Mr. Mirachin. Don't make me regret sparing you. The moment they leave, I snap. I lunge forward, but Lev and Ivan hold me back. Don't, Ivan warns. We'll get her. She's tough, Sid says. She'll survive. I'm not leaving her out there. We know, Lev says. We're with you. They all are. We stand in silence until the soldiers vanish like smoke. Fuck. She slept through the whole thing. Sid mutters, glancing at Elena. The earmuffs, Lev says. I take Elena back and hold her close. My niece, Gavriel's daughter. I'm giving you all the chance to walk, I tell them. Or stay and help me take on their Russian fucking army. We're in, Ivan says. Ride or die, Lev adds. Always, Sid confirms. Then we start at dawn. I walk upstairs, heart a mess of fear, fury, and grief. I don't even realize I'm shaking until I reach the bedroom. I place Elena on the bed, eyes falling on Sabrina's oversized purse. I empty it out, searching, until I find the burner phone. A message pops up instantly. Take Elena and come to the nursery. I grab her and move. The door creaks open. Clyde, I breathe, staring at the man who steps from the shadows. You're supposed to be dead.
I've died a few times,
he says with a grin. What the hell are you doing here?
I was supposed to extract you, Sabrina, and Elena from Moscow.
You're too late.
Yeah.
You knew this was coming?
I had a hunch,
Clyde mutters, stepping fully out of the shadows. His tone's not casual anymore, it's grave. There's a storm brewing behind his eyes, and I can feel it before he even speaks again. Why? I grind out, my grip tightening on Elena's car seat. Why would Russian special forces come after Sabrina? He looks me square in the face, no hesitation.
They want Carla and Tara.
I snarl under my breath, fury rising like bile. So this is about them, and now Sabrina's caught in the fucking crossfire. Clyde doesn't flinch, but his next words gut me.
Let's just hope we find her before the people who sent Vladislav realize.
He hesitates, his eyes dropping for a beat just long enough to flick toward Elena, then back to me. Just how special Sabrina really is. I open my mouth, but he cuts me off, voice low and cold now. Because if they do, he steps closer. We'll never find her. And Sabrina will never see the light of day again.
This concludes Dark Embers by Cat Steele, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Eric Blomquist. Copyright 2025 by Cat Steele. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cat Steele and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.